Our story begins in a place where a horde of different demons attacked, and people ran to save themselves in an attempt to escape when one of the demons was about to capture a woman carrying her son for fear a man would chop off the demon's hand at that moment. The woman and her child were shocked to see the man expressing his anger at the demons, stating that none of them would survive. The sword fighter Haibun ordered his teammates to get ready because the demons were coming. He asked if this was the last stand for the Demon King to fight while his teammates took their positions. Haibun then instructed that the Archmage would handle the aerial attacks while he and Lapinia would handle the ground attacks. The Archmage and the sword expert Lapinia agreed. The powerful King Vas declared enthusiastically that he would take over regardless of them all. The warrior added that he would infiltrate the demon castle to negotiate surrender. Haibun then looked back to tell the head of security that he relied on him to quietly support the heroes from behind. Our protagonist, the head of Imperial Security, knew his duty was to protect the Imperial Pilak-E. He was someone who quietly helped the heroes behind the scenes. He responded to Haibun to leave without worrying, making Haibun smile at him, and he returned Haven's smile before attacking the demons who screamed at our protagonist that they should drink together after work. The demons launched their attack. Lapinia unsheathed his sword, cutting down every demon in his path with incredible speed, defeating a horde instantly. Vas then leaped back and launched towards the demons with his fists, shouting that they all must burn. When Vas struck the ground with his fist, the demons in the room were thrown into the air. Mage's Arc released a spell that dispersed the demons while on the other side, Haibun faced the large demons. Haibun unleashed his power, his eyes turning red as he lunged towards the demons with his sword, killing many of them directly. Meanwhile, demons flew from behind the heroes, causing the knights to panic and warn that demons were approaching. He replied that he had it under control and told his team not to be afraid. He then drew his sword and with one slash killed the flying demons above him. The knights were astonished and could not believe that with just basic sword techniques like the Imperial swordsmanship, he had killed those demons. But he only asked what they saw and shouted at them not to be careless. Suddenly, one of his subordinates shouted for him to be careful. When he looked to his side, he saw demons rushing towards him at high speed. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Demon King informed the warrior that it was his victory and destiny, and that he must take his head. The Demon King also spoke to the humans, saying it was their victory, and they must enjoy peace to the fullest. The warrior then raised his sword and beheaded the Demon King a few moments later in their city. The people cheered for them, shouting with joy that the Demon King had finally died and peace had been restored. Haibun told his team that it was a beautiful day, but he seemed unable to find the head of security. Lapinia answered that the head of security might not be found dead, and most likely was going somewhere to practice swordsmanship or something similar. However, the head of security was right behind the crowd, looking towards the heroes and thinking that they deserved to be respected by people all over the world. He believed his role was sufficient because he was not a hero or a sword expert. Then, in the snowy mountains, he swung his sword, reflecting that he may not have natural talent in swordsmanship, but he had loved swords all his life and had used a sword even in his youth. During the days at the academy with Haibun, and later when he joined the Pilak-E guards, he suddenly coughed up a lot of blood and swore to feel the weight of age while laughing. He thought that if he were young again, his wounds would heal quickly, but he knew that his time had come. He hoped he would become a hero like them, because heroes do not age or suffer from diseases. Unfortunately, he was the only one getting older and weaker. He then took his sword to swing it with one last effort. With all his might, he swung his sword and released a powerful energy from it. Surprised, he realized that he had reached the state of a human who had reached the peak of swordsmanship, a true swordsman. He laughed, saying that he had become a swordsman himself, something that he had never thought would happen in his life. But then he let go of his sword, wondering what the point was now that he was an old man who would soon die. Still, he thought it wasn't a bad life. Closing his eyes, he reflected that becoming a swordsman before dying was an extraordinary achievement. Shortly after, he opened his eyes and was confused to find himself in bed. He sat up, wondering where he was and if this was the afterlife. Then he saw himself in the mirror, making him wonder who he was and where he was. Moments later, he stepped out of his room and walked through the castle, wondering if he had reincarnated into the body of a child. He realized that he was in a castle in the Ilok region, where he had served in his final years. As he pondered whose body he inhabited, he saw a young woman practicing with a sword. He stopped to stare at him, wondering if she was a daughter of God because he did not remember ever seeing a child like her in his previous life. He then realized that the sword technique she was practicing involved movements resembling a snake. This made him wonder if it was a heroic sword technique discovered by a legendary figure. He observed that the technique looked difficult, but the young woman seemed quite talented. He noticed her staring and calling him Aesir, asking if he was awake and why he was just standing there while others were already practicing. This made him wonder if his name was Aesir. He then asked her if the technique she was using was the Ravania sword technique and commented that based on her skill, she must have been practicing consistently for at least 4 or 5 years. However, he noted that the movements of his sword were still somewhat unstable and suggested that he loosen his grip and slow down his slashing movements a bit. Suddenly, the training sword was thrown at his head, and he angrily demanded to know why he was speaking so casually to him and if he was not allowed to point it out. To respect his master, he then ordered him to call his wife Leica. He trembled and stammered an apology upon realizing that he was his master and not his younger sister. He decided to let it go and asked if he had not slept enough because he seemed like a fool. A little later today, he showed that for someone who had never used a sword, he seemed knowledgeable and asked how he knew about the sword techniques of heroes. He also inquired about how much he knew about the sword and if he should see it. He warned her that if she did not do it correctly, she would be the one in trouble. He began to sweat, realizing the mess he was in and could not believe he had been naughty enough to try and teach the castle lady. He then walked to the training dummy, realizing he had no choice, noting that his habit of scolding his subordinates since his days as chief had carried over when he held the sword. He felt something stirring inside him, thinking that he still had a sharp sword sense that made him feel alive. He positioned himself to confuse and amaze Leica, recognizing it as the imperial sword technique, and asked when she started learning it, commenting that she looked more serious than usual. Today, he remained silent, thinking to himself that he was a naughty child for asking when he learned it when he had been holding a sword for more than 70 years. Even in the final moments of his previous life when he swung the sword down, a loud explosion shook the ground, and Leah was pushed back by a strong force. She then easily and perfectly demonstrated the technique with a comfortable feeling. His young body was full of energy and very light, so he felt like he could fly. He jumped towards the practice doll and shattered it into pieces with one swing. Leo was stunned and amazed, calling out his name. He smiled at her, realizing that he couldn't control himself when holding the sword, but he knew he had to limit his excitement. He apologized to her afterwards, but she still couldn't believe it. She recognized it as the imperial sword technique, a standard technique developed in the Empire. She asked how she could achieve such speed and destructive power with a common and basic sword technique, then shouted his name, leaving him in shock. He tightly held her hand and told her that it was very cool, adding that now he saw she had great talent. He then asked her why she had been hiding that skill all this time. She remained silent and embarrassed because he was still holding her hand. He confessed that until now he had considered her stupid and lazy, but he was mistaken. This made him wonder what kind of person she really was. Aesir was in his normal daily life. He answered that he admired her and only knew a little, but he insisted that it was not true, saying he knew more than a little. He then asked what she had said before about what he should do slowly, but before he could answer, someone interrupted them. Leica's brother, Luke, asked why it was so noisy and what he was doing with Aesir. Luke told Aesir that if she woke up, she had to go outside and chop firewood or something like that, and asked how she dared to speak to her family so casually. Luke also reprimanded her for speaking in a disrespectful manner, calling her trash and reminding her that she was just a common citizen while they were nobles. Aesir apologized to Luke while thinking that Luke was a rather rude young master. He then noticed Aesir holding the Leica sword and asked if he intended to learn the techniques of the noble Leica sword. Aesir tried to explain, but Luke told him to be quiet. He stated that this was the right time because he needed a sparring partner. Luke then challenged Aesir by asking if he could last 1 minute against him. He would acknowledge Aesir's skills. Leica hesitated, telling his brother to stop, but Luke confidently convinced him that he wouldn't kill Aesir. Leica sighed in disbelief that Luke couldn't kill Aesir, while Aesir panicked. He noticed that Luke's posture was not the correct stance for a sword fight and wondered how Leah could have such an unworthy brother. He decided he had to take down Luke before things got worse. Luke then jumped towards him, shouting for him to get ready in just one strike. Aesir successfully disarmed Luke by sending his sword flying to the ground next to him. Aesir realized that losing intentionally was harder than he thought, and saw blood dripping from a small wound on Luke's face. He was shocked and surprised, and Luke wiped the blood with his hand and panicked when he realized it was his blood. He screamed in disbelief that a mere servant had hurt his majesty, while Aesir felt like he had just signed his own death warrant in Lord Alec's castle. Luke pleaded with God to punish Aesir severely. Aesir, a servant employed by the castle, had dared to hurt his master. Kneeling and tied before God and the Queen, Luke continued to express his astonishment as the heir of the noble family. Halo could no longer tolerate Aesir's actions that embarrassed the Lord's dignity, then spoke to Aesir, who answered immediately. Lord Ribeiro asked if what Luke said was true, but Aesir remained silent. He realized that Ribeiro had become the Lord, and remembered that 40 years ago, when he had just been appointed as the captain of the guards, he visited the guards with the former Lord. This made him realize that 20 years had passed since he died. Aesir was rarely told by Roque that they had treated him like their own child all this time, and despite his countless mistakes, they did not kick him out and let him stay in the castle as an employee. However, this time, he seemed to have crossed the line too far and deserved a severe punishment, but considering their love for him, they would be lenient. Rock then ordered him to leave the area immediately, while the Queen begged the Lord to do anything but not make Aesir leave first. Ribeiro ordered his wife to remain silent, reminding her that he had tolerated Aesir because of her. But this time, he could no longer forgive him. Rero asked how long they had to continue showing love to an ungrateful child, who did not acknowledge the grace of being raised in their home. At home, he added that Aesir was lucky to be expelled in good health. Then someone interrupted. Leica appeared and told her father that Aesir had done nothing wrong and that it was Luke who was at fault. Luke shouted at Leica that it was enough, but she continued to explain that Luke had hurt himself with his own sword while swinging it towards Aesir. Aesir only taught his swordsmanship, and Luke's terrible swordsmanship was a real disgrace for the nobility. Luke trembled with anger, but Ribeiro and the Queen were shocked to hear this and asked Leica if Aesir taught his swordsmanship, saying it was the first time they had heard of it. Leica confidently replied that Aesir had high-level imperial swordsmanship in THT and that she wanted to make him her mentor. She added that Aesir had changed because he was truly committed to training Luke's swordsmanship. Luke teased Leah by asking if she really wanted to learn swordsmanship from Aesir, who had just picked up a sword. He mocked her by saying that she not only wanted Aesir as her mentor, but also wanted to learn the worthless imperial swordsmanship style. Luke questioned if she was sane, and she replied that she had witnessed the swordsmanship. Aesir observed with his own eyes, and if they did not believe him, they should ask him to demonstrate his skills directly. Aesir was still kneeling, not knowing what was happening. He then called Karen, who promptly responded. Rero ordered Karen to test Aesir's swordsmanship. The Queen, who was trembling with fear, informed Ribeiro that Karen might be too excessive for a simple assessment, but she assured him not to worry. Ribeiro then stared at Aesir, accusing him of using some tricks to suddenly start practicing swordsmanship and enchanting Leica. He warned him that if this was a joke, he would crawl out of the castle half dead. When Ribeiro ordered him to take the Fasher sword, Aesir complied, even though he knew the situation was out of control. Rero declared that if Aesir could last more than 5 minutes against Karen, he would acknowledge his skills. Karen faced Aesir angrily, wondering how Aesir dared to teach Leica and insulted her for being rude. Even in front of Queen Bina, Karen had no intention of being lenient with him. She planned to strike him and order him to be expelled from the territory. Karen then attacked Aesir while declaring her intentions. Aesir successfully blocked Karen's initial attack while Leica observed attentively from the side, thinking that if what she saw was correct, Aesir could definitely hold his own against Karen. Karen arrogantly taunted Aesir, saying he was already trembling, and asked if he thought swordsmanship was easy. Karen then declared she would teach Aesir a lesson, and launched a powerful blow that Aesir blocked once again. Karen glared at him, thinking that Aesir hadn't even mastered the basics yet dared to speak about swordsmanship. Karen unleashed a series of continuous attacks that Aesir struggled to block, witnessing Aesir's struggle. Karen thought, as she suspected, that Aesir was a foolish, arrogant, and weak person, wondering how he dared to fight against Sully, a great swordsmanship artist. Aesir felt a twinge in his knee, making a sarcastic comment that it seemed too much to fight against Karen. Leica was surprised and thought that it wasn't right. On the other hand, Luke praised Karen, shouting that she truly lived up to the expectations of being the top graduate of the Imperial Academy, perfectly suited to be a knight commander from an elite swordsman background. And it was impossible for Aesir to fight someone like her. One of the best in the Aesir Empire grinned when he heard this while Karen glared at him thinking he was weak and pathetic and should remember the vast difference between them and what real swordsmanship was like. However, Aesir stood telling Karen that it was a nice little show and mocked her for her cute swordsmanship display. Karen, angry, asked him what he meant, but Aesir only said he would return Karen's words to her. He then asked Karen if she had thought about it. The position of the commander at night is something to be taken lightly, and ordered her to let him give her a lesson. Aesir then swung his sword down with force, causing Karen to be thrown and slammed into the nearest pillar, shocking her siblings and Lord Karen wondering what had happened. Suddenly entering Aesir, but Aesir just walked up to Karen telling her that he had just hit her and she couldn't even block it, which was pathetic. He then ordered Karen to take her sword and stand. Aesir teasingly called Karen a respected elite swordsman, wondering if it was because this era was an era of peace without demons or war, so that the era became too boring and weak. He then thought that he had to improve military discipline. Aesir then faced Karen seriously, calling her the head of the Empire and the head of the Templar in the Alac region. He asked if Karen would fall into the hands of the common people, successfully provoking her. Karen got angry, took her sword and called him a scoundrel. Karen then attacked Aesir while screaming and asking how dare the common people defeat her. She swung her sword, but Aesir easily dodged it and teasingly told Karen that she was too slow. Aesir then raised his fist and punched Karen in the face, slamming her to the ground. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe that he had punched Karen so hard that he shattered the floor, causing Karen to fall. Aesir thought it was embarrassing and told Karen that she might think he was an old man talking about the past. But at that moment, not only was he a better commander, but even an ordinary soldier was far better. Countless skilled and rigorously trained soldiers. Hundreds, possibly thousands of people died helplessly against the demons, unable to do anything. He then told Karen that even though this should be an era of peace without demons or war, they must always maintain discipline and not suddenly become weak. Other knights surrounded him, causing Bia to panic and beg Ribeiro to wait in horror. Ribeiro seriously questioned Aesir, demanding to know who he was, stating that he was not the Aesir they knew. Aesir noticed the clear hostility in their doubt and wondered what he could say to make them believe in him. He then answered that he had lost his memory. Ribeiro was shocked, asking if he had heard correctly that Aesir had lost his memory. Aesir confirmed and explained that when he woke up that morning he couldn't remember anything about who he was or who they were. He added that all that was left was his memory of swordsmanship, and he thought using the sword would help him recover more memories, but it was still empty. Aesir then released his sword and told Ribeiro that clearly he had hurt the tribe leader. He knelt down and expressed himself. His willingness to accept any punishment made everyone silent, and Bia anxiously called his name. Shortly after, Asier returned to his room, sitting on the edge of his bed, knowing he needed time to sort out his thoughts. He remembered Ribeiro telling him that until then, he had to sort out his thoughts. Not leaving his room, he then glanced to his side and saw a wooden sword standing on the wall, making him stare at it. On the other side, Leo was walking down the corridor holding bread and a glass of water, thinking that Asier had changed, as if he had become a completely different person. He knew that Asier was not like that until yesterday. He had never held a sword, and his language and behavior were always bad and vulgar, which always bothered Asier. He was his mother's adopted child before she and her brother were born. Their mother found Asier abandoned outside the castle. At that time she was distressed because she did not have a child, so she raised Asier on her own without the help of servants, pouring her love on him. Since Luke and he were born, Asier had been like family, but their relationship had become increasingly strained, almost like favoritism, because their mother showered Asier with love and obsession. Despite their mother's efforts, Asier's behavior was causing hatred within the Asier estate. He was going to be expelled from the castle, but at his mother's insistence, he was allowed to stay on the condition that he would work as a servant. Luke boldly declared that Asier was trash, while Leica quietly thought that Asier was a pitiful child. However, Asier suddenly changed. He noticed the way Asier spoke about his behavior and personality had changed. He now seemed like a sword expert who had trained for years to reach that level. He then arrived at Asier's room and knocked, telling him that he had brought food. When Asier didn't respond, he opened the door and asked if he was there. To his surprise, Asier lifted a sword in front of him, causing him to panic and drop the food he was holding, which fell to the floor and the plate shattered. Leica collapsed, trembling in fear. Asier apologized to her, explaining that he had seen the sword in the room and thought of practicing swordsmanship. She was confused and asked if he meant practicing swordplay. Shortly after, he was in the corner of his room, continuously swinging the sword, while Leica watched, unable to stand at all. The longer she realized that she was truly obsessed with the art of swordsmanship, almost fanatical. She then called her name, snapping her out of her thoughts. She asked her what kind of person she was before, because from Luke and Rock's reactions, their feelings towards her seemed unfavorable. Responding that even without many words, she was not a good child except to her mother, their family, and the people in the castle did not look upon her favorably. She often committed violence against the residents or destroyed property by engaging in actions that tarnished the reputation of her employer. And this status made her realize that she had crossed a line that not even a servant would violate because of the insult caused by her actions. She then asked why he calmly spoke to her, and told her that it was not strange if he embraced her. With disgust, she replied that she did not hate him because she had lost her memory, and it was not her concern. In fact, it was better because there would be no more troublesome tasks. He later inquired if her current attitude was not an improvement and instructed her to maintain it, making her realize that he was not insulting or indifferent. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked if Asier's foster mother could come in. Bina entered the room, smiling gently at her, while wondering if her name was Bina. He respectfully knelt in front of her and asked what he owed her for his visit, but she gently held his face and told him that he did not need to address her formally regardless of what happened to her. She had raised him, and he should speak to her as he used to, calling her mother. This surprised her, and she asked how he could remember that she was his mother if he had lost his memory. She told him that the Asier he knew was not him, and that she knew he was not Asier. Asier remembered he asked himself why he had to stare at her lovingly. She told him that she had forgotten his face, his name, everything, so to her he was a stranger, but Bia just hugged him and told him that he was the one who found her first. When he was in his 20s, he had not yet released the atmosphere of a day burdened with guilt and self-doubt. Bia found Asier abandoned outside the castle walls. When she hugged him and saw him smile, his world changed. Even though there was opposition from others, she raised him with love and care. Even if she now considers him a stranger, it doesn't matter because he is her child. She has raised and loved him as if Asier were her own. Asier remained silent, wondering if he could start anew and become someone. If not, he wondered if Aesir really meant nothing to him to act so indifferent and uncaring, making him sad. But he answered Benia that he understood. Meanwhile, in God's office, Luke shouted at Ribeiro, asking if he had just mentioned the devil and suggesting that it should happen. It is possible that Asher Karen also does not believe. Rero explained that it seems like an exaggeration because the devil has long disappeared. And even if there is a devil, it is not a problem and has nothing to do with Aesir. If there is a devil, it might infiltrate the king or the nobles to use its power, so there is no reason to target the common people. However, Rero does not believe that a child can defeat a high-ranking knight like Karen, and someone as extraordinary as Leica would acknowledge and follow Aesir. Suddenly, someone interrupted Rock's explanation, saying he was having an interesting conversation. They were all surprised to see a man with a large sword on his back sitting by the window. The man smiled at them, and Karen rushed to attack, demanding to know who he was. The man did not react, so Karen swung her sword at him. The man easily stopped Karen's sword with just 2 fingers, displaying his strong stance and excellent swordsmanship. He then told Ribeiro that he had hired a good guard, surprising Ribeiro. The man then threw Karen, who fell to the floor next to the frightened Luke. Karen coughed in pain from the embarrassment of being in such a state again. The man told Karen that it was a pity that if she were a little younger, she might have put up a fight. He then asked Rero if he was correct. Rero maintained his composure, telling the man that Karen was still his knight and that he was exaggerating. Karen was shocked to remember someone. Rero then respectfully bowed to the man who welcomed him and acknowledged that it had been 20 years since he greeted the man as the sword expert, Haben Esther, who had reached the peak of swordsmanship and welcomed him into his home. Rero then asked Haben where he had been, mentioning that he had disappeared suddenly 20 years ago, and they thought he was surely dead. Haben just laughed and said he had something to investigate, telling Ribeiro that he had traveled to the edge of the continent and to the horizon of the world. But he still didn't know everything. He then asked Rero if he hadn't misheard that there was a child who defeated the knight who guarded him. Karen shyly answered yes, while Luke couldn't believe that he was sitting at the nobleman's table. Ribeiro explained that Aesir was just an ordinary person who had never properly studied swordsmanship. Haben replied that the child must have extraordinary talent and ordered Ribeiro to tell more about it the next day at training. Aesir instructed Leica to attack him with all his might, asking if he was really okay, reminding him that he hadn't even drawn his sword yet. He answered that it wasn't about swordsmanship and explained that it was training for real combat. Even before drawing his sword, he emphasized again that he must attack with the intention to stab him, although Aesir could barely stay in the castle. When Leica asked to be his student, he had tried to refuse due to their difference in status, but his determination was unwavering, and he had done it. Even bowing his head to him, he trembled, holding his sword, and ran towards him, continuously attacking while he easily avoided his movements. Aesir knew that he was using heroic swordsmanship. The swordsmanship knowledge of Ravania Leica is certainly talented, and his skills are good, but he is weak, and his movements are straight from the textbook. He easily lifts and slams him to the ground, then extends a hand to help him stand. He tells him that he is strong, but only as far as swordsmanship is concerned. He explains that actual combat is a completely different story. He wonders about the possibility of talented people surviving on the battlefield and remembers seeing many people die because they overestimated themselves. Aesir then tells him that before mastering swordsmanship, he needs to train his body and mind. Leica directs the wooden sword towards him, asking who he is, and attacks him, showing that he has experienced war. He avoids his attacks and explains that he just wants to give him some common sense that swordsmanship and actual combat are different. He easily pins him to the ground. He tells him that what he is doing is not swordsmanship, but he retaliates, saying that he must leave blind faith in swordsmanship alone. Only having swordsmanship skills will not help him survive in real combat. He needs to apply those skills and learn to control his emotions. He told her that she must not lose her calm and composure in front of him. His opponent must be able to swing his sword flexibly and defeat his opponent's swordsmanship. When he swings his sword downwards, he realizes that his attacks are always perfect. He then tells her that he will teach her the actual combat skills that apply swordsmanship. He praises her while standing, saying that they must practice properly later when the sun will set. Leica gasped for breath from exhaustion. As he walked past the castle, he felt like he was about to faint. His whole body ached. He muttered that Azir did not know the meaning of moderation because he had pushed her a noblewoman in such a way she seemed to never run out of energy, making him think she had a terrible stamina. But he was happy to feel like he was getting stronger in just one day. Then someone called him. It was Luke. He asked if he was playing with Aesir, but he asked back what he meant by playing when it was actually training. Luke refused his explanation by saying it trained his butt and insinuated that being with a man was not the right exercise. Leica was unaffected, telling him to think what he wanted to think. Luke seriously told him to maintain manners because he was embarrassing the dignity of a nobleman. He reminded him that he was a nobleman, and Aesir was just a commoner. Noblemen should show generosity to the common people, so he should not learn from people like him. Aesir made him angry, and he directed the wooden sword towards Luke, who screamed in fear and surprise. He asked if he couldn't just stay quiet, but Luke replied by asking if he would strike him with the air of God. He screamed in fear that if he struck him, it wouldn't end well for him, but he just answered that he didn't care. However, he turned around in surprise when someone laughed and said that a girl trying to hit his eldest son was a very rare sight. Rero apologized to Haibon for displaying such despicable behavior. He then spoke seriously to Leah, telling her that even though he managed to pass Aesir, he must not let Luke get any further. He wouldn't be able to escape peacefully. He answered yes and apologized. He then looked towards Haven, who was still smiling, wondering who this old man was. He noticed something extraordinary about Luke's Haibon and called the old swordsman Haven, surprising Luke. He respectfully introduced himself to Haibon as Luke Havar, the heir of the great Havar family. Hearing Luke, he remembered the swordsman and the respected swordsmanship peak. Outside of position and rank, with less than 10 superhumans throughout the vast empire. Luke then told Haibon that as a swordsman, he had long admired his heroic swordsmanship and wanted to be his student. Luke proudly laughed, telling Leica that even among the masters there are ranks, and only a true swordsman can teach swordsmanship. However, Luke was stunned when Haibon ignored him and approached Leica. Haibon greeted him, noting that he did not feel intimidated even in front of him and was ready to attack at any time, making him wonder if he should test him. Haibon then took his sword from his back in front of Leah, causing Ribeiro and Luke to scream in terror, but she did not flinch and stepped back, wondering if the old man in front of her was indeed a sword expert. She then remembered Aesir's advice not to be overwhelmed by her opponent's aura, and that when she instinctively swung her sword out of fear of being defeated, maintaining composure in front of any opponent was fundamental, which is why she did not do so. When Haibon released his aura and took his sword, she focused and stared at Haven. When Haibon attacked her, she managed to block it with her sword. Haibon told her that it was impressive, and he knew it was the first time he had seen promising young talents. He usually approached them aggressively to gauge their reactions, but they usually fled in fear of his extraordinary presence, or could not withstand a light sword attack. However, the young woman in front of him stood tall with a wooden stick without fear, facing his sword attack, making him think that Leica had the talent to become a warrior. A day later, he forcefully swung his sword to the side to push it away and jumped back as he did so. He ran towards him and used his snake-like movement to attack, making Haibon notice the sword skills moving like a snake. Wondering if he might be from the Rania sword technique school, he easily blocked Lake's attack and told him that he had impressive skills. He then just pushed him a little and he was thrown. He was thrown to the ground, dropping his sword and feeling pain. But Haibon directed his sword at him, making Rock panic and beg Haibon to stop. Haibon just told Rock that unlike his cowardly son, he had a very commendable and brave daughter. Haibon then asked Raro if Leica was that son's student, which Rock answered yes while Luke stood behind his father in embarrassment. Haibon was about to tell Leica something, but then he saw an opening and kicked Haven's chest. He immediately grabbed his sword and was ready to face him again, but then a hand appeared behind him holding his head. He told him that it was very impressive that he even retaliated when he was disturbed, He was surprised and asked when he managed to get behind him, but he just told him that he might rival Ravinia in time and asked if he could guide him to his master. He answered yes, ensuring himself that heaven must exist. Not an ordinary man. A moment later, they were inside the car while he stared at Haiban, thinking that he had handled his full power attack like child's play, and even his father was very careful around him. Haiban then asked if he was right that his name was Leica, and he answered yes. Then he asked what he felt when watching his friend's sword skills, and he answered that it felt like watching the sword skills of a seasoned veteran. Haiban laughed because he couldn't believe he was calling an 18-year-old a veteran. 1 minute later, they arrived at the training ground, and Haiban told Rero that it had been a long time since he visited this place, reminiscing about a sparring session there with a good friend. Rock asked about the condition of his friend, and Haiban replied that his friend was a good man, but no longer with them. Rero expressed condolences, but Haiban laughed, saying it's okay because it's been 20 years. Leica eavesdropped on their conversation and then approached Asir, who was busy practicing his swordsmanship. When he was about to swing it again, she called his name, making him stop and turn around. He was stunned when he saw Haiban and Ribeiro approaching him. He panicked, wondering why Haiban was there. Haiban greeted him, and Asir remembered that Haiban had been a guard of the realm when Roque was still young during the previous lord's tenure. He had specifically asked Haiban to look after Rero, so Haiban should be somewhat familiar with him. Asir called Haiban a sword expert, and Haiban laughed happily, pleased that Asir knew him. Haiban told him that he wanted to meet with him and smiled, grabbing his sword once again. Asir realized that this was Haven's habit of testing the skills of young talents. He swung his wooden sword towards Haiban at high speed, surprising and mesmerizing him. Haiban then remembered his old friend saying that he truly possessed perfect swordsmanship, and that the imperial swordsmanship was only for self-defense, and nothing compared to swordsmen like Haben. Haben replied that they simply took different paths, and that he had reached a different level. Haiban then asked him what if they debated for the old era, to which he answered that it sounded good. They both attacked each other with their swords, and Haiban saw his old friend in Asir. This realization shocked Haven, and he called Captain C's guard to leave Asir stunned and disbelieving. They all fell silent when Rayok asked Haben what he had just said, but Haben replied that it was nothing. Haiban then called him a little kid, which made him slightly surprised. Surprised, he wondered if Haben had noticed something, but then Haiban asked him if he might be the disciple of that man. He was pleased to have thought so and answered that he didn't know who Haiban was talking about, but he didn't have a master. Haiban grinned after hearing this and suggested that he become his student, but Ribeiro did not believe that the sword expert wanted to make him a student. However, Leica then told everyone to wait a moment and informed Haiban that whether he was a sword expert or not, he had attacked someone who was just standing still. He asked what kind of behavior made Haiban panic. He then asked Haiban if that meant he could swing his sword at anyone just because he was a sword expert. Haiban then took his sword and released his aura while smiling, telling them that he would show himself to them. Haiban then unleashed a powerful force that surprised Leica, but she calmly looked at it and said that it was Haven's aura. Haiban replied that she was right, and it was a sign of a sword expert. Haiban then glanced at her for a moment and swung his sword downwards in another direction. The force of his attack cut the ground, causing them all to cover their faces to avoid the dust. They were all surprised to witness the power of a swordsman in front of them. Haiban then proudly told him that he was a swordsman, a talented individual destined to reach great heights. He asked him, "How about it? And if you will not be his student?" Rero knows that being a student of a swordsman brings great authority, and Leica is amazed at the extraordinary power of Haiban. On the other hand, Asir knows that if he becomes a student of someone like Haiban, he wonders how strong he could become, but he answered that he refused to make AA strong. Haiban disappeared, and they were all surprised and stunned by his answer. Meanwhile, outside the castle, people gathered, asking if the swordsman had really come to the area and expressing their desire to become Haven's student, said Karen. They to return because Haiban already has a student, making people ask in surprise who that person is, and asking him to tell Haiban to accept them as students as well. when they returned to the training ground. Aesir was practicing again when he heard people cheering for Haibon outside. He knew there was chaos outside the castle. He then peeked back and asked Haibon who was sitting and drinking if he wasn't going. Haibon just drank his beer and asked where the old man would go and added that he would stay for a while. Haibon then asked again if he really didn't consider becoming his student, and Aesir replied that he had already said no. Aesir was annoyed because Haibon had relied on him asking him to be his student. He thought the idea of becoming his friend's student was ridiculous. He then pointed ahead and told Haibon to take care of the child instead of him, because he would be more suitable to teach, showing Leica, who was angry and upset. Haibon replied that he had asked him, but he politely declined, saying that he already had a master and couldn't learn from others. Xian then laughed, commenting that Leica was a polite child, which Aesir didn't believe. He then looked at him, wondering if he really rejected the offer to become a sword master's student, just to learn from him, and told Haibon that there was no need to do that later, when night falls, and the castle is quiet. Luke stumbled in the darkness, cursing in anger. Luke was drunk and cursing his life. Then he remembered Haibon telling his father that unlike his cowardly father, he had a brave and amazing daughter. This made Luke angrily question the point of being a noble, thinking it was all because of Aesir and that Aesir had to disappear. Luke kept walking, thinking that because of Aesir, his life suddenly became a mess. A dark shadow launched towards Luke as he drank alcohol, causing him to drop the bottle in panic. The dark shadow engulfed him, then laughed and smiled like a successful demon. A few moments later, Luke regained consciousness and tried to stand up, wondering where he was. His thoughts were interrupted when someone called out to him. Luke turned around and saw a man floating in the air with a dark shadow. The figure smiled at him and greeted him. Later, in the morning at Leica Castle, Aesir told him that he couldn't stand the old man, Haven. Aesir reminded him that Haibon was still a master swordsman, and asked if he couldn't show respect. He responded that Aesir did not look at Haibon with respect, both out of awkwardness and a desire to explain that it was because Haibon was his friend, and that he had also reached the level of a swordmaster. He then told him that there was no harm in learning from Haibon, because he was the one who mastered the heroic swordsmanship. When he mentioned Leica, he replied that he wanted to become like Aesir, causing him to glance in his direction in surprise and ask what he had just said. He repeated that he was the one he aspired to be like, making him wonder why someone like him. He answered that he truly respected him and considered him his master, so he should not belittle himself like that. Aesir thought he had no talent in swordsmanship and that all swordsmanship in their world was created by the heroes of the past. Every swordsman learned heroic swordsmanship and wanted to surpass the limitations of human beings like those heroes. But he was different. Imperial swordsmanship was basic and simple, created and distributed by the Empire so that anyone could learn it. It was the only style that could be mastered by someone without talent like him. He has spent his entire life holding a sword and clinging to it. The Imperial swordsmanship, and wondering why a talented child like Leica would respect him in Leica's mind. But he had made him strong in the past. He would not be able to withstand the pressure of Haibon without the guidance and teaching that had greatly helped him. He was sure it was his guiding light. Haibon then appeared and asked if they were fighting with lovers. Aesir rejected the idea and asked what Haibon held. Haibon replied that it was a gift for him and suggested if Aesir was not so fixated on the form of the weapon. Outside of swordsmanship, he could handle various weapons. Aesir replied hesitantly that Haibon was right, but he knew that imperial swordsmanship was to build a foundation. It was a straightforward and practical style, unlike heroic swordsmanship built on deep principles and superhuman. The advantage of the technique is its application to various weapons that Aesir has learned to handle different weapons because he needs every skill to survive in real battles. A day later, he put on the gloves and asked Haibon if they were iron gloves. Haibon replied that they were not just gloves but also iron gloves. It was something more interesting. Haibon instructed him to put power into his arm and imagine any weapon. Aesir imagined a dagger and the gloves released lightning power. He was amazed when the gloves materialized the dagger in his hand. Haibon asked him how it was and if he was right that it could be used while Leica looked at the dagger in amazement. Asyr asked Haiban if it was magic, and Haiban explained that it was spatial magic and that the gloves were weapon storage gloves. If Asyr wanted to store something, he just needed to imagine putting it in. He even warned him that only weapons could be stored in it. Asyr acknowledged that the gloves would be useful for him, but might not be useful for the swordsmen who were fixated on their weapon forms. He then asked Haiban why he made it. Haiban responded that he did not make them for himself. They were made for a friend, even though the friend passed away before receiving them. Leica asked if it was the friend from 20 years ago that had been mentioned before Haiban confirmed, explaining that his friend also used imperial swordsmanship, even though they took different paths. Haiban liked him because he accepted his lack of talent, but did not give up calmly walking his own path, which was one form of enlightenment heaven, then expressed his respect for his friend, making Asyr realize that he had distanced himself because he thought someone without talent like him would not have value for heroes. He did not believe Haiban cared enough to make something like that. Then told Asyr that he was similar to his friend, speaking bluntly. The eye behavior and sword techniques are all the same, making Haiban feel jealous. Haiban asked once again if Asyr would become his student. Leica was upset because Haiban asked again. Asyr answered that he would accept the offer, but only temporarily, and assured Leica that he would continue to teach him. He then directed his spear towards Haiban and suggested that they debate properly before leaving, thanking him. Haiban pointed his sword towards Asyr and also told him to listen to Leica. Observing from the side, Leica thought that Asyr seemed satisfied with the present and had obtained a master with a fairly good reputation. He then observed how Haiban and Asyr fought consecutively back to the ruined castle. The man told Luke that he had heard rumors that there was a swordsman in the village and came looking for Luke. Stuttering, he asked the demon who he was. The man answered that they were from the Molia Assassination Guild and came to seek permission from the Son of God to settle there. Luke felt horrified when he realized what the Molia Guild was and remembered that the largest assassination guild in the world that emerged 50 years ago was Molia. He wondered why they were in such an area. Luke then thought about the demon assassination offer and told the man that he would allow it. The man smiled broadly and laughed, instructing Luke to tell him about it. Luke then ordered the man to kill Asyr without hesitation. As the sun was about to set, Asyr and Haiban were still fighting. Seeing Haiban pull his sword back a little, Asyr noticed an opening and swung his sword forward while shouting that it was a good attack. He attacked Haven, who blocked it in time and praised him back. Haiban told him that his raw combat ability was equal to his own and that his movements were honed to perfection, but clarified that it was all he offered to Haven. He then released his aura and swung his sword back to push Asyr away, but Asyr managed to hold him back. Haiban told him that it was a pity that besides imperial swordsmanship, he seemed to have no talent for heroic swordsmanship. Haiban then silently stared at him, but suddenly caught the knife with his fingers, noticing that Asyr seemed to have adapted by using tools. Asyr replied that that was why he needed to make good use of Haven's little trick. Throwing his knife, agreeing, and telling him that he couldn't unleash the extraordinary power of heroic swordsmanship with just imperial swordsmanship in actual combat, so magic complementing the limitations of his swordsmanship would be useful. Asyr caught the falling knife while agreeing with Haven, saying that it would indeed be very useful because he accepted the challenge he trained with Haiban every day to adapt to the tool while still teaching Leica. He then told Haiban that in terms of talent, Leica was cut above. Upon this, Haiban asked if he wasn't worried about his heart with that child who was always there, and wanted to remind him of the last situation. But Asyr cut him off by answering that he wasn't affected at all. In fact, he wanted to be affected, but the old man was very cautious. Haiban then told him that his steadfast personality was boring and just like his old friends. Asyr was left wondering if the person he was referring to was his old friend, to which Haiban replied, yes. Haiban explained that just like Asyr, his old friend only studied the swordsmanship of the Empire and was a man who felt hopeless because he thought he had no talent. Haiban laughed, saying that what his old friend thought was his own business, but they also thought he had no talent. Then Haiban became serious and told Aesir that now he didn't even know what talent he had. Even Aesir was surprised to hear this, and couldn't believe he would say such a thing. He knew that he believed in talent and considered his own talent a blessing, so he couldn't believe that the arrogant man had changed his values in just a few years. This made him wonder what had suddenly happened. Leica appeared, calling out to Haven. Haiban asked her what was wrong, hesitating for a moment before answering that they had unexpected guests from the Empire. Haiban was annoyed, but replied that they were finally there and referred to them as the troublesome group. They then went out, and the captain of the Imperial Knights welcomed Haiban respectfully, reporting that the Emperor had summoned him and that he had to return to the capital with them. Haiban informed the captain of the Imperial Knights that he expected the successor of the captain of the guards to arrive. The captain hesitated, saying that the current captain of the guards was busy with other matters. Haiban said that he had planned to leave, so they should depart tomorrow because it was already late, and they needed to rest. The knight expressed his gratitude and left Haven, then informed Ribeiro that he was pleased to meet him after so long. He bid farewell to Haiban and then called Leo, who was surprised, and told him that he was glad to meet him and was confident they would meet again someday, even though he did not know what path he would take. He answered yes and thanked him. The full moon appeared above the castle, and in his room, Aesir dreamed about his past when he practiced alone. Someone told him that he had no talent and asked if it wouldn't be better to find another job. He replied that he did it because he wanted to, and if he planned to fail due to lack of talent, he would have given up long ago. The person told him to stop watching and leave, but Lapinia continued to watch him and advised that he would not achieve anything and that his talent was pitiful and worthless. He said he would return to Earth as a third-class sword warrior, and that was the best. He woke up sitting on the bed, realizing it was a dream from his past life. He thought it was a disgusting dream. He knew that Lapinia was the youngest and most brilliant swordsman with the sword he remembered. He told her that she wouldn't achieve anything, but he wanted to tell her to see her now, because she became a swordsman at the end of her life. Furthermore, she is now mentoring a child who may become her successor. He then asked her if that wasn't funny, and told her that she was wrong. Haiban appeared and asked why he was practicing so late. He replied that he had a bad dream and couldn't sleep. He then asked Haiban why she was also awake, and Haiban replied that she was leaving for the Empire at dawn. Haiban then suggested that they spend quality time together because they wouldn't meet for a while. Haiban gazed at him seriously and told him that he had traveled the world for the past 20 years to find contradictions and experience a changing world after meeting him. Haiban thought he knew it. This made him wonder what it was and why there was a thirst for blood coming from Haven. Then he took his sword and told him that he knew how wrong the things he believed were, but he maintained his stance and silenced Haiban, then swung his sword towards him. He did not move, and Haven's attack pierced his side, causing the ground to shatter and cutting down the three figures behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a horde of demons being driven away by him. Haven's attack. Haven told him that this was the truth he found after 20 years of traveling. He looked down and saw the demons dead. Haben explained that those demons had been relentlessly chasing him, hiding behind him, since before he asked Haiban why they were there, stating that they were creatures that should have been driven out of the world by heroes. Haiban argued that although the hero had surely defeated the Demon King and all dark creatures like demons and monsters disappeared, that was the truth known to the world and the history he experienced, but everything was still alive. Those demons are still chasing him, most likely trying to eliminate him and hide the truth. He later informed Haiban that dealing with those demons was a priority for now, which Haiban agreed to. The demons then ran towards them, screaming, and he swung his sword towards them, immediately killing the demons. With demons on his side, another demon launched an attack from behind, and he quickly grabbed another weapon, swinging it backwards to gain power and swinging it to kill the demons around him as he was busy fighting. Haiban watched him while fighting the demons on his side, thinking that his movements were exactly as he had said, showing the skills of a seasoned veteran. Haiban smiled. thinking that seeing him was like seeing an old friend. He made sure to himself that this boy was no ordinary child. He possessed true swordsmanship. His talent even surpassed that of his own hero's swordsmanship. Haibon then attacked with his aura, killing many demons while admiring the level of mastery he witnessed. Shortly after, all the demons died. When one demon was still making noise, Haibon stabbed its head, explaining that the demon creatures had returned to the world. He also suspected that the boy might be a demon entity who thought he could impersonate a child after consuming the memories of his old friend Jinwoo. He asked if Haibon referred to a doppelganger, to which Haibon answered yes, but clarified that demons cannot mimic the swordsmanship of a human who has reached mastery like that. So he was sure that the boy was indeed human and just resembled his late friend. Haibon then told him that he would go to the Empire to reveal the truth and warn them about the impending danger. He also mentioned that he had to search for the missing heroes and hoped they would meet again someday, because he wanted to have a longer conversation at another time. As the sun began to rise, he lay awake in bed thinking about the heroes and wondering if the warriors had truly failed to defeat the Demon King. He remembered when the world burned with the arrival of the Demon King. The warrior appeared like a comet and drove the demon warrior strong and shining like a hero from the fairies. But just like Haibon, the fighter disappeared 20 years ago, leaving the land and its people under his rule. It made him wonder where the fighter could have disappeared, and how to explain the peace enjoyed by the world so far if the heroes failed to defeat him. However, the Demon King, he knew that his duty remained unchanged. Whether he revealed his secret or not, whether he knew the truth or not, he would continue to use his sword, and that one thing would never change for him. He then met Luke in the hallway, and saw that Luke looked tired and hadn't slept yet. Luke smiled ominously at him and handed him a piece of paper in the other castle. A man told their leader that he could handle it himself, and asked if the leader really needed to accompany him. The leader reminded the man that Asher was a student of the Master Sword. The man rejected this statement by saying that Aesir was just a little boy without talent who only knew the sword of the Empire. But the leader insisted that Aesir was dangerous and different. He reminded the man that when their organization first revealed itself to the world, the individual who brought him to the brink of destruction was also someone who had mastered the imperial swordsmanship, so they must not forget that. However, the man took his sword and replied that it was because their organization was weak back then. But now, everything is different. He vowed that Aesir would fall into his hands, and as someone who continued the legacy of heroes, he would not be defeated by something lower than imperial swordsmanship. This made the leader silent and pensive for a moment. Then, on the way, Aesir walked to where Luke had instructed him to go using a map on a piece of paper. Luke had instructed him to go to a specific alley. Aesir chuckled when he found it interesting, then stopped walking when he arrived at the alley and told the people that he felt followed. To his surprise, a dark shadow appeared above him, and when he looked up, he saw 4 men floating above him. He recognized them as members of Motoria. He asked them what their business was with him, the humble one. The other members were surprised to hear that Aesir knew about them. They asked how he knew, but the man just laughed, finding it amusing because he didn't expect Aesir to know about them. Then he asked if Aesir's swordmaster had told him about them. Aesir replied that he knew enough because he had fought them in his past life, and at that time, they had settled in the same area that he had found and completely destroyed their headquarters. The man then teasingly told him that he had come to look for his own grave. Aesir just smiled back, feeling someone behind him. He quickly turned around and stabbed the man. Behind him, he then told the man that the past was just like before because they were still annoying trash, even after being mercilessly cut down by the imperial swordsmanship. The man was surprised and asked how he knew about it. Aesir replied that it didn't matter because his goal was the only thing that mattered. Meanwhile, in Castle Haibon, the Empire arrived, and the Emperor welcomed them. Haibon laughed and said that he had been telling the Emperor for over 20 years that he used to look quite smart back then, but now he was just an old man burdened by reality. The Emperor told him that he still lacked respect for the royal family. Haiban sat on the steps and said that he had taken the path of the sword, which meant human authority meant nothing to him. The emperor brushed aside the issue and mentioned that he had heard rumors. The emperor asked if Haiban meant the crack had opened and the demon had appeared. Haiban agreed and told the emperor that his priority was to find a hero, so he needed the empire's cooperation. But the emperor apologized and explained that it would be difficult. Haiban turned around and asked what he meant. The emperor told him that it was not the only problem. They were short of manpower, and heroes were not the only ones missing. Haiban asked again what he meant by that. In the alley, the man told Aesir that it was interesting. Usually he would kill him, but he had changed his mind, so he asked Aesir to tell him how he knew about their past. Aesir told the man to try it suddenly. One man appeared behind Aesir, ready to attack, but Aesir easily struck him down from behind. Another man leaped to attack him together, and Aesir threw his axe at both of them simultaneously, killing them instantly. The man acted amazed and tauntingly asked Aesir if this was a desperate struggle of a weak man using cheap tricks. Aesir just smiled, thinking about how useful his gauntlet was. The man then told Aesir that he was thorough in his preparations, and did not believe he was hiding a weapon in his attire, unaware that Aesir had used spatial magic to produce it. Drawing his sword, the man declared that this was the end for Aesir and that he would fall before his great swordsmanship unleashed a dark aura around him. Aesir recognized the Motoria swordsmanship and could not believe he was seeing that technique once again. He knew it was a style that concealed its form, moving through the darkness and attacking at vital points. The man directed his sword at Aesir, boasting about his great technique and promising that Aesir would perish because of it. A dark shadow then rolled around Aesir, positioning himself and focusing as an attack was launched in front of him. The man blocked him with his sword, but the dark shadow surrounding him again made him think it was unusual because he couldn't predict the pattern of the man's attacks. The shadow laughed. The man then attacked with a strong force, pushing Aesir backwards and making him release his sword while trying to maintain balance. The man aimed his sword at Aesir's neck, calling him a stubborn fool and calmly ordering him to die. Aesir acknowledged the man's skill by noting that it was difficult swordsmanship to master. The man proudly replied that he was one of the 13 esteemed seats recognized by the master Motoria. Aesir replied that it was sad they still clung to that title, and asked why the Motoria targeted him. The man replied that killers do not give reasons to their targets. Aesir grinned and informed the man that he would die, asking if he could not grant his last request to the dying man. The man replied that it was not a problem, and they came to that land specifically to kill him. Aesir asked why, and the man replied that it had been decided by the Oracle, making Aesir realize that he was targeted by the Oracle. The man confirmed and asked if that answer was enough. Aesir said it was more than enough. The man was then shocked when the spear pierced his chest. Bleeding and on the brink of death, the gasping man asked what it was, but Aesir only replied that it was a cheap trick. Meanwhile, in Castle Arex, Luke's room lit up as he poured wine for himself joyfully, laughing at the thought that Aesir should be dead by now. Luke felt pleased, thinking that the thorn in his side had been overcome, telling himself that no matter how skilled Aesir was, they were creatures of different levels. Then someone spoke, startling him. Luke looked up in confusion to see Aesir standing at the door holding a sword. Luke dropped his wine glass, which shattered on the floor, and he fell to the ground trembling in fear. Aesir stared at Luke seriously and told him that they needed to talk. Luke inquired of Aesir why he was there, but Aesir only asked Luke what he meant by that, implying that it sounded like Luke was saying he shouldn't be there. Luke looked at him, wondering if Aesir had truly defeated those Motorian people, and if he knew that Luke was the one who ordered the killing. As Aesir approached, Luke shouted in a stuttering voice, telling him not to come closer, and asking how he dared to enter the nobleman's room. Aesir raised his sword and swung it towards Luke, who screamed in fear, but Aesir only slashed the wall behind Luke, calling him young master and telling him that so far he had lightly ignored his actions, but this time he had crossed the line a bit too far while crying. Luke begged him to spare his life. Aesir seriously told Luke that he hoped he wouldn't disturb his peace with such despicable actions again. Then he drew his sword, tapped the wall, and before leaving, told Luke that this was the last time he would deal with him, hoping they wouldn't cross paths again to avoid further discomfort. Aesir glanced at Luke and warned him that it was his final warning. Then he left. Luke stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his face in fear. Meanwhile, in Motoria Castle, a man who had escaped reported to their leader that they had disappointed the leader who had suspected this. He said that they had been defeated by the Imperial swordsmanship once again, which was unsettling no matter how you looked at it. He pondered this, making him wonder who the child really was. Suddenly, a woman appeared laughing, startling the leader. The woman asked the leader if he truly believed there was a connection between the child and the former captain of the guard, just because the child held the Imperial swordsmanship. She then teasingly told her leader that she did not believe that Motoria, famous as it was, couldn't even handle one child, and that was pathetic. The leader replied that their past experiences with the Imperial swordsmanship were unpleasant, but the woman retorted that they had simply been defeated. Due to his lack of skills, he declared that he would take care of the child himself by releasing the power in his hands. He then told the leader that he would kill Aesir with the power of the god Maru. Meanwhile, outside the castle, people gathered in the middle of the night wondering what was happening. One of them explained that there was a rumor about a killer threatening young Lord Luke and entering the village. A citizen asked who had destroyed the killer, and another replied that it was the punk Aesir, making everyone find it hard to believe. As they knew Aesir as a troublemaker, the villagers realized that Aesir was the one who had just been chosen as a disciple by the swordmaster, making them wonder how the troublemaker could change so drastically. Karen stood silently beside, observing and listening. Then, inside the castle, Rera could not believe it was Motoria, and told Karen that it was a notorious group of killers in their region. Karen replied that the entire village could be destroyed, and Rero shouted in frustration because Luke had caused great chaos. Rock then asked Karen where Luke was, and Karen replied that Luke had not left his room yet. However, Rero agreed and told Karen that the next lord would endanger his own territory like this. Luke needs to reflect more before asking Karen about the atmosphere in the village, and Karen replied that fortunately everything has been settled and the atmosphere has become stable. She also noted that the villagers' perception of Aesir has gradually improved. Rero informed Karen that they must express their gratitude to Aesir regardless. However, Karen expressed her curiosity about Aesir's true identity and questioned whether someone's personality could truly change so drastically and become very strong. Rero responded by reassuring them that Aesir is not likely a demon, but acknowledged that Aesir is indeed a dangerous individual if he uses his powers with malicious intent. He could easily destroy the IRA region, but Aesir has fought for them and saved the village, so they need to make sure whether Aesir is truly on their side, or if he has other motives. Rock then told Karen that the opportunity to observe Aesir has come, and opened the scroll explaining that they need to see how Aesir will react. Karen, confused, asked Rero what he meant. But Rero remained silent, thinking it was an unexpected opportunity, but would be useful while Aesir was in his room cleaning the blood from his sword and thinking about Motoria. He remembered ordering the man to tell him why his lord wanted him dead, but the man replied that they did not know the reason, they were just following the lord's orders. The man also explained that Oracle had decided to kill him, and they only acted after gathering information. Aesir concluded that it seemed they were planning to use Loop to establish a foothold in the village, and the man agreed. The man then hesitated, just asking if Aesir would forgive him because he had told the truth. But Aesir raised his sword and told the man that he had never said he would forgive him. He wondered what they were planning, and then remembered Maru. He knew that Motoria was a cult that worshipped the god Maru, and that the leader who held one of the honored seats received powerful power from that god. They have expanded their influence by using the power of the gods, but he has defeated them all in the past. Now, after disappearing for a while, they reappear to kill him. This makes him wonder why and whether it means the gods know he has reincarnated. He then remembers the sword gate and decides to go to the capital, thinking someone there might know about the secret of his reincarnation. Suddenly, there is a knock on his door. When he opens it, he sees Leica looking sad. He asks why, and she answers that she has received a surprising marriage proposal. Previously, in Leica's office, she screamed at her father, asking if he had just mentioned a marriage proposal. She exclaimed that she did not want to and was not ready to get married. However, Ribeiro told her that he understood how she felt, but there was no choice. He reminded her that he knew who the other party was and suggested that she meet him first because he might be a good person in Aesir's room. Leica told him that she felt like she was just being sold to a prestigious family no matter what they said. Aesir commented that the family must be quite powerful, and she replied that it was the Batirial count that surprised her. She wondered if the Batirials really arranged the marriage. Pazer knows that Baka Bateria is one of the past heroes and the current ruler of the Battery. He has a connection with Valaka in his previous life, knowing that although Valaka is not very prominent or accomplished, he is a noble person who governs his territory well and is praised as a hero. He asks Leica if Vaka is proposing to him, and she answers no, explaining that it is Vaka's son. He then tells her that it is disgusting to think of marrying a man over 50 years old, and she agrees. Knowing that Valaka is definitely old now, he wonders why Vaka's son would be involved in an arranged marriage. Aesir remembers that in his past life in the Baka region, Baka had introduced his son Baros to him. He had told Vaka that he has a brave son, and mentioned that the marriage proposal is already circulating among the noble families. Valaka has confirmed this. It is an arranged marriage, and she tells him that she intends to let her son marry someone he loves regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners. This confirms that Valaka is not a typical noble. He is humble and sincere. Aesir thought that even someone like Valaka should do it. Surrendering to the reality of the noble Leica, then told Aesir that he had heard the news that he alone had eliminated the assassin organization that invaded their territory and hoped he could be as strong as he was. He regretted that now he couldn't even hold him back. Aesir's sword told him that he was truly talented, and it was a pity to see him go. He looked at him sadly and asked if he was really serious. Then he told him that he had one last request to ask, and asked if he would grant it. He looked at him confused for a moment. Then Aesir grabbed the wooden sword and asked Leica if he asked for the last duel. He shouted only answered yes, explaining that since he would not be able to hold a sword again, he wanted one last battle. He then directed his sword towards him and shouted for him not to hold back while smiling. He saw her as she jumped towards him, launching her attack and shouting for him to come to her. Moments later, a sword was dropped to the ground, and Aesir asked her if that was all. She gasped for breath and answered that she couldn't keep looking up to see her mother. Bia stood over her, looking at her sadly. Bina then held her hand and cried. Leica asked Bia why she was sadder than her, reminding her that she was also in an arranged marriage and doing fine. Bia replied that she and her father had known each other before, but Leica had never even met this person. She still told Bia that they came from a family of heroes, so she thought there was nothing wrong with it. Building a relationship with them would benefit them as well. Bina then told Asher that she wanted to ask when he asked what that was. Bia asked him to accompany Leica and take care of her when she went to introduce herself to the Bateria region. Aesir asked why, and Bina answered that Leica would need someone to talk to in a foreign place, and besides, he was the closest to Leica. He agreed because he also wanted to meet Valaka and see how she had changed. A few days later, they left the castle and were inside the carriage. Leica looked at them and asked why her father sent Karen with them. Both of them remained silent. She asked again why her father sent someone they didn't like, and Karen answered that it was God's command. The actual command given to Karen was to watch over Aesir, who suspected that the real target might be Leica all along, and that he might be hiding his motives. Rero also told Karen that Aesir would not risk his life for a territory and a castle that he always hated, so it was unlikely that he was behind the attack. The only person who truly acknowledged and followed Aesir was Leica. If Leica left Aesir, he might slowly reveal his hostility towards the territory they needed to monitor Aesir's actions and reveal his true intentions. Karen thought it was just a scheme for Aesir to win Leah's affection. However, Aesir knew that Ribeiro still doubted him. Karen considered Aesir a despicable scoundrel and decided that if Aesir tried something funny with Leica, he will soon cut it down. Leica calling Karen made her jump and ask why he only asked how long until they arrived, and if his thoughts were correct, they couldn't possibly be that far. Karen replied that they were entering Count territory, so they would arrive in about half a day. He was surprised that the distance was so close, and commented that it was truly surprising that they only had a few belongings. Interacting with people even though they were neighbors, Karen then explained that the Baker region had been isolated from the outside world for the last 20 years when he asked why. Karen replied that they didn't know, adding that it was surprising they suddenly brought up the arranged marriage afterwards. All this time made him wonder why now, after 20 years, he suggested it might be nothing but wondered why God there was called a hero. Karen replied that Vaka was seen as a saint, not a typical nobleman, making him wonder if Vaka was called a hero. Karen continued to explain that Albaka was born into a prominent prince's family and could have lived a luxurious, noble life. However, after witnessing the harsh realities of the world during his journey, Baka decided to leave his noble life behind and become a noble who cares for other nobles. Despite being sick and weak, Baka dismantled his castle and sold all his belongings, using the money to help those in need. He only imposed minimal taxes on tenants and even started farming. The villagers admired Baka for his actions and praised him as a hero. Leah commented that it was not easy for a noble to live like that in Albaka, and Karen agreed that Baka was truly an extraordinary person. She added that thanks to Baka's influence, the village had become a very peaceful place with kind people, often referred to as a paradise with no murders or bandits. Suddenly someone shouted, "Bandit!" and a servant stumbled to report to Karen that bandits had appeared. Karen couldn't believe it, but Leah pointed out that she had said there were no bandits while looking at the people staring at them with red and dark eyes. The morning sun cast a soft glow over the forest as Karzan instructed Leica to wait in the carriage quietly. Karzan's determined expression reflected his confidence as he stepped forward, preparing to face whatever lay beyond the clearing. Leica, frustrated and unwilling to sit idly by, clenched her fists, ready to defy Karzan's wishes despite her fear. Her dress flared as she moved, but before she could join him, a firm voice called her name, halting her steps. A young swordsman with silver hair emerged, his presence exuding calm authority as he gently urged Leica to trust him. Leica hesitated, her pride bruised by his words, but his piercing gaze reminded her of her own inexperience in dangerous situations. Karzan stepped forward beside the swordsman, his grip on his weapon tightening as a faint blue aura shimmered around him. The silver-haired warrior unsheathed his sword, its light reflecting the power he carried, and prepared for the looming confrontation ahead. Emerging from the woods were shadowy figures, their intent clear as they approached with malicious glares and weapons drawn. Undeterred, the swordsman took his stance, his energy crackling like lightning as he whispered a silent promise of protection. The bandits surrounded the group, their eyes wild with hunger and desperation, but the swordsman's focus never wavered. Among them, a gruff leader barked demands for food and valuables, unaware of the strength standing against him. Karzan gritted his teeth as the swordsman stepped forward, meeting the leader's challenge with unwavering confidence in his abilities. The bandits hesitated for a brief moment, realizing they had underestimated their opponents, as fear flickered in their expressions. The swordsman raised his blade, energy rippling through the air as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike to defend everyone. Karzan stood firm, his sword raised as he warned the approaching group, his voice steady but filled with an edge of caution. Asher stepped in calmly, his presence instantly silencing the tension, his focus shifting to assess the intentions of the strangers. Observing the ragged group, Asher realized they weren't bandits, but starving farmers, their desperation etched in every line of their faces. The leader of the group, trembling but resolute, gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes pleading as he revealed their plight. Asher tossed a bag of coins onto the ground, his quiet resolve speaking louder than words, as Karzan watched in confusion. The leader hesitated, picking up the coins with trembling hands, his expression a mix of relief and disbelief at Asher's generosity. Asher explained that survival outweighed conflict, urging them to take the money, find supplies, and leave peacefully before trouble escalated. Karzan observed in silence, conflicted by the unorthodox approach as the farmers dispersed, muttering thanks under their breath, clutching their new hope. The air cleared as Karzan questioned Asher's decision, only to receive a calm reminder about the value of sparing unnecessary bloodshed. Reflecting on their direction, Asher deduced they were fleeing from Belutura, a place that stirred unease in Karzan's otherwise composed demeanor. The realization hit Karzan like a storm. If Belutura had been compromised, the implications were far-reaching, shaking his earlier confidence. Leica, noticing the gravity of their expressions, approached with concern, her presence briefly softening the weight of the revelation. Asher explained the encounter, revealing the group were refugees heading toward Belutura, possibly from a larger force threatening the region. Leica questioned how bandits reached this deep into their territory, her voice carrying both curiosity and the weight of hidden worry. The carriage resumed its journey, the horses galloping steadily forward as their minds lingered on the growing shadows ahead. Leica stood in the carriage, frustration evident as she reflected on the attack, realizing the threat to their territory was escalating. Karzan expressed concern, his mind racing with the implications of growing danger, as Asher's sharp gaze hinted at deeper thoughts. Asher, silently observing, pieced together the situation, questioning the unseen forces causing unrest and disruption in their otherwise peaceful region. The view shifted as the group approached Belutura, the towering walls and ominous clouds setting the stage for what awaited them. The carriage entered the city's gates, the echoing hooves and murmurs of guards hinting at tension brewing within the stronghold. Stepping out, Leica's eyes widened at the sight of the grand castle. Its imposing size contradicted its lord's rumored modesty. Karzan voiced disbelief, questioning how such an opulent structure could belong to someone known for simplicity and an aversion to luxury. The gates creaked open, and a formal greeting awaited them, a figure stepping forward with an air of calm authority. The man introduced himself as Boros, his tone respectful yet firm, welcoming Leica and her companions with practiced diplomacy. As Boros continued, Leica's expression shifted, surprised by his revelation, her thoughts spinning as she tried to process his bold claim. Boros declared himself as Leica's fiancé, his formal tone masking his personal emotions, leaving Leica momentarily stunned by the unexpected announcement. The weight of his words hung heavy, as Leica struggled to reconcile the statement with her own understanding of the situation. Asher watched quietly, his calm demeanor masking his curiosity, analyzing Boros and the sudden shift in the group's dynamic. The scene transitioned as the carriage was led further into the castle grounds, the tension between them unspoken but palpable. The sound of hooves faded into the distance, the evening air carrying the weight of unanswered questions and hidden motives. Asher observed the surroundings from the carriage, his sharp gaze noting the changes in Belutura. The once vibrant streets felt empty. The streets, now filled with despair, lacked the lively charm they once held. Villagers moved sluggishly, their faces etched with fatigue. Asher recalled brighter days, when the village thrived, laughter echoing in the air and the people radiated hope and energy. Now, only hollow expressions remained, each step of the villagers heavy with the weight of unspoken suffering and growing desperation. Leica, peeking out from the carriage, questioned if this was truly Belutura. The unsettling atmosphere left her with uneasy thoughts. Inside the castle, Boros explained the situation, revealing a string of unsolved murders that had shaken the fragile peace of Belutura. Leica listened intently, her expression growing more serious. Boros warned them to avoid unnecessary attention while passing through the distraught village. Karzan remained silent, his hand instinctively gripping his weapon. The tension in the air heightened his vigilance as they discussed the matter. Entering a lavish dining hall, Leica couldn't hide her surprise. The stark contrast between the villagers' plight and the opulent setting was unsettling. As they sat before a grand feast, thoughts of the struggling people outside made the extravagant meal difficult to stomach for Leica. Asher's plate remained untouched. The elaborate display of wealth felt disconnected from the harsh reality of Belutura's suffering outside the castle walls. Leica whispered to herself, questioning how this could still be Belutura. The paradise she remembered now felt like a distant memory. Boros entered, politely asking if they were finished. His demeanor remained calm, but his words hinted at hidden truths they couldn't ignore. Asher's calm demeanor shifted as Boros acknowledged the visible disparity between the Belutura of the past and its current fractured state. Before leaving, Boros advised Leica not to hold on to her previous expectations, warning her that nothing in Belutura was as it seemed. Asher's thoughts raced as they entered the throne room. Boros's father sat on the throne, exuding an air of menace. The figure on the throne greeted them coldly, his piercing gaze unsettling Leica as she tried to maintain her composure. Rising to greet them, the Lord's voice carried a mocking tone, acknowledging their journey while subtly belittling their presence. Boros stood silent, his expression betraying frustration as the Lord hinted at their territory's struggles, dismissing them as insignificant concerns. Leica, though unnerved, held her ground. Beside her, Asher's sharp gaze remained fixed, silently assessing the potential threat before them. The Lord leaned forward, his tone growing darker as he commented on how Leica had changed, his words dripping with veiled intent. Unfazed, Leica introduced herself, her voice steady despite the oppressive air in the room, her resolve shining through her formal tone. The Lord's sinister laugh echoed, sending a chill through the air. His muttered repetition of Leica's name hinted at deeper intrigue. As the atmosphere thickened, Leica stood firm, her confidence unwavering despite the unsettling aura surrounding the man before her. Beneath her poised exterior, Leica's thoughts churned, determined to uncover the secrets hiding beneath the Lord's enigmatic words and eerie demeanor. The Lord's laughter echoed through the room, his eyes gleaming with sinister delight, as if relishing secrets only he understood. The quiet night blanketed the estate as the stars shone brilliantly. A sudden commotion broke the tranquility, signaling something urgent. Leica approached the grand door, feeling hesitant. The grandeur of the manor's halls made her presence feel out of place. Her steps faltered as she learned the shocking news. She was to stay in the Lord's chambers. Doubt crept into her mind. Leica tried to decline but was reassured. The Lord's son, Alan, explained it was his father's specific request to accommodate her. Leica hesitantly nodded, deciding to follow Alan's instructions. Her mind raced as unease settled in, unsure of what awaited her. In the dim light, a sinister aura loomed, filling the hall. A figure smirked, clearly satisfied with their manipulative plans. The Lord, seated arrogantly on his ornate throne, surveyed the room. He asked his son if Leica was properly settled. Alan stood upright, his father's questioning gaze sharp. He confirmed everything was arranged as instructed, suppressing his own reservations. The Lord reminisced, speaking of promises and legacies. His tone held a weight that hinted at deeper motives, causing tension to rise. Alan clenched his fists discreetly. Though he nodded in agreement, his thoughts swirled with unease at the memories his father invoked. The Lord, holding his chalice high, mocked Alan. He reminded him of failed expectations, suggesting Leica's arrival was a fortunate turn. Alan remained stoic as the Lord slyly hinted at his next move. The golden goblet reflected the flickering candlelight ominously. The Lord leaned closer, his gaze piercing. He spoke of taking Leica for himself, calling it a natural decision for their family. Alan froze momentarily. The weight of his father's words hit him, and he struggled to mask his growing anger and disapproval. The Lord's expression darkened. His sinister intentions were clear. Alan's resolve strengthened silently, knowing he had to act to protect Leica. The tower stood illuminated under the night sky, its majestic presence hiding the corruption festering within the estate's grand halls. Karan sat quietly, pondering the state of the manor. His thoughts lingered on how far Lord Valaka had fallen from grace. How could a man of such power fall into depravity? Karan questioned, his memories revealing the darker side of recent events. The once thriving city of Bellatrix, under Valaka's rule, had transformed. Prosperity turned to despair, leaving only shadows of its former glory. Karan's jaw tightened as he recalled Valaka's corruption. The greed, manipulation, and sheer disregard for his people drove the region into darkness. Outside the crumbling estate, the residents suffered endlessly. Hunger and fear defined their existence, while Karan watched in disbelief at the chaos. The villagers' desperation grew, with every ounce of dignity stripped away. They were forced to bow to Valaka's cruel and heartless demands. "Is this truly the Bellatrix I once knew?" Karan whispered to himself, his resolve hardening as he watched the suffering unfold. A sudden knock at the door broke Karan's thoughts. He turned sharply, bracing for whatever news might disrupt his evening. Alan entered, his expression unreadable. His presence hinted at urgency, and Karan prepared himself for yet another unwelcome revelation. Alan cleared his throat, announcing himself before hesitating. Karan studied him, sensing an unease that was rare for the confident noble. "I have something to share," Alan finally managed, his voice strained. Karan felt a wave of anticipation as the words hung heavily. The announcement was a shocking revelation. Lord Valaka intended to marry Lady Leica, a decision that shattered every semblance of reason. Karan's grip tightened on the armrest. He struggled to process the betrayal, his mind spinning with the implications of this outrageous declaration. Alan, visibly upset, confirmed the news. His engagement had been annulled, and his father had claimed Leica for himself in sheer arrogance. Karan stormed out of the hall, his determination clear. He refused to let Lady Leica fall victim to Valaka's twisted plans. Asher called out, questioning Karan's sudden departure. Karan's response was resolute. He would no longer stand idle while Leica suffered. Asher stepped forward to support him, his loyalty unwavering. Karan acknowledged his dedication, grateful for a companion who shared his conviction. Karan reflected on his journey, knowing the path ahead would test his strength. He could not allow emotions to cloud his judgment. Alan's smirk held a knowing glint. He admired Karan's resolve, but hinted that this mission carried risks far beyond expectations. Karan stood firm as Alan revealed his insights. He was aware of Karan's motives and knew this mission wasn't merely personal. Alan's observation unnerved Karan briefly. He realized his intentions were transparent to those who paid attention, raising questions about trust and strategy. Alan explained how he had anticipated Karan's moves, offering an unexpected insight. This revelation brought clarity, but raised further uncertainties. Karan, feeling the weight of Alan's words, prepared to act. As shadows gathered, the urgency of their mission became undeniable. A masked figure emerged from the darkness, clutching an item of importance. Their presence signified that the next phase had begun. Alan described the risks of interfering with Valaka's plans. Even without the hero of old, Karan's resolve would be severely tested. Alan confessed to secretly orchestrating a means for Lady Leica's escape. His efforts were driven by guilt and personal responsibility. Alan shared his plan. Leica would escape through a hidden path at dawn, avoiding Valaka's grasp. Karan agreed to the strategy. As Alan showed Karan the hidden escape route, their shared purpose grew stronger. This alliance carried hope for their precarious mission. Karan, standing resolutely, promised to honor their cause. He would ensure Lady Leica's safety, no matter the cost or the odds. Alan reflected on his father's downfall. Once a respected leader, Valaka had transformed into a tyrant over the past 2 decades. Greed consumed Valaka as he exploited his people. Their grain, livestock, and money were stolen, leaving them in desperation and poverty. The stolen wealth was funneled into building a lavish palace. This monument to excess stood as a mockery of the suffering outside. While villagers starved, Valaka indulged in luxury. Lavish feasts and carefree pleasures became his routine, showing no concern for the crumbling territory. Alan's face tightened in resentment. The father he once admired was now unrecognizable, drowned in arrogance and selfish desires. Karan mentioned how Valaka was once admired for his love for the land and its people. Time had eroded that image. Alan recalled the days when his father spoke of building a future with someone who shared his vision. Those hopes now seemed distant. 20 years ago, a new woman entered Valaka's life, changing him drastically. Her beauty masked the manipulation she carried within. Alan remembered her with unease. She was cunning and composed, using charm to steer Valaka away from his principles and into ruin. Karen listened intently, realizing how much pain Alan carried. The conversation deepened his understanding of the challenges ahead for them. Alan clenched his fist as he remembered the day everything fell apart. The betrayal felt as raw now as it did then. A vision of a ring falling to the ground haunted him. That moment had marked the final severing of trust and loyalty. Karan studied Alan's expression, sensing the inner turmoil. This was more than a mission. It was deeply personal for both of them. Alan broke the silence, acknowledging the weight of their situation. This wasn't just about revenge, but restoring hope to the broken land. Karan nodded in agreement, vowing silently to see this through. Their shared resolve marked the beginning of a united front. Alan's senses heightened as he noticed something peculiar. The air felt tense, and he questioned what could be causing this unease. He turned swiftly, spotting Asher entering the room. His presence was unexpected, bringing both concern and curiosity about his intentions. Meanwhile, Valaka sat comfortably on his throne, indulging in a golden goblet. His laughter echoed, amplifying the arrogance in his demeanor. Valaka seemed lost in his indulgence, plotting his next move with confidence. His attention shifted as he addressed his servants. With a smirk, Valaka commanded preparations to escalate his plans. His gaze hinted at a sinister intention regarding Lady Leica's room. Karen entered boldly, his presence a stark contrast to the lavish and corrupt ambiance Valaka surrounded himself with. Tension thickened. Karen examined a bottle of expensive wine, recalling its significance in Valaka's history. Memories of opulence contrasted sharply with current decadence. Valaka scoffed at Karan, mocking his audacity. His arrogance filled the room, dismissing Karan's presence as inconsequential to his power. Karan stared unwaveringly, his voice calm yet firm. He invoked the sacred oath of Bellatrix, a pledge Valaka had long forsaken. The weight of Karan's words hung in the air. Valaka's smirk faltered momentarily, as doubt crept into his expression. Karan's piercing gaze locked onto Valaka, and his voice trembled with conviction. He declared that the figure before him wasn't Valaka. A surge of violet energy erupted around Karan, illuminating the hall. The power released was immense, shaking the very foundations. Valaka recoiled in disbelief, his expression frozen in fear. The overwhelming energy made him question what he was truly facing. As Karan darted through the vast, empty corridors of the castle, his hurried steps echoed a sense of urgency and danger. Standing at the crossroads, he glanced back briefly, ensuring Miss Leica was following. His mission felt heavier with each step forward. A chill ran down their spines as shadows loomed behind. Without hesitation, Karan urged her onward, his focus unwavering in protecting her. As they fled, the air grew tense. Karan's sharp instincts warned him of trouble, and his words hinted at an imminent threat. Leica's eyes widened in shock as Karan's warning sank in. The realization left her heart pounding as they quickened their escape. The sound of thunderous footsteps filled the night as the castle's gates came into view. Safety seemed close yet out of reach. Karan pointed toward the carriage, ensuring Leica would climb aboard. He knew time was slipping, and danger crept closer with each moment. The glint in the Lord's eyes betrayed his intentions as he shouted orders. Chaos erupted in the courtyard, soldiers rushing to action. An emergency horn echoed through the castle walls, and the scene turned frantic. Karan's grip tightened, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Leica sat frozen in the carriage as Karan strategized. Her confusion deepened as unfamiliar cries filled the air, turning night into turmoil. A knight burst into the grand hall, his armor clinking with each hurried step. His urgent cries pierced through the gathering crowd. Racing down the golden-lit corridors, the knight's mind was overwhelmed. The Lord's anguished scream grew louder as he neared the throne room. With wide eyes, the knight found himself face to face with a shocking sight. His instincts screamed danger, but his feet remained rooted. Blood pooled beneath the Lord's chair as the knight's gaze fixated on the slumped figure. His heart pounded with disbelief. Words failed him as he whispered, "Father." Grief and fury intertwined within his chest as the weight of reality settled on him. A silver-haired figure stepped forward, his piercing gaze scanning the room. He knelt, addressing the fallen lord with a calm demeanor. The knight trembled as the truth began to unfold. The once proud lord was now something unrecognizable, a victim of dark forces. Gasps echoed through the room as the words, "a demon," were uttered. Fear took hold, unraveling their understanding of the situation. The silver-haired man stood tall, exuding authority. His presence alone silenced the rising panic, his voice steady, filled with clarity. As the weight of his words sank in, memories of betrayal and darkness resurfaced. A revelation seemed inevitable amidst the chaos. A moment of silence hung heavy in the air. The knight's thoughts raced, his mind recalling haunting memories buried over time. He recalled the Lord's descent into madness, a transformation none had dared to challenge. Regret burned as he stood before the throne. Stepping closer, the knight's emotions surged. This figure was both his father and a monster, a cruel paradox he couldn't escape. Determination burned in his eyes. He clenched his fists, knowing he had held onto a false hope of redemption for too long. His voice cracked, filled with anguish and anger. The silver-haired man remained unfazed, his calm demeanor unshaken amidst the knight's outburst. The knight's anger erupted, filling the throne room. Guards rushed in at his command, their weapons aimed at the silver-haired intruder. A dark energy pulsed through the room, freezing the guards mid-step. Their faces twisted in confusion as the tension escalated rapidly. The silver-haired figure's expression shifted, his tone sharp. His words carried weight, exposing truths that sent shivers through the knight's spine. Blood stained the marble floor as the twisted remnants of the Lord's corrupted body came to life. Chaos unfolded mercilessly before them. Amidst the grotesque transformation, a sinister voice echoed, mocking the room. The truth of their folly became painfully clear to all. From the pulsating darkness, a grotesque figure emerged. Its body twisted unnaturally, eyes glowing with malicious glee, exuding an ominous power. The guards recoiled in terror, their weapons trembling. The monstrous figure roared, its voice shaking the walls, amplifying their dread. Chaos spread as the knight's resolve faltered. Seeing the abomination before him, doubt replaced his earlier confidence, leaving him paralyzed. The creature's voice carried mockery, its gaze piercing. A cruel smile formed as it dismissed the humans, calling them insignificant pests. Rising tall, the monster's crimson aura consumed the room. Its overwhelming presence drowned the atmosphere in despair and suffocating fear. Meanwhile, Karen raced through the corridors, his breath heavy. He knew what was coming, but his mission kept him moving. As he turned the corner, he saw devastation. Walls crumbled, and the air smelled of ash, a harbinger of the chaos within. Screams echoed as soldiers fell, their attempts to fight futile. The beast's raw strength left no room for bravery, only panic. With sheer force, the monster obliterated another section of the hall. The knight watched helplessly, his mind unable to comprehend the devastation. Standing frozen, the knight muttered to himself, grappling with fear. Before him, the demon loomed, taunting him with a sinister grin. The demon sneered, revealing its pleasure in the destruction. Its taunts grew more personal, aimed at breaking the knight's fragile resolve. "Your beloved father," it snarled, "was my first plaything." The knight's horror grew as the monster detailed its gruesome exploits. Tears welled in the knight's eyes as anger swelled. His body trembled, fists clenched, but his fear rooted him in place. Just as despair threatened to take over, Karen charged into the fray. His blade glowed, and his resolve burned brighter than ever. In one swift strike, Karen's weapon collided with the demon. The clash sent shockwaves, marking the beginning of a fierce battle. The demon smirked as Karen's blade missed its mark. Its glowing green eyes revealed a twisted joy in toying with him. With a roar, the demon lashed out, its claws narrowly missing Karen. The room filled with an intense, suffocating heat. Karen retaliated, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. The arc of light surged forward, colliding violently with the demon's barrier. "You're skilled," the demon sneered, brushing off the attack. Its mocking tone only fueled Karen's determination to end this chaos. The demon leaped forward, releasing a burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the hall. Karen braced for the impact. Karen staggered backward, his armor cracked. The demon's laughter echoed as it mocked his efforts, its power seemingly endless and overwhelming. The demon's tone darkened, its rage evident. It accused Karen of challenging its authority, its true form now exposed for all to see. The silver-haired figure, observing the fight, muttered under his breath. He recognized the oath binding the demon and its unsettling origins. As the demon continued its taunts, visions of a tormented past flashed in Karen's mind. He saw ruins, despair, and countless broken oaths. Karen's resolve strengthened. He stepped forward, his grip tightening on his blade, ready to confront the memories and the monster before him. The demon sneered, recounting its survival. "Decades of hiding," it snarled, "yet none discovered me." Its voice dripped with satisfaction and malice. Karen remained silent, calculating his next move. The demon's arrogance was its weakness, one he planned to exploit without hesitation. As the demon gloated, memories from its stolen journals flickered in Karen's mind. He pieced together the truth hidden in plain sight. Karen's blade flashed, interrupting the demon's monologue. Its mocking laughter stopped, replaced by shock as Karen's strike grazed its core. "You're quick!" the demon hissed, its glowing aura flaring dangerously. Karen stood tall, unshaken, ready to deliver his final decisive blow. The demon's glowing green eye fixed on Karen, its voice a mixture of curiosity and mockery as it addressed him. Karen stepped forward, blood pooling beneath his feet. The room carried the weight of past battles and unspoken histories. The demon's tone darkened, its contempt clear. It recalled the ones like Karen who had once dared to defy its kind. Memories of a war long forgotten flashed in Karen's mind. He clenched his fists, knowing the burden of an ancient oath. Standing amidst the ruins, the shadow of an old battlefield lingered. Karen's expression hardened, driven by the legacy he bore. Karen's gaze pierced through the demon as he murmured his realization. "I thought they were gone," he mused, gripping his blade tighter. The demon roared, power surging violently around it. The air thickened with malice as it prepared to unleash its devastating wrath. Lightning crackled as Karen's sword charged with energy. He stepped forward, determination blazing in his eyes as the clash reached its peak. With a deafening cry, the demon lunged. Its power collided with Karen's strike, shaking the hall with an explosion of force. As the dust settled, Karen stood firm. His aura crackled with raw energy, signaling that this fight was far from over. The creature's enormous shadow loomed as Boros stumbled, its glowing eyes promising chaos within the eerie crimson light. Jin Sung tightened his grip, the vibrating sword glowing, its energy cutting through the dense air and radiating with determination. The beast lunged forward, a terrifying roar shattering the silence. But Jin Sung moved, his blade blazing like a comet. Crimson ichor splattered across the battlefield as the strike landed, piercing through the monstrous core with an electrifying burst. Boros collapsed amidst the wreckage, clutching his chest as the glow of victory lit Jin Sung's determined, unyielding gaze. As the dust settled, Jin Sung turned to Boros, his expression sharp, scanning for signs of life amidst the rubble. Boros groaned weakly, his golden armor battered, but his spirit still intact despite the battle's overwhelming odds. Jin Sung knelt beside Boros, checking his injuries, ensuring the poisoned breath of the beast hadn't taken its toll. Nearby, the monstrous carcass lay still, Jin Sung's blade embedded deep, its eerie glow a reminder of his decisive strike. Together, they steadied each other, rising from the crimson-streaked battlefield, united in purpose to face the challenges ahead. Jin Sung assessed the destruction, his mind racing, aware their next step must be swift before reinforcements of darkness arrived. Boros, clutching his side, nodded toward the approaching soldiers, their faces alight with urgency and concern for the fallen. A shout rang through the chaos. Asher called for aid, her voice clear as she motioned toward the injured knight. Soldiers surrounded Boros, their determination evident as they helped him toward safety. but Jin Sung remained steadfast, scanning the horizon. A tense silence followed. Only the faint echoes of battle remained as the group pressed forward into the uncertain future. Boros issued his command, steadying his voice, urging the soldiers to prioritize aid while his gaze lingered on the fallen. Asher moved quickly, her presence calm yet determined, her attention shifting between Boros and the injured soldiers gathering around. The sunlight pierced through the castle gates, illuminating the devastation but also offering a glimmer of hope for recovery. Jin Sung stood before the gravestone, his posture firm, the lingering memories of loss swirling as silence engulfed the sacred space. The gravestone's edges glimmered faintly in the sunlight, a solemn reminder of sacrifices that could not be erased or forgotten. Jin Sung reflected before the grave, the stillness offering clarity, his thoughts burdened by responsibilities he felt were unfinished. Boros approached, his armor scratched but intact, his expression shifting as he noted the weight of Jin Sung's unspoken thoughts. A quiet apology passed through Boros's mind as he acknowledged the delay in honoring their comrade's sacrifice through this memorial. Jin Sung stood silently, his gaze unwavering, his acknowledgement of the efforts clear but his emotions masked behind his calm demeanor. Boros, burdened yet resolved, found solace in the reminder that unity remained their strength despite the trials they faced together. Boros declared his intent to lead, his voice steady but uncertain, as the burden of his role weighed heavily. Jin Sung stepped aside, the wind brushing against his face, his thoughts shifting to the broader challenge of rebuilding their future. The fields below stretched endlessly, scattered with remnants of what once was, as determination swelled in Boros's heart. Jin Sung's silent vow echoed internally. Every soul lost must be remembered, and every fight ahead must be fought with purpose. The bustling village below was alive with efforts to recover, the resolve of the people evident in every small step. A memory of Valaka resurfaced in Jin Sung's mind, a figure once trusted, now marred by betrayal and lingering doubts. The courtyard gleamed under the midday sun, but Jin Sung's shadow stretched long, reflecting his quiet contemplation of past events. Boros turned, his expression measured, sensing unspoken tension in Jin Sung, a connection perhaps deeper than either wished to admit. The breeze carried echoes of whispered truths, reminding Jin Sung of secrets that demanded clarity despite the peaceful facade. Boros's words hung in the air, unspoken questions intertwining with trust, challenging Jin Sung to step further into his role. Jin Sung wrestled with his existence, doubting whether his presence created suspicion, questioning his purpose amidst the growing tension of the kingdom. The castle, grand and stoic, seemed to judge all who passed, its walls whispering tales of demons and deceit. Asher pieced together fragments of truth, each revelation sharpening her resolve, while uncertainty loomed heavy in the room. Boros explained the demon's cunning trickery, his tone heavy, his hands steady, as understanding dawned over Asher's determined gaze. Beneath the castle's grandeur, secrets festered, masked by the heroic facade that the demon had cleverly manipulated to serve its plan. Boros admitted the marriage was nullified by deceit. A weight lifted as Asher's sharp wit unraveled the demon's schemes. Asher glanced outside, her resolve unwavering, deciding her next steps would demand action before shadows overwhelmed the remaining light. Jin Sung stood distant, observing Boros and Asher from afar, knowing their trust was vital but requiring clarity for his path. Boros reflected briefly, his doubts quieting as he acknowledged the strength in allies like Asher, who could unmask even the darkest truths. The sunlight finally broke through the clouds, illuminating a moment of clarity as the next chapter awaited them all. Boros recalled fond memories of his father's companion, their shared battles, and the trust forged during years of unyielding loyalty. As Boros observed Jin Sung's demeanor, he weighed the sincerity of his actions, deciding trust might just pave the way forward. Jin Sung bowed slightly, acknowledging the compliment, his inner resolve hardening against the expectations placed upon him in this unfolding chapter. The weight of Boros's gratitude was humbling, a nobleman bowing to acknowledge a warrior whose journey was far from complete. Jin Sung straightened his posture, determined to honor the expectations, his mind already strategizing the path ahead for the kingdom's future. Boros offered thanks for the unwavering support, his tone carrying sincerity as he promised to fulfill his duties in return. Jin-sung hesitated, weighing the offer, understanding the balance of power required to uphold his ideals while maintaining respect for others. The solemn oath exchanged, marked by the symbol of Belaturia, reinforced their bond to protect what little peace remained. Jin-sung's gaze lingered on Boros, a quiet acknowledgement of their mutual resolve in the face of growing darkness. Boros's promise rang clear in Jin-sung's ears, a commitment bound by loyalty, understanding, and the shared burden of responsibility. The sunset painted the city in hues of red and gold, a fleeting moment of beauty amidst the looming uncertainty. Within the chambers, Boros reflected on the revelation of the doppelganger, a treacherous foe masked beneath trust's fragile veneer. He recalled Haiban's cryptic warning, the realization now clear, binding him to prepare against threats hiding behind familiar faces. Boros's determination grew. He resolved to remain vigilant, his thoughts fixated on protecting the kingdom from future schemes of deception. As the night fell, Jin-sung and Boros steeled their minds, ready to confront whatever trials awaited on the horizon. Boros and his companion reflected on Asher's contributions, acknowledging her pivotal role in saving the kingdom from chaos. A senior noble considered how to reward Asher, his thoughts a mix of gratitude and the weight of political obligation. Jin-sung, overhearing the conversation, paused momentarily, sensing a shift in the kingdom's leadership dynamics, and silently reassessed his position. With crossed arms, Jin-sung pondered the future, questioning whether trust would finally be extended to him after countless demonstrations of loyalty. He turned and walked, each step resonating with purpose as echoes of his actions filled the quiet palace halls. Jin-sung's mind raced, his thoughts fixated on how easily a doppelganger's deception had manipulated the kingdom's fragile trust. Looking out over the city, Jin-sung considered his next move, deciding there was no room for lingering in one place. His internal dialogue solidified his resolve, dismissing past grievances and focusing on the work necessary to protect against future threats. The city's golden light bathed his silhouette, a serene moment of clarity against the backdrop of ominous potential dangers. Jin-sung's sharp senses detected a faint movement behind him, his body instinctively tensing as he prepared for an unexpected encounter. A figure emerged from the shadows, their mocking tone slicing through the silence, drawing Jin-sung's attention with unsettling familiarity. The stranger's grin widened, revealing a sharp demeanor, as their words hinted at knowledge of Jin-sung's past and the battles fought. Jin-sung stood firm, his presence commanding, the weight of being recognized as an apprentice, steeling his resolve for what lay ahead. The grand city of Belaturia stood tall, its skies darkened as the demonic forces circled, casting an ominous shadow everywhere. Soldiers rushed to defend their land, but chaos erupted. Lord Brixius secretly formed an organization to uncover allies beyond Belaturia. Hidden behind closed doors, whispers of the intelligence organization spread. Its existence became the kingdom's best-kept secret during troubled times. Asher stepped onto the field, requesting access to the organization. Curiosity lingered. No one knew why he needed such powerful connections. His explanation was short. Personal use. Asher's calm demeanor unsettled those around him. Surely there was more to his request. Asher, dressed in black, smirked slightly, standing in the shadows of the grand hall. He didn't waste words explaining himself. "I'm Asher, your new employee," he introduced, confident and nonchalant. The unfamiliar energy radiating off him unsettled the entire room. Asher's skill with magic was undeniable. Tales of his strength echoed. His presence alone hinted at deeper secrets still left unspoken. The way Asher effortlessly fought demons startled everyone. None had seen someone slay such creatures with such control and precision. He shrugged off the praise with a laugh. "I didn't notice," he muttered. For Asher, it was just another day. Asher knew more than he let on. The doppelgangers knew something, he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowed with thought. His words hinted at greater danger lurking beneath the surface. Even the bravest soldiers questioned how much Asher truly understood. "The whispers of the heroes," Asher finally admitted. His tone was calm, but the weight of his words was undeniable. Heroes of the past, names forgotten and twisted. Hannah and Valencia, he mentioned, staring into the distance. Their fates were tragic. Some disappeared, others changed. Asher's gaze darkened. These weren't legends to him, they were warnings of the road ahead. For 2 decades the kingdom struggled, warriors vanishing without explanation. Their names were forgotten, but their sacrifices left deep scars. The demons clawed through their ranks, unrelenting and brutal. Every battle brought despair as their monstrous forms grew stronger and wilder. Survivors gathered in hidden camps, haunted by shadows. Those who returned carried broken minds and stories no one could comprehend. Amid this chaos, the demon's leader emerged. His eyes burned with malice as though he enjoyed humanity's desperate fight for survival. Yet hope wasn't lost. Whispers of a hero resurfaced, someone strong enough to pierce the darkness and restore the kingdom. Valorant's name echoed through the halls as the next goal. His whereabouts remained a mystery, but Asher was determined to search. Doubt lingered briefly, but Asher brushed it off with confidence. His pride wouldn't let him walk away from the challenge. The task wasn't small, but his calm face revealed nothing. Asher knew intelligence was power, and power was all he needed. "No way I'll fail," he thought, gripping his resolve tightly. Finding Valorant's trail would prove his skill once and for all. He stepped forward with renewed focus. If anyone could unearth secrets no one else could, it was Asher and his persistence. The evening sun cast golden light as Asher hurried out. A new journey had begun, with more obstacles waiting in his path. From rooftops to alleyways, he moved quickly. Time was precious, and the first lead was hidden somewhere within the capital. He paused for a moment, watching the city glow beneath the sunset. Its calmness was deceptive, masking the troubles lurking underneath. His mind raced. Where to start? Whom to ask? For now, he decided, gathering every scrap of information would lead to answers. With a confident smirk, Asher leaped forward into the unknown. The search for Valorant had begun, and nothing would slow him down. Asher sat silently on the rooftop, surveying the sunset cityscape. His next steps required planning, patience, and unshakable determination. The distant streets below teemed with life, oblivious to looming dangers. To Asher, this peace felt fleeting, like a momentary illusion. He noticed faint movements in the shadows. Someone, or something, seemed to be watching, testing his instincts. It wasn't the wind this time. Without hesitation, Asher leapt down, breaking the stillness. The search for answers wouldn't wait, and his enemies were already moving. Far beyond the city walls, a group traveled urgently. Unseen forces stirred. The calm before the storm would soon shatter. Travelers rested beneath golden leaves, sharing rumors over cups of ale. "Bellaturia's gates are open," one said, eyes bright with wonder. The news felt impossible to some. For decades, the kingdom had remained closed, forgotten. Now questions lingered as curiosity spread quickly. Merchants welcomed the opportunity, though others whispered darker reasons. What had forced Bellaturia to open its guarded borders after so long? "Demons," they murmured in hushed tones, dismissing it quickly. To most, demons were myths from old stories told to scare children. Yet an elder leaned back, his face grim. He had seen the monsters firsthand, and knew what true fear looked like. "Demons aren't real," someone scoffed. But the elder's hands shook as he remembered. Monsters with glowing eyes, sharp claws, and endless hunger. The battlefield from years past flashed before his eyes. Friends were slaughtered, villages burned. The demons left nothing but despair behind. Among the chaos, the elder had barely survived. He recalled running with his mother's hand, pulling him through the ashes and screams. His voice faltered. "We almost didn't make it." Memories of a black, clawed hand reaching for them still haunted him at night. Asher listened from afar, silently piecing it together. Demons weren't myths, and their return meant darkness would descend upon the land again. The elder's voice trembled as he recounted the past. They saved us, he said, a flicker of awe in his eyes. Heroes clad in steel appeared through the smoke. Their blades cut through monsters with unmatched precision, turning despair into fragile hope. I only glimpsed them, the elder continued, but I'll never forget their faces, like gods walking among men in our darkest hour. Asher listened, his gaze firm. The stories of these heroes felt too real to be myths, hiding more truth than fables. In the distance, a caravan rode toward uncertainty. Their quiet journey would soon collide with the echoes of demons, stirring once more. The stillness broke as the sunset sky turned crimson. Silhouettes leapt from the rooftops, enemies emerging like a plague in the dusk. Screams echoed as chaos erupted. Buildings shook, fires ignited, and the unspoken fear of demons returned, now undeniable for all to witness. Panic spread through the crowd. Asher sprinted into the chaos, determined to confirm what he already suspected. This attack wasn't random. Blood splattered across walls. The demon's presence was unmistakable, their glowing eyes piercing the fading light like death incarnate stalking the city. This proves everything, Asher thought. The rumors weren't mere tales. The demons had returned, and their intentions were darker than before. Asher's sharp gaze locked onto the disturbance ahead. His instincts screamed. The next encounter would reveal something critical about the demon's return. Turning a corner, Asher witnessed Lady Leica mid-training. Her strikes were precise, but the weight in her movements betrayed her thoughts. The atmosphere's tense, Asher noted, watching guards nearby. Everyone sensed it. The calm had shattered, replaced by a collective unease gripping the air. Leica paused, spotting Asher. He approached without hesitation. Two warriors understanding the weight of the moment and the fight that lay ahead. Standing atop the walls, Asher stared beyond the horizon. I can't stay idle, he thought. The real fight begins here. Lady Leica gripped her weapon tightly. Her eyes scanned the streets, disbelief written on her face. She'd only read about demons before. The tension grew heavier. It's real, Asher thought, watching her expression change. Seeing them in books was nothing like this reality. A sudden cry for help broke the silence. Asher turned instinctively, his sharp senses confirming the voice was coming from nearby. Leica moved quickly, her instincts on high alert. The calm facade of the city cracked as chaos spread through the streets. From a distance, people ran frantically, fear overtaking them. Asher narrowed his gaze, already prepared for whatever awaited them ahead. The villager stumbled forward, his clothes torn and blood-stained. Desperation filled his face as he reached for help, his voice shaking. "Demons attacked!" he gasped, his body barely holding together. The news struck like lightning. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Asher's gaze sharpened instantly. His instincts screamed danger, and the weight of responsibility settled heavily on him as the sun dipped lower. Beyond the horizon, the village lay in ruins. Smoke billowed, and the ground was littered with bodies, a silent testament to terror. Asher sprinted ahead, Leica and the guards following close behind. The urgency in their movements betrayed the severity of the situation. The crimson sky loomed overhead as they rushed toward the village. Each step felt heavier with the weight of uncertainty. Asher glanced over his shoulder, reading Leica's expression. Her determination was clear, but even she couldn't hide her rising tension. They arrived, and the sight was worse than imagined. Blood pooled across the ground, bodies littered the path like discarded remnants. Confused guards shouted nearby, searching for survivors. Asher scanned the scene, already knowing the attackers weren't bandits. It was something far worse. Asher crouched down, eyes narrowing at the ground. Footprints, large and jagged, marked the dirt. No bandit left tracks like these. Broken weapons lay scattered around, crudely made and unnatural. Demons, Asher thought, his suspicions confirmed as dread settled in his chest. Leica ran forward, her concern evident. A survivor lay ahead, weak and trembling, barely clinging to life after the attack. It was them, the man whispered faintly, his voice cracking. Asher's stomach twisted. This wasn't an isolated event. It was only the beginning. Dark clouds rolled overhead, masking the fading sunlight. Asher clenched his fists. Whatever was stirring had already left its deadly mark. Guards circled around trying to gather information. Leica stood beside Asher, her eyes wide. "Goblins," someone muttered, disbelief echoing in their voices. Memories of old stories resurfaced. Goblins were monsters from forgotten tales, a nightmare thought, long gone. Asher knew better than to doubt. Across the horizon, the shadows of monsters emerged. Glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness, sending shivers through even the bravest soldiers. Goblins weren't just wild beasts. They were relentless and cunning. How? Asher wondered. These creatures had disappeared for years. Now they had returned. At the heart of it all stood Bellaturia's castle, silhouetted against the night. The kingdom's secrets were unraveling, one attack at a time. The merchant spoke quickly, his hands shaking. "Goblins," he said, his voice trembling. Asher and Leica listened intently, dread settling in. Goblins had emerged from the woods, ambushing the merchant's wagon. The attack was swift and ruthless, leaving no room to escape. Asher's gaze sharpened as he processed the words. Goblins, green-skinned, cunning monsters, were no longer just myths. This was a real threat. Memories of forgotten stories resurfaced. Goblins had vanished 50 years ago, along with demons. Their return signaled something far more dangerous. Leica glanced at Asher, her expression conflicted. The puzzle was incomplete, but one thing was certain: this wasn't a coincidence anymore. Asher's mind raced. 50 years, he thought. The war had ended, monsters were gone, and peace reigned. Yet something had changed. He recalled the old histories where demons were sealed away. The world had been quiet ever since. Until now. Why now? The passageways to the demonic realm had been shut, protected by the heroes who once stood tall as humanity's defenders. Legends told of heroes who conquered monsters, erasing their threat. Their sacrifices sealed the gates, ending the nightmare humanity had endured. Asher stared into the void of his thoughts. If monsters were returning, something or someone had shattered the seal holding them back. The war's aftermath had been clear. Monsters driven far away, their presence banished to the outer territories, a shadow of memory. A lone hero named Ravaria, Queen of the North Sea, had claimed control over lands where monsters once roamed freely. Ravaria ruled the harsh northern regions, maintaining peace with unwavering strength. Her presence alone kept monsters from challenging humanity's dominion again. But that balance had broken. Monsters, no longer restrained, moved with purpose. Stronger forces lurked behind them, directing their advance. Asher's resolve solidified. Whatever force had disturbed this fragile peace, he would uncover it. Humanity's survival depended on the answers he'd find. Asher's gaze sharpened as he pieced together the clues. Ravaria's absence meant the North was falling into chaos, and fast. Leica shifted nervously, her thoughts heavy. Goblins was a foreign word to most, yet Asher knew these creatures were no myth. The elder struggled to recall his past. Adults fought them, he admitted, his hands trembling. The memory is too distant to trust. As the room fell silent, morning's light crept into the window. Outside, the town buzzed with its restless, uneasy atmosphere. The next morning painted the sky blue, but unease settled thick. Asher knew the answers he sought wouldn't come easily. In the market streets, chaos festered beneath normalcy. Rumors of monsters and assassins spread quickly, unsettling the townsfolk's already frayed nerves. Asher walked beside Leica, their focus unwavering. Every whispered fear confirmed their suspicions. The city trembled on the edge of collapse. "The Lord's meeting with vassals," a merchant muttered nearby. Even those in power had no answers for the rising monster attacks. Desperation was clear. No books, no memories, nothing tangible remained about goblins. Asher understood now. Knowledge of these creatures was nearly extinct. He studied the streets, his expression grim. The city wasn't just afraid, it was paralyzed. Time to act was running out. Asher scanned the surroundings, piecing together what little information remained. Goblins weren't invincible, but in numbers they became unpredictable and dangerous. These monsters, though weak, attacked in overwhelming packs. That chaos made them lethal, leaving villages defenseless and people scattered without warning. In a time of peace, complacency made humans soft. The goblins knew this and were using it to their brutal advantage. The mood in the city soured further. Asher's sharp senses warned him that something bigger was moving behind these small, chaotic events. With resolve hardening in his chest, Asher stepped forward. It's better to strike quickly, he thought, before it's too late to act. Leica's sharp gaze softened as the night stretched above them. The quiet calm of the moonlit castle disguised the looming danger. Asher stood silently, his thoughts racing. He couldn't delay any longer. Their only option was to move under the cover of darkness. The golden doors loomed ahead, intricately carved and symbolic. Asher's determination solidified. There was no turning back now, not with so much at stake. Let's go, he thought, his hands pushing the grand door open. Whatever lay ahead would lead them closer to the truth. Turning, he caught sight of Leica waiting. Her presence surprised him, but her resolve was clear. They'd face this challenge together. Leica stepped forward, confidence radiating. Asher expected nothing less. She wasn't someone to watch idly while the world fell apart around them. It's dangerous, Asher thought briefly. He knew this mission would be perilous, but deep down he respected Leica's unwavering resolve to help. If the Lord finds out, we'll both face consequences, Asher mused internally. But it didn't matter. Something bigger demanded their immediate attention. Guards patrolled the walls, unaware of the two figures slipping through the shadows. Asher moved quickly, guiding Leica to the secret exit. Stars lit the night sky as they emerged from the castle grounds. The quiet stillness was deceptive. Monsters waited just beyond. Leica whispered as they crept through hidden paths. The passage isn't known to many, she said. Asher nodded, thankful for the secrecy. Moving quickly, they exited the hidden door into the forested edge of the castle grounds. The air felt cold and heavy. We'll start where the merchant was attacked, Asher noted firmly. Every clue mattered, and they'd follow the goblins' trail no matter the risk. Asher knelt to inspect faint footprints in the soft earth. They were jagged and deep, evidence of goblins moving in significant numbers. We'll follow this path, Asher thought, rising to his feet. Their hunt for answers had begun, and failure was no longer an option. Asher sprinted ahead through the dense night, his blade at the ready. Follow me, he thought, keeping Leica close behind. The moonlight painted their path in pale silver as they pushed forward. The faint sound of rustling leaves hinted at danger. They're close, Asher realized, tightening his grip. The goblin's trail wasn't hard to follow. The stench of destruction was unmistakable. From the shadows emerged red eyes, one by one. Goblins crept into view, their twisted forms gathering under the pale moon. A massive figure stepped forward, dwarfing the smaller goblins. Asher's heart pounded. This was no ordinary raid. Something far worse was brewing. The forest grew denser as Asher moved swiftly under the starlit sky. The path narrowed, but he didn't slow down. Asher! Leica's voice called faintly, her breathing uneven as she hurried to keep pace. The night's chill settled deeper into them. Asher paused briefly, his sharp gaze scanning ahead. Almost there, he thought. The strange air told him the goblins were near. Pointing to the nearby swamp, Asher whispered inwardly, "They're here." Goblins preferred damp, humid places, natural cover for a growing nest. Leica caught up, glancing at him. She could feel it too, a lurking menace just beyond their sight, waiting in the shadows. Asher raised a hand, signaling Leica to crouch low. Glowing torches flickered ahead, casting shadows of goblins patrolling a hidden encampment. Breathe slowly, Asher thought, steadying himself. He knew one wrong move could send the entire nest swarming toward them in chaos. They crept forward silently, the sight becoming clearer. Guards stood watch, green-skinned goblins, their sharp spears glinting menacingly under the pale moonlight. Leica's eyes widened as she spotted the goblins. Her grip on her weapon tightened instinctively, her heart racing with both fear and resolve. Asher's blade crackled faintly with energy, his calm demeanor unchanged. "I'll take out the guards first," he thought, ready to strike. The nearest goblin froze, sensing movement. It turned, but Asher's blade cut through the air before it could react. The attack was clean and swift, leaving the goblin crumpled at his feet. Asher moved again, fluid and silent like a shadow. Leica watched in awe as Asher weaved through the guards. Each strike was precise, eliminating any chance for the goblins to alert others. The remaining goblins noticed too late. Shrieks of surprise echoed into the night as Asher's sword glowed, cutting through their defenses effortlessly. The last goblin dropped its spear, terror on its face. Asher didn't hesitate, silencing it quickly. The clearing fell into eerie silence. Asher's sword struck deep, pinning the goblin down. The creature writhed, its grotesque body twitching as its faint breaths filled the silence. It's still alive, Asher thought coldly. His eyes darkened with purpose. There were lessons Leica needed to learn firsthand. He turned to Leica, stepping aside. The weight of his words lingered. She froze, startled, as Asher's intent became clear. "Miss Leica," his gaze firm, "you'll finish this." The still-breathing goblin before her represented more than just survival. It was her awakening. Leica's grip on the hilt trembled. The realization hit her. This wasn't training. This was blood, death, and responsibility staring her down. Asher stood back, watching Leica approach the goblin. She has to understand, he thought. Hesitation could mean death in the real fight. Leica's heart pounded. Her eyes met the goblin's wide, terrified stare. It clung to its final moments as if aware of its end. Her blade wavered before she forced her body to move. Sweat dripped down her face as the weight of the act sank in. The goblin fell silent, its body collapsing into the earth. Leica stepped back, her hands shaking, the blood on her sword glinting under moonlight. Asher nodded silently. She did it. Taking a life changed a person, and Leica's resolve was beginning to harden, just as he expected. From the distance, shrill goblin cries erupted, shattering the silence. The nest had been disturbed, and the creatures were rallying fast. Goblins poured out of the hidden encampment, their savage yells cutting through the night. Their numbers multiplied, an endless tide of green. Asher's eyes narrowed. Savage, unintelligent fighters, he noted. But when swarming together, their sheer aggression turned them into a deadly threat. Leica knelt beside Asher, steadying her breath. "They're more organized than we thought," she whispered. Their movements weren't as random as expected. Asher's mind raced. Someone, or something, was leading them. This was no ordinary raid. It was only the beginning of a larger storm. Leica questioned Asher, her face tense. He paused, his gaze unwavering. Timing is key, Asher thought, watching the goblin's restless movements. Asher crouched low, observing the camp. Once they're asleep, he mused. The goblins won't move until dawn. That's when we strike. Goblins shuffled back to their huts, their short, deep sleep routine a weakness. Asher's strategy relied on exploiting this simple flaw. "Stay here," Asher instructed inwardly, eyeing Leica. He planned to infiltrate silently, reducing risks. One misstep, and the goblins would swarm. Leica stared after him, uncertain. How does he know so much? She wondered. Asher's calm demeanor concealed years of harsh experience. The goblin guard stood under the pale moonlight, spear in hand. Its lazy posture betrayed a false sense of security. Asher darted silently from the shadows, his movements fluid. The guard turned slightly, but it was already too late to react. Asher's blade struck cleanly, blood splattering the ground. The goblin crumpled soundlessly as Asher's gaze shifted to the camp beyond. Stupid beings, Asher thought, his steps controlled. The enemy's complacency was their greatest flaw, one he intended to punish mercilessly tonight. A flicker of moonlight reflected off Asher's blade. His resolve hardened as he moved toward the huts, ready to finish the job. Asher entered the first hut. Goblins sprawled across the floor, snoring heavily. They sleep like babies, he noted coldly, sword in hand. His blade glided effortlessly through the nearest goblin. It didn't make a sound, its life extinguished in an instant under Asher's strike. Asher moved swiftly from one goblin to the next. It's cruel, he thought briefly, but leaving them alive will risk countless humans. Blood splattered as his strikes continued, each precise and lethal. The camp's silence was his greatest ally, and he moved unseen. Standing outside, Asher exhaled, the hut now silent behind him. One down, he thought. The night had only just begun. Asher gazed at the hut under the moonlit sky. Its appearance was strange, unlike the goblin structures he had seen. He cautiously approached the hut, his footsteps barely making a sound. The eerie silence around him heightened his unease. Stopping abruptly, Asher whispered to himself, "Human-made?" It looked too deliberate, too sturdy, out of place amidst the goblin chaos. The quiet around him broke as thoughts raced through his mind. Could this be their leader's hideout? It's too unusual. Inside the hut, a sea of glowing red eyes waited. Goblins filled the darkness, their menacing grins reflecting moonlight. Realizing the danger, Asher clenched his sword tightly. "I need to eliminate this first," he thought, steeling his resolve. He moved swiftly across the clearing. At a glance, the hut appeared empty, but years of battle taught him otherwise. Asher's eyes narrowed. "Abandoned? Impossible," he muttered. Suddenly, the air tensed, and his instincts screamed of imminent danger. The roof shuddered and caved with a thundering crack. Asher leapt back, realizing too late. It was an intricate trap. With dust settling, Asher grimaced. A trap? He scanned his surroundings, searching for any movement lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Leica remained hidden, watching from afar. Her heart sank. "I should have gone with him. Something feels off." Leica hesitated. She clenched her fists, guilt tugging at her. "I was told to wait, but I need to do something." Movement nearby startled her. A faint rustle of leaves gave her little time to react. A group of goblins appeared. The goblins spotted Leica and charged. Their weapons gleamed under the moon as they moved with terrifying speed toward her. Leica pulled her sword free, gritting her teeth. "Goblins!" Her training kicked in, and she braced herself for the fight. Leica steadied herself, exhaling slowly as the goblin turned. "Calm down," she thought. "It's just one. I can handle this." Her hands gripped the sword tightly as she whispered encouragement to herself. She knew Asher wouldn't let her live this down. Leica stepped forward, her sword gleaming under the moonlight. The goblin snarled, but she felt determination surge through her veins. Her stance shifted into a practiced form. "Come on, you goblins," she muttered, ready to show the strength she had hidden. From the shadows, a chilling voice echoed. "Stand back!" Leica froze, heart pounding, as multiple goblins turned toward her presence. The massive goblin loomed ahead, its sharp gaze locking onto Leica. "Looks like a proper test," it growled, stepping forward. Leica's breath hitched. "What the?" Her hands tightened around her sword as she realized this wasn't an ordinary goblin. Towering above the others, the goblin held an intimidating presence. "Why is that goblin so big?" Her heart raced wildly. The goblin smirked, its deep voice breaking the silence. "And it talks?" Leica muttered, shocked as the creature grunted in amusement. Leica's gaze burned fiercely as she faced Tarkin, her blade shimmering under the moonlight, determined to prove her strength. Tarkin stepped forward, his presence imposing, his muscles tense. He exuded confidence, seeing this as a chance to showcase his might. "I'm not just a goblin," Tarkin declared, his pride evident. "A warrior who mastered both strength and technique stands before you." Leica tightened her grip, the weight of Tarkin's words sinking in. She prepared herself mentally for the inevitable clash of power. Tarkin's sinister grin revealed sharp fangs. His unwavering confidence made it clear he viewed Leica as no real threat to him. Tarkin let out a loud laugh, mocking the idea of superiority. He raised his spear, ready to strike without mercy. Leica lunged forward with precision, her blade gleaming as it sliced through the darkness, aiming for a decisive blow. Tarkin's spear clashed with Leica's sword, sparks flying as their energies collided. The forest seemed to tremble from their exchange. Leica pushed forward, her movements swift and deliberate. She refused to let Tarkin's mocking grin distract her from her goal. The clash reached its peak, both fighters fully immersed in the heat of battle, neither willing to give an inch. Asher walked cautiously into the village, noticing the blood trail near the small hut. Something felt off, and his instincts sharpened. A sharp pain jolted through his leg. Asher glanced down, realizing he had triggered a cleverly hidden trap designed for intruders. Gripping his injured leg, Asher steadied himself. The goblin's cunning surprised him, proving they were more strategic than anticipated. Asher scanned the area, quickly assessing his options. He knew more traps or an ambush could be waiting in the shadows. The goblins revealed themselves, their cruel laughter echoing through the night as they encircled Asher, relishing the sight of their prey. Asher stood in the center of the goblins' ambush, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm, yet his composure remained unbroken. He focused his energy, a purple aura igniting around him, crackling with power as he prepared to cut through the horde. With a sharp swing of his sword, Asher released an arc of energy, slicing through the first wave of goblins. The battlefield grew chaotic, goblins charging recklessly, but Asher's precise movements created a path, leaving destruction in his wake. Screams filled the air as the goblins fell, one after another, unable to match the overwhelming force of Asher's attack. Asher's blade glowed brighter with each strike, his movements graceful yet relentless, like a storm tearing through the ranks of enemies. "I need to end this quickly," Asher thought, aware that the battle was far from over despite his initial success. Leica joined the fray, her blade meeting Tarkin's spear in a fierce clash, the sparks illuminating their intense exchange of strikes. Tarkin's grin widened, impressed by the human's skill, yet his confidence remained unshaken as he planned his next move. Leica's strikes grew fiercer, but Tarkin's strength and endurance pushed her back, forcing her to rethink her approach mid-battle. Leica steadied herself, her mind racing to understand how Tarkin could move with such agility despite his massive and brutish appearance. "This is no ordinary goblin," she thought, her focus narrowing on the rhythm of his movements and the power behind each strike. Tarkin taunted her, pointing out flaws in her stance, his arrogance veiling the fact that her strikes were testing his limits. The clash of their weapons echoed through the forest, each strike pushing them both closer to the edge of exhaustion. Tarkin's laughter rang out, a mixture of respect and pride, as he continued to toy with Leica, confident in his victory. Tarkin's voice boomed through the forest as he advanced, his imposing presence exuding confidence and his steps shaking the ground. "My strength isn't for show," Tarkin thought. His focus sharpened as Leica's movements hinted at something unexpected, raw potential unspoken. Leica's blade gleamed under the moonlight as she countered Tarkin's taunts. Her confidence was unshaken, her stance brimming with defiance. Their weapons clashed in a whirlwind of strikes and energy, creating shockwaves that illuminated the darkened battlefield with bursts of light. Leica launched herself forward, her speed surprising Tarkin. She attacked with precision, using every ounce of her strength to break his defense. Tarkin staggered slightly under Leica's relentless attacks. His grin faltered as her strikes grew stronger, challenging his supposed dominance in combat. "A fake?" Leica thought, as Tarkin mocked her. His arrogance only fueled her resolve, pushing her to fight even harder. Leica unleashed a powerful swing, her blade cutting through the air like a lightning strike, pushing Tarkin further on the defensive. Her sudden burst of power overwhelmed Tarkin momentarily, creating an opening for her to press forward and force him into retreat. Despite her efforts, Tarkin's resilience kept him standing. His confidence returned, seeing her exhaustion creeping through her powerful strikes. Tarkin counterattacked with a ferocious swing, forcing Leica to dodge narrowly. Their fight painted the battlefield with relentless energy and determination. Leica found an opening, striking Tarkin with precision. The blow connected, yet his unwavering grin mocked her efforts to break him. Asher surveyed the distant battlefield, the sound of their fierce battle echoing. His calm demeanor hid the storm brewing inside him. The ground was littered with fallen goblins, their defeat a testament to Asher's skill. He pushed forward, sensing Leica's struggle. "These goblins are tougher than expected," Asher thought, his blade glowing faintly as he advanced toward the heart of the chaos. A guard inspected a vial of poison left behind by the goblins, realizing its potency could wipe out an entire battalion. In a makeshift tent, goblins prepared more poison, their plans growing darker as they sought dominance through underhanded methods. Asher staggered, the effects of the poison slowing his movements. He clenched his side, determined not to fall to it. Blood dripped onto the ground as Asher collapsed, his body refusing to respond. His thoughts darkened, fear creeping into his mind. In the distance, Leica's shallow breaths could be heard as she clung to consciousness, her weakened form surrounded by goblins. Leica groaned, barely able to lift her head. Her vision blurred as Tarkin's figure loomed over her, mocking her frailty. Tarkin smirked, acknowledging the armor's role in keeping Leica alive. His words carried a twisted sense of respect for her endurance. Leica's body refused to move, her strength sapped. Frustration boiled within her as she felt powerless against Tarkin's overwhelming presence. Tarkin readied his weapon, believing Leica's defeat was imminent. His pride soared, seeing her as another fallen human in his path. As Tarkin raised his spear, the sound of rustling leaves signaled a new presence, interrupting the looming execution. Tarkin hurled his spear with deadly force, aiming directly at Leica's chest. The sheer speed left no time for hesitation. A sudden burst of energy deflected the spear mid-air, the resulting explosion scattering the nearby goblins in shock. Tarkin's eyes widened as he recognized the aura emanating from the distance. Asher emerged, his expression cold and unwavering. Leica's heart steadied at the sight of Asher, relief mixed with confusion as she realized her fight wasn't over yet. Asher stood tall, his energy crackling around him. With precision and poise, he prepared to face Tarkin's looming threat once more. Tarkin's gaze shifted, sensing an approaching presence. His instincts sharpened, a hint of unease flickering as he surveyed the battlefield. A deep voice filled the air, acknowledging Asher's courage. The weight of the words amplified the tension between the two warriors. Asher's determined eyes met Tarkin's. His calm demeanor carried a silent promise of strength, ready to challenge whatever lay ahead. Under the vast, starry sky, goblins surrounded Leica as Asher approached, his sharp gaze fixed on their aggressive movements. A goblin stood tall, carrying Leica by the arm. Her helpless state stirred Asher's quiet resolve to confront them all. Asher's expression sharpened, unimpressed. The goblin's unexpected words caught him off guard, but it did nothing to waver his focus. The goblin bragged, but Asher carefully observed, noting their poisoned weapons, a sign of strategy, not just brute force. Returning to camp earlier, Asher had prepared antidotes and cleaned his blade, foreseeing that carelessness would only lead to regret. Preparedness saves lives, Asher thought, as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Each encounter taught him something new. The goblin leader sneered, his curiosity piqued. Asher's calm demeanor unnerved him. Few humans understood goblins' cunning as Asher did. Watching Leica, Asher promised himself this wouldn't happen again. She deserved peace, not the torment of helplessness in battle. Leica, injured but alert, trusted Asher's judgment. He gestured for her to stay back, signaling he would handle this alone. "Stay safe," Leica whispered faintly. Asher's determination solidified, his every movement calculated as he approached the looming danger ahead. Asher faced the goblin leader directly, his sharp tone cutting through the tense air. "Are you the one in charge?" "I am Tarkin," the goblin leader bellowed. His muscular frame exuded power, making him a fearsome opponent even for Asher. Tarkin's pride radiated as he claimed mastery over martial arts, merging intelligence with brute strength, a rare and dangerous combination. Asher's expression betrayed no emotion. He simply acknowledged the challenge before him, already calculating the fight's pace in his mind. Tarkin struck first, wielding his club with forceful precision. Asher sidestepped, his instincts honed by countless battles against foes like this. Asher took a steady stance, his calm demeanor hiding the storm of precision and skill waiting to unleash itself. Tarkin lunged forward, his heavy weapon cutting through the air, but Asher's reflexes turned the attack into a misstep. A sharp exchange of strikes echoed in the forest, Asher's blade glowing faintly as it danced through the chaotic encounter. With a calculated swing, Asher deflected the goblin's wild strike, the glowing energy in his sword growing stronger with intent. The air pulsed with energy as Asher's blade released a crescent wave of power, forcing Tarkin to stagger backward defensively. Tarkin's eyes widened at the precision of the attack, realizing Asher wasn't like any human warrior he had faced before. Memories of past battles flashed through Tarkin's mind, his instincts screaming as he recognized the depth of Asher's battle-hardened experience. Asher moved fluidly, his strikes leaving trails of energy that overwhelmed the goblin, giving him little room to counter effectively. Tarkin laughed maniacally, adrenaline driving him forward, believing this was the fight that could elevate his status among all warriors. It's been too long since a real challenge, Asher thought, his blade glowing brighter, ready to deliver the decisive blow. With an explosive motion, Asher closed the distance, his blade slicing with the precision of a seasoned fighter honed by years. Tarkin's smile widened despite the pain. He relished the rare joy of fighting someone who didn't crumble under his strength. Asher's gaze remained unwavering, his composure unnerving Tarkin. The goblin wondered if he had truly underestimated his human opponent's capabilities. Tarkin laughed with unhinged excitement, feeling alive for the first time in ages, even as Asher's strikes pushed him closer to defeat. "Two remarkable humans in one lifetime," Tarkin muttered. His crazed eyes glinted, hinting he had one last desperate trick in mind. Tarkin's spear moved with calculated precision, its green energy slicing through the air, aiming directly at Asher's defense. Leica, still injured, struggled to maintain her composure, holding back the pain as she watched the intense battle unfold. Her sharp eyes observed every motion, silently critiquing Tarkin's style, monotonous yet perfectly executed, lacking creativity but dangerous in its efficiency. The clash intensified, energy waves rippling as Asher maneuvered deftly, analyzing Tarkin's calculated movements with unwavering concentration and tactical precision. Leica clenched her fists, her thoughts racing, but her trust in Asher's ability remained unshaken despite the overwhelming odds. Asher's strikes grew bolder, deflecting Tarkin's assaults while seeking openings, the weight of his resolve pressing against Tarkin's overwhelming force. Tarkin smirked, mocking Asher with his relentless attacks, but beneath his confidence lay a hint of growing frustration and disbelief. Asher's focused gaze pierced through the chaos, silently declaring he wouldn't falter. Each step was deliberate, every strike razor-sharp. Tarkin unleashed a roar of determination, seeing this fight as a test of worth, driven by instinct and sheer pride. Victory isn't decided yet, Asher thought, readying himself for Tarkin's next desperate move, knowing this moment would define the battle's outcome. The battlefield erupted into chaos as flames consumed the goblin village, forcing Tarkin's attention to shift toward the rising destruction. Tarkin's eyes burned with fury, realizing the flames threatened everything he'd built, his frustration palpable as he turned toward Asher. Asher stood calmly amidst the destruction, his stance unwavering. His presence alone declared he was ready for the fight's endgame. This chaos changes everything, Tarkin thought bitterly, knowing he couldn't allow his people to burn while facing an enemy so relentless. Resolving to end this battle swiftly, Tarkin's muscles tensed. Asher's blade gleamed under the fire's light, prepared for the final clash. Asher watched Tarkin retreat, his words echoing in the air. The goblin's departure left a lingering tension in the forest. The burning village lit up the night as goblins scattered. Asher turned, focusing on Leica's condition amidst the chaos. "Leica, stay with me," he thought. He steadied her weak form, feeling the weight of responsibility pulling on his resolve. Asher's sharp gaze surveyed the surroundings, ensuring their path to safety remained clear as they began retreating from the volatile scene. He carried Leica carefully, her injuries forcing them to move slower. Each step felt like a fragile thread holding them together. "We must warn the others," Asher thought, picking up his pace. The goblin attack wasn't just a raid, it was coordinated. The castle loomed in the distance under the moonlight, a beacon of safety and strength amidst the dangers that surrounded them. Guards patrolled the castle gates, their armor gleaming faintly in the night. They prepared for any threat, unaware of Asher's approach. The tension among the guards increased as they spotted Asher carrying Leica. Whispers of concern spread quickly through the stationed troops. "What happened to Lady Leica?" one of the guards asked, alarmed by her injured state. Concern now turned into urgency. Asher's determined expression silenced the murmurs of doubt. He demanded entry, his urgency breaking through the formalities of the castle's protocols. Leica's pale form drew the attention of everyone nearby. The guards rushed forward to assist, confusion mixed with alarm on their faces. "Move aside," Asher ordered, his voice steady but firm. He needed to get Leica to safety before further questions arose. Despite their trust in him, some guards hesitated. Leica's condition shocked them, and suspicions whispered beneath the surface of their expressions. One guard stepped forward, anger flashing in his eyes. He demanded answers from Asher, blaming him for Leica's critical state. Asher stood firm, his eyes narrowing as he dismissed their questions. He knew explanations wouldn't help. Action was needed instead. Reaching into his cloak, Asher retrieved something wrapped tightly, its weight symbolic of the danger he wanted them to understand. He handed it to the guard, his movement deliberate. The package hinted at a deeper, darker truth beneath recent events. The guard hesitated but obeyed, unwrapping the package. His face froze in disbelief as he uncovered the goblin's severed, twisted remains. The sight sent chills through the group. The guard's voice broke, his fear palpable. It was more than they expected. The towering manor stood amidst lush greenery, its intricate design reflecting nobility, while the morning sun painted it golden. Curtains swayed gently in the soft breeze, revealing a quiet room bathed in sunlight, untouched by the day's noise. Leica stirred in her bed, her pale face reflecting exhaustion, her breath uneven as if recovering from an unseen battle. Her eyes opened slowly, revealing an intense crimson gaze. Thoughts swirled as fragmented images of recent events began to surface. A figure from her fading memories lingered, triggering unease. Her thoughts raced as she grasped for clarity within the haze. The bedroom filled with tension as two figures stood by the bed, their presence casting a shadow of concern over Leica. She sat up weakly, her movements slow but deliberate. The room felt heavier, the gaze of her parents weighing on her. Her father's stern demeanor contrasted with her mother's soft, worried expressions. Their worry for Leica was evident in their eyes. The tension in the air thickened as her father's concern mixed with restrained anger, a protective instinct heightened by uncertainty. Leica's calm yet firm posture reflected her inner strength, forged through hardship, as she silently accepted the consequences of her choices. Memories of dark forests and battlefields surfaced vividly. Leica recalled the perilous journey, every moment etched with danger and discovery. Despite warnings, she chose to follow, driven by an unyielding desire to learn and grow stronger through first-hand experience. Battles unfolded in her mind, each encounter testing her willpower and skill. She fought, survived, and found clarity in chaos. Asher's guidance during those desperate moments stayed with her. He had saved her from death, his actions rooted in loyalty. The journey shaped Leica's perspective. She emerged not as a naive girl, but as someone willing to fight for her future. The grip of the dagger tightened in his hand, a silent reflection of the weight of leadership and responsibility. His expression turned somber as thoughts raced through his mind, realizing the burden carried by those who fought in the shadows. The vivid recollection of battles stirred in his thoughts. Each decision weighed heavily on his resolve to protect his people. Among the chaos of fearful villagers, brave warriors stood firm, their courage driving them to confront the lurking dangers head-on. Asher emerged victorious, holding the goblin's head, a symbol of hope and a reminder of his unwavering commitment to the realm. Training grounds echoed with the rhythmic clash of swords as soldiers practiced, each swing fueled by determination and fear of failure. The soldiers confronted a goblin tied to a post, channeling their rage into sharpened skills and newfound confidence for the battlefield. From above, Asher observed their progress, his calm gaze assessing their readiness while silently pondering the challenges that lay ahead. He envisioned a stronger defense, one built on teamwork and trust, as he prepared them for the trials of war. The sight of their efforts reassured him. Their transformation marked a crucial step toward reclaiming their territory from the looming threat. The two men stood together, gazing over the training grounds. The Lord's pride mingled with gratitude for Asher's unwavering dedication. The Lord's voice carried sincerity as he acknowledged the efforts shaping their army into a formidable force for the impending battle. Asher humbly accepted the recognition, though his mind remained focused on the greater challenges ahead, knowing victory required collective strength. Thoughts of Leica briefly crossed his mind, her growth intertwined with their shared struggles and her potential to shape the future. A sharp cry from the sparring arena snapped him back, the clash of weapons a constant reminder of what was at stake. Leica rushed to the training ground as morning light danced around her, determination glowing in her every purposeful stride. Observing her relentless training, Asher and the Lord exchanged glances, their thoughts divided between admiration and concern for her resolve. Leica greeted them mid-practice, her strength unwavering, as sweat glistened under the sun, evidence of her relentless self-discipline. Her fiery spirit clashed with her father's protective nature, his worry overshadowed by pride in her visible determination and resilience. Her confidence grew visibly, her resolve to grow stronger unshaken, though her father's critical eyes reflected lingering unease about her safety. Leica clenched her fists, defiance in her stance as she reflected on her brother's absence, determined to prove her worth. The memories of her brother isolating himself haunted her thoughts, strengthening her resolve to bear the burden he had abandoned. Her father watched in silence, his emotions conflicted as he recognized both her potential and the dangers awaiting her path. Asher's silent understanding deepened as he remembered the boy's trauma, a past incident that left him weakened in both body and spirit. Quiet thoughts filled the space as the trio contemplated their roles in shaping their future, burdened by the shadows of war. Asher analyzed his injured arm with a calm expression, the faint sting of goblin poison lingering but no longer threatening him. The Lord's wife expressed concern, her voice soft but firm, her protective instincts flaring as she noticed his weakened state. Asher reassured her with measured words, emphasizing preparation against goblin tactics while brushing off his own pain as a minor setback. Leica's curiosity mingled with worry, her fiery energy briefly subdued as she listened, absorbing the lessons Asher relayed with quiet determination. The group dispersed with quiet resolve, each carrying their own thoughts about the battles ahead and the dangers they must face. Asher's strategy solidified as he assessed their resources, confident in their preparation but aware of the looming challenges ahead. The goblin leader, with a menacing presence, possessed strength and intelligence that set him apart from ordinary adversaries of his kind. Asher understood the gravity of the battle, realizing he would have to personally confront this formidable foe to ensure victory. The entrance to the goblin lair loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, a silent testament to the dangers that awaited inside. Within the cavern, goblins gathered in droves, their frenzied cries echoing ominously, signaling the intensity of the battle to come. The goblin leader's calm exterior belied his cunning mind, as he contemplated his plans amidst the chaos of his underlings. Breaking the mold of his kind, his aspirations for strength and intelligence were fueled by a deep-seated hatred for humans. Immersed in rituals, he enhanced his physical prowess and intelligence, surpassing the natural limits of his race with sheer determination. Holding on to his beliefs, the goblin leader declared his purpose, not just survival, but to secure dominance for his kind. With unrelenting resolve, he prepared his forces, the fire of vengeance burning fiercely in his heart as he sought retribution. The goblin leader gripped his weapon tightly, emotions raging within him. His loathing for humans conflicted with an unspoken yearning for freedom. Reflecting on his cursed existence, he grappled with the burden of leadership, torn between responsibility and a desire for release. A brief smile betrayed his inner thoughts as he recalled moments of clarity amidst chaos, understanding his purpose in this conflict. Asher's image loomed in his mind, a human unlike others, challenging his preconceived notions while threatening his very survival. Preparing for the inevitable confrontation, the goblin leader sharpened his resolve, vowing to protect his kind at any cost. The goblin leader planted his weapon firmly into the ground, the resounding echo commanding the attention of the entire cavern. His deep voice boomed through the lair, issuing orders with authority, igniting a fierce resolve among the gathered goblin warriors. Rows of goblins erupted in synchronized roars, their cries reverberating off the stone walls as their collective energy surged to a peak. Standing tall on a makeshift platform, the leader's presence was imposing, his fiery gaze embodying unyielding determination to eliminate the enemy. Under his command, the goblin army marched out of the lair, their footsteps rumbling like thunder, ready to unleash chaos. The goblin army surged toward the towering fortress, their spears glinting under the ominous sky as chaos descended upon the battlefield. The goblins charged forward with deafening cries, their glowing red eyes filled with rage, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The castle guards raised the alarm, their shouts echoing as the goblin swarm approached the fortress in relentless waves of destruction. Amidst the chaos, the leader of the defenders commanded his troops to stand firm, inspiring courage despite the overwhelming odds. Swords clashed and shields were raised as the defenders engaged the goblins, determined to protect their homeland from utter devastation. The battlefield erupted in chaos, a violent clash of wills as humans and goblins fought fiercely for control of the land. The defenders pushed back with relentless effort, their cries of determination blending with the clash of weapons in the fierce battle. Goblins retaliated with savage ferocity, overwhelming the weaker parts of the defense as the soldiers struggled to regain control of the battlefield. Asher entered the fray with calculated precision, cutting through the goblin ranks as his strategic mind sought the enemy's weak points. From the castle walls, the commanding lord gave orders, his voice booming as he rallied the remaining forces to hold their ground. The soldiers responded with renewed vigor, each strike fueled by their leader's courage as they fought to repel the unending assault. Luke awoke in a cold sweat, haunted by the sounds of battle echoing through the walls of his isolated chamber. His trembling hands gripped the sheets as fear overtook him, memories of past failures flooding his mind with unbearable doubt. Asher burst into the room, his presence commanding as he refused to allow Luke's despair to hinder their fight for survival. Luke's gaze met Asher's, searching for strength in his brother's unyielding determination as the distant clash of swords grew louder. Despite his fear, Luke's inner conflict intensified, the weight of responsibility clashing with his deep insecurities about his role in the battle. Luke's frustration burst forth as he compared himself to Asher and Leica, overwhelmed by his perceived inability to match their strength. Doubts consumed him, his self-esteem plummeting as he labeled himself a coward unworthy of inheriting responsibility for the Ilac territory. Asher stood silently, his sharp eyes piercing through Luke's despair, recognizing how deeply the weight of failure had crushed his spirit. Determined to awaken strength in Luke, Asher activated his power, electricity crackling as he readied himself to push Luke beyond fear. The room pulsed with energy as Luke recoiled in shock, realizing he had to confront his inner turmoil to move forward. Asher's commanding presence intensified as he chastised Luke for his hesitation, his words laced with urgency and the weight of reality. Each statement pierced Luke's heart, forcing him to confront his fear of inadequacy and the consequences of inaction in this war. Asher's words hammered into Luke's resolve, igniting a spark within him as the idea of shirking responsibility became unbearable to consider. The sword lay before Luke, a silent invitation to step into his rightful role as a protector and leader of the land. Luke's trembling hands reached for the sword, his thoughts swirling as he grasped the enormity of the decision before him. Luke's heart raced as he gritted his teeth, a surge of determination propelling him to rise from his inner turmoil. Breaking through his hesitation, Luke grabbed the sword with resolve, each step toward the battlefield a battle against his lingering fears. The soldiers clashed with goblins outside the castle, their cries of valor blending with the roars of relentless combat in chaotic harmony. Asher's precise movements tore through the goblin ranks, his blade glowing red with energy as he pushed back the encroaching horde. Luke joined the fray, his earlier doubts fading as the need to protect his people became his driving force in battle. Leica dashed into the battlefield with swift, precise movements, her blade emitting a pink glow as she cut through goblin ranks. Her decisive strikes caught the attention of Karen, who stood amazed at her vitality after days of recovery from injury. Standing confidently amidst fallen enemies, Leica assured Karen of her condition, redirecting focus to the strategic updates on the battlefield. Karen reported the goblins' overwhelming numbers, but pointed out their disorganized formation, which offered a significant advantage to the defenders. Observing the battlefield, Leica noted the exhausted soldiers holding the line, her sharp eyes calculating their odds of sustaining the upper hand. Karen's optimism shone through as he expressed confidence in their victory, but Leica's intuition warned her of an unseen danger lurking. Leica's piercing gaze reflected her thoughts. This was not the full strength of the goblins. Their true threat had yet to appear. A sudden movement on the walls caught her attention as goblins scaled desperately, their chaotic actions revealing their desperation to attack. With swift action, Leica countered, her blade cutting down the climbing enemies while analyzing their tactics to prepare for what came next. Her eyes shifted to the goblin lair in the distance, her instincts confirming that the real fight had yet to start. Deep within the lair, the goblin leader assessed the battlefield with a calm yet calculating expression, his aura radiating sheer dominance. A subordinate relayed the failed assault, but the leader remained unfazed, confident in his next move to turn the tide of battle. Standing tall, the leader declared his intent to personally intervene, his commanding presence sending a chill through those who witnessed it. Outside, Leica and Karen regrouped with the soldiers, their relief momentary as they anticipated the goblin reinforcements still lying in wait. The defenders shared a brief moment of victory, but uncertainty lingered in their minds about the enemy's next unpredictable move. The goblin leader leapt into the battlefield, his powerful presence and menacing aura causing immediate panic among the unprepared soldiers. His sinister laugh echoed as he mocked the humans, his glowing red eyes fixed on their futile attempts to defend themselves. Leica and Karen froze in disbelief, their eyes widening as the goblin leader's strength surpassed anything they had encountered before. The leader's mocking words cut deep, taunting the humans for their vulnerability, while his movements were calculated and relentlessly precise. With a sudden burst of green energy, he unleashed devastating attacks, leaving the soldiers scrambling to regroup against his overpowering might. Leica's heart pounded as the goblin leader displayed his inhuman strength, his presence alone sending fear rippling through the defenders. Karen's voice shook as he questioned the being's origins, its overwhelming strength blurring the line between goblin and something far worse. The leader's movements were confident as he walked toward the humans, unafraid, his towering figure exuding dominance over the battlefield. Surrounding soldiers charged forward in desperation, their blades raised high, determined to stop the creature before it could devastate their ranks. Leica shouted a warning to Karen as he braced to face the monster, realizing the true danger he now confronted. Karen hesitated as the goblin leader approached, his instincts screaming to retreat as the air grew thick with malice and power. The goblin leader's voice dripped with disdain as he taunted the soldiers, dismissing their efforts as futile and meaningless resistance. His deadly spear swung with devastating force, slicing through the front line as soldiers were hurled aside like rag dolls amidst his assault. The leader's rage intensified, calling the humans fakes as his attacks became more vicious, his sheer power dwarfing the defenders' efforts. Screams filled the battlefield as the defenders scrambled to hold their ground, their resolve tested against an enemy they couldn't comprehend. The goblin leader's brutal strength tore through the defenders, his devastating strikes leaving chaos in his wake and soldiers scattered. Karen stood frozen beside Leica, his voice trembling as disbelief clouded his mind. The overwhelming power they faced was undeniable. The goblin leader strode forward confidently, his crimson eyes locking onto Leica and Karen as his menacing aura filled the battlefield. His voice boomed mockingly, addressing Leica as the one he sought, dismissing Karen with a sneer as unworthy of his interest. Leica's breath caught as she processed his words. His disdain for Karen left her both alarmed and furious at his arrogance. Karen's face twisted with confusion and fear as he demanded an explanation, his voice shaking under the weight of the goblin's words. The goblin leader sneered, mentioning Asher with a tone of both admiration and disdain, his name laced with undeniable significance. The goblin's eyes glowed menacingly as he declared Asher the real swordsman, his acknowledgement a chilling mix of respect and rivalry. The goblin leader stood amidst the battlefield, confidently demanding Asher's presence, his sharp gaze piercing through the chaos-filled surroundings. Karen's resolve hardened as he stepped forward, boldly declaring his intent to stand against the menacing goblin, despite the overwhelming odds. Leica's warning echoed as Karen raised his sword, her concern evident, but Karen's determination overshadowed her cautionary pleas in the moment. With unwavering conviction, Karen gripped his blade tightly, dismissing Leica's fears and believing in his ability to defeat the dangerous foe. The goblin leader sneered, tightening his grip on his weapon, fully prepared to crush Karen's bravery and make an example of him. The goblin leader grinned ominously, his confidence unwavering as he taunted Karen, savoring the thrill of their impending clash. Karen charged forward, his battle cry blending with the shouts of surrounding soldiers, determined to strike the first blow in defiance. The goblin leader deflected Karen's attack effortlessly, his spear's precision overwhelming, showcasing the vast difference in their strength and skill. The battlefield quieted momentarily as the goblin leader struck back, a devastating blow that knocked Karen to his knees, gasping for air. Karen's shaken expression revealed his realization of the goblin leader's monstrous power, as Leica prepared herself to intervene in the battle. Leica entered the fray, her precise strikes keeping the goblin leader at bay, her movements showcasing her refined combat skills. Despite her best efforts, the goblin leader smirked, underestimating her abilities while absorbing her blows with an air of indifference. Her fiery determination burned brightly as she countered his overwhelming attacks, each strike a testament to her training and unyielding spirit. The goblin leader acknowledged her potential, taunting her efforts while effortlessly parrying her blade, his amusement growing with every passing moment. With a burst of green energy, he retaliated, forcing Leica to brace herself for the true strength of her formidable opponent. Karen's shock paralyzed him as the goblin leader's overwhelming power sent him crashing to the ground. His confidence shattered instantly. Leica's cry echoed across the battlefield, her fear for Karen evident as she watched him fall under the goblin leader's assault. The goblin leader taunted Karen, his mocking grin showcasing his disdain as he prepared to deliver a decisive, brutal blow. Leica's determination ignited, her instincts screaming to intervene before Karen suffered a fatal defeat against the relentless might of the enemy. Before Leica could act, a familiar voice cut through the chaos, commanding attention. Asher entered the battlefield with unwavering resolve. The goblin leader's focus shifted to Leica and Asher, his smirk widening as he recognized the human he had sought all along. Leica readied herself, her heart pounding as she prepared to stand alongside Asher, determined not to let fear consume her. Asher's calm yet electrifying presence filled the battlefield, his arrival sparking hope among the defenders and unsettling the confident goblin leader. The goblin leader's expression hardened, his arrogance tinged with caution as he realized the strength that Asher exuded in his composure. Asher gripped his blade, electricity crackling along its edge, his unwavering gaze challenging the goblin leader to a battle of equals. The goblin leader sneered, declaring human swordsmanship inferior as he raised his weapon, prepared to prove his dominance against Asher's might. Asher stepped forward, his blade glowing with energy, his steady movements radiating confidence as he prepared to confront the goblin leader. Karen looked up, battered but hopeful, as he witnessed Asher take command, embodying the strength he aspired to achieve. Electricity surged around Asher's blade as he squared off against the goblin leader, their intense glares promising a clash of epic proportions. The tension on the battlefield reached its peak, the other fighters frozen as the duel between Asher and the goblin leader began. The goblin leader's menacing grin widened as he acknowledged Asher's skill, declaring him the chosen warrior amidst the chaos. With a flash of green energy, the goblin leader launched a devastating attack, his spear clashing violently against Asher's electrified blade. Asher countered with precision, his movements calm yet powerful, matching the goblin leader's relentless strength blow for blow. The goblin leader's eyes lit up with excitement, finally encountering a human who challenged his combat prowess with true skill. Their battle raged on, each strike sending shockwaves across the battlefield, mesmerizing those watching with the display of raw power. Leica knelt beside Karen, her voice trembling with concern, but his reassurance calmed her slightly, despite the severity of the moment. Karen's injuries didn't stop him from marveling at Asher's strength as he urged Leica to focus on the unfolding duel. Luke arrived suddenly, his unexpected appearance on the battlefield shocking both Karen and Leica, his determined gaze radiating newfound resolve. Despite his inexperience, Luke's declaration as the heir filled the air with tension, his words a testament to his growing courage. Leica smiled faintly, proud of her brother's resolve, while silently worrying about the battle's unpredictable outcome as chaos continued. Asher dodged the goblin leader's energy-infused strike, his focus unwavering as he prepared to counter the onslaught with calculated precision. Leica and Luke watched anxiously from the sidelines, their hearts pounding as Asher faced an opponent of unmatched strength and hatred. The goblin leader roared with excitement, accusing human swordsmanship of being fake, his disdain for their perceived weakness fueling his rage. Asher's grip tightened on his blade, his calm demeanor unshaken as he prepared to prove the goblin leader's belief wrong. The battle between them escalated, every clash of their weapons revealing the stark contrast between raw power and disciplined precision. Asher, calm and composed, stepped into the battlefield. His mind sharpened, he evaluated the enemy's formation under the glaring sun. The goblin chief's eyes glowed with malevolence as he lifted his spear, pointing it towards Asher with a dark declaration. Asher dashed forward, his sword infused with energy. The crackling aura illuminated his unwavering determination as the battle began. Their weapons clashed with an echoing impact. Sparks flew in every direction, embodying the sheer power of their strikes. Asher's precise strikes forced the goblin chief to falter momentarily. Seizing the moment, he prepared for the decisive blow. Asher, breathing heavily, wondered if the chief's unwavering strength came from sheer will or an ancient unspoken magic. The goblin chief smirked, sensing Asher's fleeting doubt. "You're strong, human, but power without resolve is meaningless," he taunted. With a powerful leap, Asher retaliated, channeling all his energy into a devastating attack aimed at the goblin chief. The goblin chief, barely blocking the strike, growled. His strength waned, but his resolve to protect his tribe remained unbroken. Asher's sword lit up brighter, its hum signifying a culmination of power. "This ends now," he muttered, stepping forward. The battlefield fell silent as Asher delivered his final strike, splitting the goblin chief's spear in half. Despite the defeat, the goblin chief stood tall, proud of his efforts to protect his people even in loss. Asher extended his hand in acknowledgement of his opponent's valor. A warrior respects strength, even in his adversaries. The goblin army retreated, their morale shattered. Asher's victory marked not just strength, but the wisdom of leadership. The sun set over the battlefield, its warm light bathing the victor and survivor alike, hinting at a fragile peace. Asher charged forward, his movements precise and swift. He declared humanity's strength, determined to prove their unyielding willpower. The goblin chief countered, his spear blazing with energy. Yet, Asher's blade parried the strike with unmatched precision. With a roar, Asher unleashed a shockwave of energy. The battlefield trembled as his power overwhelmed the goblin chief. The goblin chief faltered, blood spilling from his wounds. His once unshakable confidence now replaced by disbelief and defeat. Asher stood tall amidst the chaos, his expression resolute. Victory was his, and peace seemed within humanity's grasp again. Asher stands over the fallen goblin, his piercing gaze surveying the battlefield littered with blood and broken weapons of war. Leica and Karen approach cautiously, their hearts pounding as they confirm the goblin's defeat, questioning if the fight is truly over. Karen whispers nervously, "Is it dead?" as the goblin stirs, its body trembling, defying the devastating blow it endured earlier. The goblin lets out a guttural growl, dragging itself upright, eyes glowing with determination, refusing to accept death's embrace. Asher tightens his grip on his sword, stepping forward, determined to extract answers from the resilient enemy before him. The goblin coughs, blood dripping as it meets Asher's eyes, begrudgingly acknowledging his opponent's strength in a rare show of respect. "You've won, human," the goblin mutters, accepting defeat, yet its tone carries an ominous warning of an unspoken greater danger. Asher demands, "Why did you invade us?" His calm demeanor masking the fury burning within, seeking answers to protect his land. The goblin reveals its sinister master, a towering demon, commanding armies and weaving chaos to bring humanity to its knees. Memories flood back, a kingdom aflame, innocents slaughtered, all orchestrated by the shadowy figure whose name strikes fear across the realms. The goblin describes how it followed orders, enslaved to the demon's will, forced to lead its people into endless wars. Asher listens intently, his resolve hardening as the goblin recounts the cruel manipulation and false promises of power from the demon. The battlefield grows quiet, the weight of the goblin's words sinking in, unveiling a deeper war brewing beyond this skirmish. Determined, Asher declares, "This fight isn't over," turning his attention toward the shadowy force threatening the balance of the world. The goblin collapses, finally succumbing to its wounds, leaving Asher and his companions with more questions than answers as the sun sets. Asher stood in silence amidst the battlefield, the air heavy with the scent of blood and the weight of victory. The soldiers cautiously approached, their eyes shifting between the fallen goblin leader and the calm figure of Asher standing above it. The body of the goblin leader lay still on the ground, a momentary pause in the chaos that had engulfed the field. As the warriors exchanged glances, the goblin's hand twitched slightly, a subtle reminder that the battle might not be over. Despite its severe injuries, the goblin's defiance lingered, its labored breaths echoing faintly as it clung to the last remnants of strength. Asher's steady steps broke the tense silence as he approached the weakened goblin, his figure exuding calm yet commanding authority. The goblin leader, battered and broken, raised its head slightly, its eyes glinting with a mix of resignation and lingering hatred. The once mighty creature seemed to mock its captors, its expression suggesting that its defeat was only part of a larger scheme. The soldiers around watched with apprehension, their thoughts turning to the grim reality of what the goblin might reveal. Through broken breaths, the goblin hinted at a higher force at play, a chilling reminder of a threat far greater than itself. The memory of past battles surfaced in Asher's mind, each one marked by the devastation caused by the Demon King's armies. Stories of the Demon King's brutal campaigns and his supposed demise played out in the whispers of those who had survived. The goblin's cryptic words confirmed the worst fears, linking its actions to the dark resurgence of the ancient foe. Asher's gaze hardened, his thoughts turning to the preparations needed to confront the looming threat of another invasion. The battlefield's quiet was now foreboding, signaling not peace but the calm before a storm that would soon engulf them all. The goblin Karoth stands silently amidst the crowd, his calm demeanor unnerving both Asher and Lara as they analyze the scene. This isn't a normal goblin, Asher thinks. Karoth seems to have already accepted defeat, raising questions about his true intentions. Asher scans the surroundings, noting the unusual stillness. His instincts warn him that this is only the calm before a greater storm. At a distant fortress, ominous shadows shift. The Demon King's resurrection looms, a harbinger of chaos and destruction for all. The village bustles with activity, oblivious to the growing threat. Soldiers and civilians work tirelessly, preparing for the battles to come. The grand castle towers above the bustling town below, a beacon of hope, yet a reminder of the fragility of peace. Asher sits with the lord of the manor, reflecting on his contributions. "Thanks to you, the manor still stands," the lord says. "I merely did my duty as a member," Asher replies humbly, hiding the weight of his past decisions. The lord smiles, mentioning Luke's return. "He's helping rebuild the walls," he adds, acknowledging the goblin's unexpected rehabilitation. "About the goblin," the lord continues, hinting at deeper mysteries surrounding Karoth's strange behavior and potential connections to larger schemes. Guards escort Karoth through the dungeon. His silent presence unnerves them, yet something about him seems different from ordinary goblins. Asher receives news of the Empire's interest in the events. They'll want answers, he thinks, preparing for what's to come. The Lord hands Asher a letter bearing the Empire's seal. Its contents speak of doppelgangers and invasions, signaling an impending crisis. Carriages from the Empire appear on the horizon, their arrival marking the beginning of a new chapter in the unfolding tale. The Imperial convoy approaches, carrying unknown allies and secrets. Asher steadies himself, knowing the stakes are higher than ever. Villagers gather around, whispering rumors about an unexpected arrival. The air fills with curiosity as they watch intently. Mr. Hayton peers skeptically at the approaching figure, finding it impossible to believe such a presence could visit their humble town. Confusion spreads as onlookers question if they truly saw the carriage. Their doubts make the atmosphere even more tense. The golden carriage gleams under the sun, with its enigmatic occupant hidden behind shadows, stirring fear and awe in everyone. Asher steps out confidently, his aura commanding the crowd's attention. A strange energy radiates, leaving everyone speechless. Asher practices an elegant sword technique, while Leica watches from the stairs, her thoughts consumed with curiosity about his abilities. Imperial swordsmanship? Leica ponders, unimpressed yet intrigued by his mastery. She questions why he's pursuing this specific technique. Leica's skepticism softens, as Asher's sharp movements demonstrate unparalleled control. She can't help but admire his exceptional precision. Asher reflects on his past life, where he trained countless swordmasters, yet many failed to grasp the depth of his skills. He recalls one particular apprentice whose determination and heart shone brighter than all others, sparking a bittersweet memory of hope. Asher fondly remembers the young swordsman he trained. I wonder where fate has taken him now, he silently contemplates. Leica interrupts his reverie with news of a visitor. Someone important is here, she casually remarks, her tone light but curious. The captain of the guard, Leica adds with a smirk, amused by Asher's surprised reaction. And they're a dark elf. Asher's expression hardens, memories flooding back of battles and betrayals involving dark elves. His gaze sharpens with quiet determination. A grand welcome unfolds as the mysterious captain arrives. The towering castle looms, foreshadowing the challenges that await Asher. The Lord welcomes the Empire's captain with respect. Guards stand alert as the imposing figure strides forward, exuding authority. Arena Varsilis, the captain, greets them with a calm yet firm demeanor. Her presence alone silences any lingering doubts or fears. Flames engulf the forest as shadows flicker ominously. Hazen walks forward, his steps heavy with the weight of his mission. Hazen pauses, scanning the burning woods, the embers reflecting in his steely eyes. His silence hides thoughts of regret and duty. Smoke rises in the distance as Hazen encounters remnants of Dark Elves' rebellion. Their tragic fate leaves a grim reminder of war. It's the end of the Dark Elves, Hazen notes coldly, his voice blending with the crackling fire surrounding him. Soldiers nearby discuss the aftermath. The Dark Elves' uprising has led to their destruction, a painful chapter in their shared history. The soldiers debate the blame, pinning it on the elf ruler's reckless ambition. Hazen remains quiet, absorbing their words carefully. Hazen sighs deeply, recalling how the crisis had nearly escalated to an apocalyptic war, halted only by their joint sacrifices. My work here is done, Hazen says, turning away. His focus shifts to what might lie ahead beyond the burning horizon. With a parting glance, Hazen advises the soldiers to call upon him if needed. His loyalty remains steadfast despite the heavy losses. Leaving the smoldering forest behind, Hazen ventures into a clearing, the quietness contrasting sharply with the chaos he leaves behind. Under the moonlit canopy, Hazen stops, sensing an eerie stillness. The forest whispers secrets of unseen eyes watching his every move. Hazen hears faint sobs echoing through the trees. His heart tightens, recalling past encounters where innocence met cruelty in the dark. The cries grow louder, leading Hazen to quicken his pace. Concern and curiosity intertwine, pushing him to uncover the source. Pushing through the dense foliage, Hazen spots a young figure shrouded in shadows, huddled in fear beneath the starry sky. A small, dark elf child sits trembling, her emerald eyes reflecting despair. Hazen stares in surprise, conflicted by what this means. The young dark elf stares with wide eyes, her trembling form hinting at the horrors she must have witnessed recently. Hazen observes her closely, piecing together her survival story. She must be a child of the slain elf ruler. Hazen ponders the child's fate, his heart heavy. What will you do now, little one? Echoes silently in his thoughts. Breaking the silence, Hazen offers her protection. If you'd like, come with me, he says, extending a hand of hope. The girl hesitates but slowly reaches out, her lips parting to reveal her name. "Arena," she whispers, taking the first step forward. Now grown, Arena stands tall, her armor gleaming under the Imperial crest. "I'm the Imperial Guard Captain," she declares proudly. Memories of her past fade as her title resonates through the grand hall. She's no longer just the scared child. Arena meets Asher and Lara, introductions exchanged warmly. Each recognizes the strength and resolve the other carries within. Asher's reputation precedes him, and Arena's curiosity is piqued. She silently wonders if his skills match the stories she's heard. "So this is Asher," Arena muses internally, her eyes narrowing with intrigue as their paths converge in this pivotal moment. The castle looms in the morning light, a beacon of authority and the center of decisions that shape the realm's fate. Asher enters the council room, his posture composed. The Lord relies on him to recount the unfolding events to the assembly. Calmly, Asher explains the sequence of crises, his words carrying the weight of responsibility and the urgency of their situation. Lara listens intently as Asher continues. Arena's sharp gaze doesn't waver, silently assessing Asher's composure and approach to the conflict. Asher's thoughts briefly drift. "This feels strange," he notes internally, sensing that the events ahead will test everyone present deeply. Asher observes Arena sipping tea, his thoughts drifting to their shared past, the bond they forged amidst chaos and survival. Reflecting on the tragedies that shaped their lives, Asher recalls the orphaned Arena's silent resilience in the face of despair. In vivid memories, the Dark Elf Elders' hatred for humanity resurfaces, their destructive ambitions spelling doom for their own people. Forbidden magic unleashed creatures from another dimension. The Elders' power crumbled as the monsters spiraled out of control, sealing their fate. The annihilation of the Dark Elves marked an era of pain and loss, with Arena left as the lone survivor of her kind. The Elder succumbed to the creature's power, their downfall barely halted by a coalition of heroes, leaving destruction in their wake. Hazen torched the corrupted forest, erasing the remnants of darkness. Amidst the ashes, he discovered Arena, a glimmer of hope. Hazen extended his hand to the young Arena, offering her refuge and purpose, despite the grief that shadowed their meeting. Arena quietly followed Hazen, their shared dinners marking the start of a complex bond forged in the aftermath of tragedy. Though Hazen cared for her, he maintained a guarded distance, wary of showing affection that might reignite her buried pain. Haunted by memories of her homeland's destruction, Arena's stoic demeanor masked the silent resentment she harbored toward humanity and their actions. Sitting across from Arena, Asher reflects on their shared paths. "Why did you choose the same destiny?" he wonders silently. Arena calmly answers, her words carrying the weight of her experiences. She reveals her reasons for becoming captain of the guards. Asher listens intently, recognizing the strength behind her calm exterior. Her resolve mirrors his own, shaped by loss and determination. With a quiet sip of tea, Asher offers his support, knowing their intertwined fates would soon face even greater challenges. Asher and Arena sit across the table, the air heavy with unspoken tension. Both measure the weight of responsibility. The Empire's mistrust lingers, their suspicions clouding any semblance of camaraderie. Arena knows the risks, but is determined to remain vigilant. Asher's thoughts wander to battles of the past, his resolve firm. Trust is earned through deeds, not words in his experience. Memories of a chaotic battlefield resurface, where lives were decided by skill and resolve. Arena's unyielding demeanor reflects similar scars. Arena assesses Asher silently, recognizing his history through his eyes. Their shared struggles bond them, but questions still remain unanswered. The training ground's stillness echoes with anticipation. Asher steps forward, the weight of his reputation pressing on him like an invisible force. Arena studies his posture, her gaze critical but contemplative. The movements carry precision she hadn't seen in others before. The courtyard becomes alive as Asher's sword cuts through the air. Each motion speaks of experience forged in countless battles. Arena recalls moments from her past, training alongside masters who valued discipline. His technique stirs memories of those formative years. The session concludes with Asher poised but calm, his unspoken confidence leaving an impression that mere words could never convey. The courtyard holds a quiet energy as Arena reflects on Asher's controlled power. Something about him feels hauntingly familiar. Her thoughts drift to the father she lost, his stern discipline reflected faintly in Asher's composed demeanor. The resemblance unsettles her. The soldier nearby breaks her reverie, encouraging her to observe closely. Experience often reveals more than preconceptions ever could. Arena steps back momentarily, her internal conflict masked by her stern exterior. She remains focused, knowing her duty requires clarity of thought. Standing across from Asher, she feels the weight of his presence. The connection between their histories grows harder to ignore. Asher steadies himself, gripping his sword tightly. The weight of proving his skill demands perfection in this very moment. With calm determination, he nods and begins. His movements are fluid, honed by years of discipline and relentless practice. The sword arcs gracefully through the air, leaving streaks of energy behind. Each strike showcases precision and overwhelming strength. A rapid sequence of maneuvers leaves the training ground crackling with raw energy. Asher's focus never wavers during his demonstration. Arena watches intently, her gaze unwavering. The sheer power and control of Asher's technique evoke a mix of awe and intrigue. Arena's eyes widen as memories of the past flood her mind. The resemblance between Asher and her father becomes increasingly undeniable. She recalls a similar stance, the same powerful and deliberate strikes. Each movement reignites a flicker of emotions she buried long ago. Asher's sword glows with energy, his technique flawless and commanding. Arena watches, her heart conflicted by familiarity and admiration. Standing silently, her thoughts race. The name escapes her lips, unbidden and filled with hesitation. Could this truly be her father? The academy stood tall, its grandeur reflecting its prestige. Leica's acceptance marked a turning point in her life's journey. Leica's father handed her the acceptance letter. His pride was evident as he prepared her for the challenges ahead. The letter was delivered by the Imperial Guard captain, a symbol of how significant this opportunity was for Leica. Overwhelmed with emotion, Leica held the letter tightly, gratitude filling her heart as her father's unwavering support reassured her. Her father emphasized the importance of education, reminding her this was her chance to grow her talents and achieve greatness. Leica's excitement bubbled as she packed for the academy. The realization of her dreams felt surreal yet thrilling at the same time. The academy represented more than knowledge. It was a symbol of a brighter future. She couldn't wait to start her new chapter. The sprawling academy grounds, with their grand architecture, evoked awe and determination in Leica as she prepared to arrive. Images of rigorous training and intellectual pursuits filled her mind. She vowed to honor her family's trust by excelling. Leica's footsteps echoed down the hall. Her resolve was unshaken as she approached the path that awaited her at the academy. As she walked, thoughts of the challenges ahead mixed with the determination to rise to the academy's high expectations. Leica imagined herself excelling in swordsmanship and strategy, fueled by the belief that teamwork and perseverance would define her journey. The academy halls filled her with anticipation. She envisioned days of rigorous training that would shape her into a capable leader. Despite the challenges, Leica's confidence grew. She knew the academy was the stepping stone to achieving her long-standing aspirations. Beneath the evening sky, Leica practiced tirelessly. Her determination reflected her belief that hard work would unlock her limitless potential. Asher unleashed a precise slash, his movement swift and deliberate, channeling his focus to strike with undeniable mastery. The battle concluded with a single blow, Asher's skill leaving no room for doubt as calm replaced the tension. Arian confirmed the situation, her sharp eyes scanning for potential threats as her mind processed the outcome of their duel. Startled by an interruption, Arian turned to face an unexpected presence. The momentary lapse in focus caught her off guard. The air grew tense as Arian adjusted herself, the atmosphere awkward yet slightly amusing given the sudden, unplanned intrusion. Asher reflected on his earlier mistake, silently criticizing himself for overthinking. The incident reminded him of lessons he had forgotten. His blade, steady in his grasp, mirrored his internal resolve as he regained composure, vowing to refine his technique further. Thoughts of his past surfaced, blending unease with clarity. The echoes of forgotten memories seemed to influence his every move. Arian observed quietly from afar, unsure of how to approach Asher. The faint connection she felt piqued her curiosity further. Asher turned suddenly, his voice steady but surprised. The moment shifted to a subtle exchange, breaking the silence between them. Arian apologized, her hesitation evident. Asher dismissed the notion of disturbance, his demeanor light yet focused, an air of mutual understanding. Their conversation deepened as they walked, the golden sunset painting the scene in warm hues of familiarity and comfort. Arian mentioned Asher's techniques, noting an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew, sparking curiosity about his origins and hidden past. Asher offered a vague response, unable to explain the connection, though the faint recognition lingered in both their minds. Together, they stood on the balcony, exchanging thoughts under the fading sunlight, a quiet trust forming through shared unspoken truths. Arian recounted the events of the past war, her voice heavy with emotion as she described the rise of the Demon King. Heroes once united to confront evil, their bravery etched into history. Yet their sacrifices were overshadowed by the lingering darkness. Despite their triumph, many lives were lost, and the cost of peace weighed heavily on the hearts of survivors. Memories of ancient ruins and the remnants of the demon race stirred unease, hinting at a brewing threat in the shadows. Among the chaos, Lady Leopoldus stood resilient, her wisdom guiding the remnants of the world towards a fragile hope. The collapse of control over the region allowed monsters to run rampant, their invasions spreading fear and destruction through the territory. Communication with powerful allies was severed, leaving isolated castles and regions vulnerable to the overwhelming advance of enemy forces. Fires consumed villages, painting the night sky red. The chaos spread uncontrollably, leaving devastation and sorrow in its wake. Asher's expression hardened, realizing the gravity of the unfolding events. The world teetered on the edge of an impending crisis. Arian explained Sir Hyban's absence. He had left to address a larger threat, entrusting Asher with his vital mission. Sir Hyban's request resonated in Asher's mind, urging him to step forward and join the fight to save their world. Asher reflected on his past battles, remembering the camaraderie he once shared and the strength found in unity against darkness. Arian's words struck a chord. Asher's memories of his comrades deepened his determination to reclaim what was lost through effort. Standing at the threshold of a new journey, Asher knew his choices now carried the weight of countless lives. Asher's resolve grew, his unspoken decision reflecting a promise to himself, to protect, to fight, and to rebuild the shattered world. Asher stood silently, his words reflecting inner conflict. His rejection of heroism was rooted in past pain and unhealed scars. His mind replayed memories of battles fought, the burden of endless war leaving deep marks on his spirit and resolve. The image of his younger self, wielding a sword against relentless enemies, haunted him, a reminder of past sacrifices. Each swing of his blade carried regret and anger, the weight of lives lost etched into every stroke of his sword. Determined, Asher vowed to walk his own path, a quiet resolve shaping his choices as he faced the future. Arian listened with quiet understanding, her gaze softening as she accepted Asher's decision to forge a life defined by choice. She recalled Sir Hyban's words about Asher's unchanging nature, reflecting on the strength and consistency she had always admired in him. Arian's comparison between Asher and someone from her past stirred curiosity. The similarities felt uncanny, yet deeply personal to her. The golden hues of the sunset framed their conversation, a quiet exchange that subtly deepened the trust between them. Asher remained thoughtful, contemplating his purpose as their conversation echoed in his mind, reshaping his understanding of himself and others. Arian asked Asher about his next destination. His answer was resolute: the Gate of Swords, a place tied to his past. Asher explained his intent to uncover the mysteries of his reincarnation. He believed the gate held answers to his questions. The vision of the gate, with its towering presence, stirred Aryan's curiosity and apprehension about the challenges that awaited. Asher's determination shone brightly as he visualized the path ahead. The gate symbolized both uncertainty and hope for his journey. Aryan's expression softened into concern, her thoughts mirroring the weight of Asher's decision and the trials it might entail. Leica approached Asher with a cheerful stride, her excitement palpable as she noticed Aryan standing by his side, smiling lightly. Waving a letter in her hand, Leica proudly shared her acceptance into the Imperial Academy, her enthusiasm lighting up the moment. "Let's go together," she exclaimed, her joy infectious. The thought of sharing this journey with familiar faces filled her with hope. Aryan glanced at Asher, her expression thoughtful. The coincidence of their paths aligning seemed almost too perfect to ignore. With a subtle nod, Aryan suggested Asher join them. The idea resonated, hinting at a shared destiny awaiting their steps. Asher stood quietly, his expression contemplative, weighing the suggestion as thoughts of his journey and responsibilities crossed his mind. A small smile formed as Asher decided. The idea of spending these final moments together gave him a sense of peace. The castle gates stood open as citizens and nobles gathered, their presence marking the importance of Leica's impending journey. Vibrant blossoms decorated the courtyard, where knights and officials lined up with solemn expressions under the bright morning sun. Leica, dressed in ceremonial armor, exuded confidence. Her posture spoke of pride, but her eyes revealed the weight of responsibility. A tender embrace shared with her mother conveyed unspoken emotions, a moment of reassurance amidst the bustling and formal surroundings. The Duke's presence symbolized stability as he silently conveyed his trust. The kingdom would await Leica's return with quiet anticipation. Standing resolutely before her family, Leica's firm gaze reflected her determination, masking the uncertainty lurking in her thoughts. Her mother's composed demeanor hid layers of worry as she silently hoped Leica's actions would safeguard the future of their legacy. Her brother, ever the silent protector, conveyed his support through a simple gesture, a bond that spoke louder than words. The gathered entourage prepared to escort her, symbolizing the gravity of her journey and the responsibilities that lay ahead. The carriage departed, leaving behind a quiet emptiness. Leica wondered if the kingdom she knew would remain unchanged upon her return. As memories of her past life surfaced, shadows of uncertainty began to surround her, filling her mind with unresolved questions. A faceless enemy seemed to lurk in the distance, a foreboding reminder of the unfinished battles she had left behind. Thoughts of her lost comrades plagued her. Their fates remained a mystery, and the void of their absence weighed heavily on her. The ruined village served as a grim reminder of the devastation she once fought to prevent, now unfolding again before her. With determination burning in her heart, she set her sights on the unknown, ready to uncover answers and confront her destiny. Asher's gaze hardened, thoughts racing. He had resolved to confront his lingering doubts and uncover answers to his rebirth. A noble approached with gratitude, acknowledging Asher's efforts. His calm demeanor concealed an unshakable determination to uphold his responsibilities. The Duke addressed the gathered crowd, emphasizing the importance of protecting the fragile peace that hung by a tenuous thread. In a dark prison cell, a captive goblin sat silently, its sharp eyes observing every move, hinting at hidden motives. The goblin's intense gaze pierced through the bars, radiating defiance. It whispered to itself, plotting an escape from captivity. Asher approached the goblin's cage, his stern presence evoking tension. The goblin studied him carefully, as though weighing its options. Asher's silent determination unnerved the goblin. It shifted uneasily but masked its apprehension with a mocking, confident demeanor. The castle courtyard erupted with cheers as the crowd celebrated. Hidden amidst the joy, shadows loomed, unseen by ordinary eyes. The departing carriage rolled through the jubilant streets, its ornate exterior a sharp contrast to the looming tension within. The goblin sat motionless, its whispered words unnoticed. Hidden among the crowd, someone plotted to disrupt the fragile peace. The goblin smirked in its cell, its whispers growing confident. Beneath its calm exterior, plans for freedom steadily solidified. The royal carriage convoy passed through the gates, its grandeur emphasized by the rhythmic clatter of hooves on stone pathways. Inside the carriage, Leica sat with Lady Arian, her mind brimming with questions about their shared journey and looming uncertainties. Lady Arian's composed expression hid the struggles of her past, her journey to becoming the Imperial Guard captain still vivid. The atmosphere within the carriage felt heavy, yet determination radiated from its passengers, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Asher listened intently, curiosity sparked by Arian's dedication to follow a path shaped by someone she deeply admired. Arian's thoughts drifted to her past, reflecting on the guidance and wisdom of the person she respected most. Leica observed Arian closely, intrigued by the deep admiration she expressed for someone who had profoundly influenced her life. Memories of Arian's mentor surfaced, an inspiring figure whose strength and compassion united even the most fragmented souls of their time. The Dark Elves' long-standing enmity with humans faded in her case, thanks to one human's unprecedented kindness and trust. Arian remembered her race's destruction vividly. Left as a lone survivor, her world seemed hollow until a human offered hope. That human was an Imperial Guard captain, whose empathy and strength stood unmatched. He welcomed her when no one else did. His firm yet caring nature forged an unbreakable bond. Arian was raised not as a stranger, but as his own. His self-discipline inspired her as a child. Every action and word reflected honor, becoming the foundation of her ideals. Despite his passing, Arian felt his legacy alive within her. His example gave her purpose and strength to carry on. Arian's gaze softened as she confessed her admiration. Her mentor's influence remained her compass, guiding her through every challenge. Asher's mind raced. The similarities between Arian's mentor and someone from his own memories left him both curious and uneasy. Leica listened intently, sensing the depth of emotion behind Arian's words. The atmosphere grew heavier with unspoken connections forming. Asher wondered what qualities made this mentor so respected, seeking an answer that might also help him find his way. Arian reflected deeply. What she respected most was not strength, but the unwavering resolve to protect those who could not. Arian remembered her father's mastery in swordsmanship, achieved through unwavering dedication that pushed him to unparalleled levels of skill. His relentless training inspired Arian's journey. She longed to emulate his discipline, embodying his values through her own path. Standing before the Imperial Guard, Arian reflected on her journey. Every step carried the weight of her father's legacy. Asher listened quietly, grappling with his own emotions. The parallels between Arian's story and his memories sparked a lingering doubt. A distant memory resurfaced in Asher's mind. He hesitated, unsure if revealing his connection would be met with trust or scorn. Inside the carriage, Leica speculated about the similarities between Asher and Arian's father. Her curiosity was interrupted by a cry for help. A distressed villager stumbled towards the carriage, pleading for assistance. His words were laced with desperation, shaking everyone inside. The villager described a bandit raid on his village, painting a grim picture of chaos and suffering, urging immediate action. Leica's resolve hardened. She ordered the carriage to stop, quickly preparing to intervene, her focus now on saving innocent lives. Arian's sharp senses detected something unsettling nearby. The bandits' attack was no ordinary chaos. It carried traces of something darker. Asher leapt from the carriage without hesitation, rushing ahead to assess the situation while others prepared to join the fight. Leica, unwilling to stand by, instructed the remaining group to follow behind and provide support as she armed herself. Arian's gaze darkened. Her instincts confirmed the presence of demons, a harrowing realization that shifted their strategy immediately. The group's urgency escalated. The faint presence of evil demanded swift action, their unity tested as they prepared for battle. Standing together, their determination burned. Each carried their own purpose, but all shared the same mission, to confront the looming threat. Arian stood before the goblin's cage, her instincts sharp. She sensed a sinister presence that felt far from ordinary bandits. The goblin sneered knowingly, its cryptic words warning of demons lurking near, mocking their inevitable encounter with a dark force. Arian's heart sank as the realization struck. The ominous aura confirmed the presence of demons, heightening the gravity of their mission. The team reached the devastated village, a grim sight of destruction and death, revealing the horrifying scale of the demonic attack. Asher and Leica stared at the scene in silent shock, their resolve strengthening as the chilling truth of their enemy unfolded. A sinister energy pulsates above the town, casting a purple glow over the rooftops and spreading an ominous chill. Asher and Leica arrive at a bloodied town square, horrified by the aftermath of what seems like a brutal raid. Asher surveys the carnage, clenched fists trembling as he mutters, "Who could commit such atrocities without any sense of remorse?" Leica watches in anger as slavers shout commands, forcing terrified villagers into wagons, sparking a deep desire to intervene immediately. A burly slaver, noticing Asher's glare, yells at his men to be vigilant, mistaking him for a wandering mercenary. Asher moves swiftly, summoning a burst of energy that knocks a group of slavers off balance, shocking everyone nearby. One of the slavers clutches his stomach, groaning in pain while the others angrily close in with weapons raised. The lead slaver snarls, "You dare challenge us?" He brandishes a blade, moving to attack, but Asher remains unfazed. Leica, standing nearby, grips her sword, her fiery expression showing she's ready to back Asher against the growing mob. Asher identifies the slavers, disgust evident in his voice as he realizes these men are part of an infamous trafficking ring. Asher recalls a dark organization that traffics people across continents, their cruelty still etched vividly in his memories of the past. Scenes of despair flash before his eyes, people being shackled, children torn from families, and mercenaries thriving in the chaos of greed. Leica stands firm beside Asher, her voice resolute as she declares such actions unforgivable and deserving of the harshest justice. Asher tightens his grip on his blade, his resolve burning brightly. He vows to annihilate the slavers without hesitation or mercy. With a blinding flash of energy, Asher lunges forward, cutting down the first wave of attackers with precise, devastating strikes. Leica charges forward with incredible speed, her blade cutting through the air in a pink arc, aiming for the slavers. Asher follows up with precision strikes, his sword glowing as he dispatches the attackers swiftly, leaving no chance for retaliation. Glaring at the fallen enemies, Asher's voice echoes with disdain, declaring their acts as vile and unacceptable in any society. The slavers collapse one by one, groaning in pain, their resistance completely crushed by the unyielding strength of the duo. With the slavers defeated, Asher and Leica stand among the freed villagers, who watch them with a mixture of awe and relief. Leica assures the villagers they are safe now, suggesting they were lucky the duo was passing by to intervene in time. A villager timidly steps forward, bowing deeply to express gratitude, tears of relief streaming down as they thank their rescuers. Asher checks on the villagers, making sure no one is severely injured, while Leica maintains her protective stance nearby. Lady Arena, a figure of authority, approaches Asher and Leica, acknowledging their efforts while asking about the displaced villagers' situation. Arena proposes helping the homeless villagers by taking them to the Empire, ensuring safety and resources for rebuilding their lives. Asher and Leica offer to arrange accommodations for the villagers, ensuring their safety until the town can be restored properly. The villagers, overwhelmed by kindness, express their heartfelt thanks, some unable to hold back tears as they gather in small groups. A child nervously tugs on Asher's sleeve, looking up with wide eyes filled with gratitude, whispering a quiet but sincere thanks. Asher crouches down, patting the child's head gently, a rare smile softening his usually serious demeanor as he reassures the boy. United, the group begins their journey toward the Empire, a renewed sense of hope lighting their path despite the devastation behind. Asher gazes at the young boy, sensing something unusual about him, as the child timidly whispers words of gratitude. Locking eyes with the boy, Asher notices a faint golden mark glowing on his forehead, signaling something ancient and powerful. Shocked, Asher's thoughts race as he recalls an ancient symbol tied to divine blessings or curses from long-forgotten eras. The mark glows brighter, evoking a memory from Asher's past life, connecting the boy to a mysterious and significant destiny. A luxurious carriage approaches the group, interrupting the moment as Asher refocuses on ensuring the safety of the gathered villagers. The carriage stops, and Lady Arena steps forward, addressing Asher with concern, pointing toward the boy with the unusual mark. Asher listens attentively, hearing Arena's suspicions about the boy's identity and a possible connection to a noble family in the Empire. Leica, visibly curious, observes the interaction while remaining vigilant, ready to act should any unforeseen dangers arise around the group. Arena calmly explains the importance of the mark, linking it to Lord Hyban, a renowned figure known for his mysterious powers. The boy nervously shifts under the group's gaze as Asher considers their next step, determined to uncover the truth behind the mark. A dark scene emerges in Asher's thoughts, recalling stories of an ancient cult that once sought to control marks of divine power. Memories of battles against cultists resurface, their corrupted magic and rituals wreaking havoc on innocent lives for selfish gains and destruction. Asher clenches his fists, recalling how their rituals created monstrous beings, leading to battles that shaped history's course in devastating ways. Determined, Asher resolves to investigate the boy's mark further, understanding its significance in the context of his own turbulent past. He stands before the group, calm but firm, ready to guide them toward the Empire and unravel the mysteries waiting ahead. Arena explains that Lord Crocus, a hero of the Empire, helped resolve chaos during the war with demons and dragons. She emphasizes his sacrifices, keeping his identity hidden for security, but notes his mark connects him to the boy's mystery. Meanwhile, a captured goblin observes the scene from his cell, its eyes gleaming as it mutters cryptic words about the child. The goblin recalls rumors of a divine lineage tied to the mark the boy bears, hinting at a significant role. The boy stands silently nearby, oblivious to the truths whispered in the shadows, his presence unknowingly sparking hidden intrigue. Asher decides to bring the boy, Garen, with them to the Empire, hoping the journey will reveal the mark's secrets. As the carriage rolls forward, the group reflects on past events, while the goblin cryptically remarks about humanity's peculiar destiny. Garen, sitting inside the carriage, cautiously introduces himself, confessing he was on a mission when the tragedy unfolded in his village. He recalls his task of succession, set to inherit responsibilities tied to the depths, but captured before fulfilling his purpose. Garen's memories replay in his mind, of running, hiding, and eventually being caught, only to lose everything precious in an instant. Asher listens intently, noting Garen's resilience, but questions the challenges of his responsibility, hinting at the difficulties of a life underground. Garen reflects on his orphaned upbringing, surviving on scraps and hiding in forbidden tunnels, seeking refuge from the harsh surface world. Those tunnels, once a safe haven, turned out to be paths leading to Lord Crocus's secluded, mysterious dwelling deep underground. The boy recounts the day he stumbled into the dwelling, unaware of its significance, a twist of fate forever altering his life. As the story unfolds, Asher's mind races, piecing together the boy's experiences with the mark's mysteries, preparing for answers ahead. Garen recalls stumbling into a hidden chamber filled with divine energy, protected by barriers that ordinary humans couldn't breach. Inside, he encountered Lord Crocus, a mysterious figure who questioned how an ordinary boy had managed to enter his sanctuary. Over time, Garen stayed with Crocus, learning about ancient secrets and surviving under the care of the enigmatic Master of Depths. Years later, Crocus revealed his desire to retire, acknowledging Garen's resilience and asking him to become his successor. With no other place to go, Garen agreed to inherit Crocus's role, dedicating himself to the duties of the depths. Leica acknowledges Garen's tough decision, admiring his strength to take on such responsibility despite the overwhelming challenges it entails. Garen mentions his determination to meet Crocus at the Empire for the succession ceremony, showing his unwavering resolve to succeed. Asher recalls his own history with Crocus, their youthful days spent fighting together in dangerous territories, sharing mutual respect and friendship. Thinking about their reunion, Asher wonders how much Crocus has changed, reflecting on the passage of time and his own experiences. Under a bright moonlit sky, the group arrives at the Empire gates, their carriages escorted by guards, signaling their safe arrival. The security chief greets them, listening as Arena explains the situation and requests temporary accommodations for the rescued villagers. Understanding the urgency, the chief agrees to assist, assuring the group that the villagers will be well cared for. Garen, grateful but composed, thanks Asher and Leica for their protection, promising to meet them again before heading underground. As they part, Leica offers a warm farewell to Garen, wishing him strength for the challenges he'll soon face. The group discusses the plan for tomorrow, with Arena suggesting rest at the lodging provided by the Empire for their efforts. Leica, appreciating the gesture, agrees with Arena, thanking her for coordinating a safe and peaceful night after their long journey. Arena promises to guide them to their quarters, leading the group as the moonlight casts a serene glow on the city. The night sky is clear, filled with stars, as the majestic architecture of the Empire stands tall, emanating strength and history. Alone in his room, Asher reflects on how much has changed, yet how certain memories feel as vivid as ever. Asher looks around his quiet quarters, feeling a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation, knowing his reunion with Crocus is imminent. Sitting on the bed, he recalls the challenges that brought him here, wondering if his instincts will guide him once more. With a calm yet sharp voice, Asher speaks, sensing an unseen presence in the room, his perception as sharp as ever. A shadow emerges from the corner, acknowledging Asher's skill, as the air grows tense with an unspoken understanding of familiarity. Asher, calm but ready, prepares to confront the figure, his eyes locked in focus as he assesses the silent intruder. A man named Klaus emerges, standing confidently before Asher, exuding an air of mystery as he surveys the room with a smirk. Asher, seated calmly, acknowledges Klaus, intrigued by his unexpected appearance and the documents he seems to be holding tightly. Klaus hands over a scroll containing information about a secret organization's movements, the document hinting at deeper schemes across the Empire. Examining the scroll, Asher processes its details carefully, realizing it reveals both strategic plans and hidden strongholds of dangerous adversaries. Klaus grins, satisfied with Asher's interest, mentioning the importance of their next steps in dismantling the organization's threatening power. Asher is startled by a sudden memory of Lord Crocus, visualizing him wielding his staff amidst ominous red energy and shadows. The imagery shifts to the Empire's grand castle, a majestic structure standing resilient against the backdrop of a serene sunrise. Inside, Asher and Leica enjoy breakfast, but Leica comments on Arena's absence, pondering her whereabouts with mild concern. Asher silently nods, lost in thought, reflecting on how their team's cohesion is crucial for the battles and tasks ahead. They share a moment of quiet understanding, preparing for the day, knowing the challenges awaiting them demand utmost focus and strength. Leica reassures Asher, noting that Arena promised to guide them today, but wonders why she hasn't appeared as planned. A soldier named Khan enters, formally introducing himself as the leader of the security squad assigned to guide Asher and Leica. Khan explains that Arena had urgent matters to attend to, delegating the responsibility of guiding them to him in her absence. Leica expresses mild disappointment but agrees to Khan's assistance, trusting his capabilities despite the sudden change in plans. Khan confidently assures them of a smooth journey, leading the way toward their next destination while maintaining a professional demeanor. Leica smiles, assuring Asher that Arena must be busy with important matters, trusting Khan's guidance for their journey ahead. Asher, deep in thought, wonders if Arena has gone to meet Crocus, suspecting her absence may hold deeper significance. The group's carriage rolls through the grand gates of the Empire, showcasing its towering architecture and vibrant energy. Garen looks out, marveling at the capital's splendor, awestruck by its vastness and the lively streets filled with elegant citizens. Inside the carriage, Leica comments on the city's magnificence, comparing it to their own territory while admiring its vibrant atmosphere. Leica observes the bustling streets, impressed by the elegant and orderly nature of the capital, feeling a sense of admiration. Asher remains silent, recalling the Empire's past glory and the struggles he witnessed during his previous visits to the capital. Lost in thought, Asher recalls Crocus's teachings about the Empire's strength, pondering how much has changed since their last encounter. Leica notices Asher's distant gaze, concerned by his quiet demeanor but choosing not to disturb his moment of reflection. Asher regains focus, subtly reassuring Leica and preparing himself for the responsibilities awaiting them in this familiar yet evolving city. Khan attempts to ease the group's nerves, empathizing with the feeling of being in a new environment, though Asher appears unaffected. Leica thanks Khan for his effort, expressing trust in his guidance as the group grows closer to their destination within the city. Asher reflects on how the Empire isn't unfamiliar to him, acknowledging his long history here while keeping his thoughts private. The Grand Academy comes into view, its towering structure impressing everyone with its sheer size and intricate design. Leica gasps in awe at the Academy's magnificence, eagerly anticipating what lies ahead within its imposing and illustrious walls. Asher and Leica step out of the carriage, marveling at the Academy's size, which feels grander than their own castle. Asher reminisces about the Academy, recalling it as the place where Crocus and he spent much of their youth in training. The sight of the Academy triggers a wave of memories, yet nothing about its grand facade seems to have changed at all. A guide approaches, offering to escort the group to the reception area for further instructions and preparations for their tasks. Leica cheerfully acknowledges the guide, her enthusiasm bubbling as they proceed, anticipating the challenges and new experiences awaiting them. The receptionist greets them warmly, commenting on their arrival from Ayak territory and sparking curiosity about their connection to a known swordsman. Leica learns about Karen, a renowned swordsman, lauded as the Academy's top prodigy and a shining example of skill and dedication. The receptionist confidently claims no one in the Empire can surpass Karen's prowess, setting high expectations for the Academy's standards. The discussion shifts to the Academy's strict entry requirements, which include a sword duel to evaluate an applicant's combat abilities. Leica, excited by the challenge, eagerly agrees to the duel, determined to prove her skills and secure her place at the Academy. The guide escorts the group through the Academy grounds, pointing out notable landmarks and providing instructions for the upcoming evaluations. Leica, focused on the upcoming duel, exudes determination as Asher observes silently, aware of her passion and unyielding resolve. Khan explains he has urgent matters to attend to, leaving Leica to proceed with her duel, confident in her abilities. Leica invites Asher to watch her duel, but Asher reassures her that he fully trusts her capabilities to excel independently. With a confident smile, Leica assures Asher she's ready, embracing the opportunity to showcase her strength and skills at the Academy. Asher entrusts Khan with taking care of Leica, confident in her abilities but aware of the importance of her safety. Leica nods confidently, her fiery determination shining through as she prepares to prove herself in the Academy's rigorous duel. Asher watches her leave, then turns his focus inward, walking away with a purpose, his thoughts now consumed by a looming mystery. His steps echo through the grand hall, each one weighted with anticipation, as he senses something powerful calling out to him. In a hidden chamber, a sword pulsates with radiant energy, enveloped in a purple aura, as if waiting for its rightful wielder. Leica introduces herself confidently as Leica Halbarak, ready to face the Academy's entrance test, her gaze steady and unwavering. Havan, the teacher, warns her not to expect leniency due to her noble status, emphasizing that skill alone determines success here. He explains the test. Leica must block his attack and land a single strike to prove her worth and pass. Raising his sword, Havan signals the start of the duel, his stance exuding power and years of refined combat experience. Leica mirrors his readiness, her determination blazing as she raises her blade, fully prepared to meet the challenge head-on. Observers discuss Haven's reputation as an esteemed knight, and how his test demands nothing less than excellence from all participants. The Academy's stringent admission standards are highlighted, sparking curiosity among the onlookers about Leica's abilities and whether she can pass. Leica moves swiftly, her sword glowing with precision, as her training and determination shine through in every calculated motion. Haven acknowledges her skill, launching a powerful attack with precision and force, testing Leica's focus and resolve in the moment. Leica counters with a graceful yet fierce strike, her movements honed through years of dedication, meeting Haven's power with her own. Leica unleashes a decisive strike with a determined shout, her blade radiating strength and precision as it clashes against Haven's. The sound of their swords colliding reverberates through the hall, drawing gasps from onlookers as Leica stands her ground confidently. Haven stumbles back slightly, surprised by Leica's strength, as her unwavering determination begins to tip the balance of the duel. With one final, precise motion, Leica lands a clean strike on Haven, securing her victory and leaving the crowd in awe. As Haven acknowledges her skills, Leica stands tall, triumphant and radiant, proving her worth and earning her place at the academy. Leica stands tall after her victory, her sword gleaming as Haven falls, acknowledging her as a worthy opponent with a groan. She questions Haven's skill, wondering how such a seasoned knight could have been defeated so swiftly in their duel. The observers are left speechless, shocked by Leica's display of strength and her ability to pass such a difficult test with ease. Haven smiles faintly, recognizing Leica's true potential, while the receptionist declares her successful entry into the prestigious academy. As Leica gazes at the sprawling academy grounds, she feels a surge of pride and excitement for the journey ahead. Meanwhile, Asher walks through the academy's outer grounds, his steps purposeful as he approaches a legendary structure hidden within. He stands before the Gate of the Swords, a monumental door known for its connection to the Empire's greatest warriors. The gate's imposing presence stirs memories of ancient traditions, designed to test swordsmen's resolve and unlock paths to unparalleled mastery. To enter, a swordsman must pass 3 trials, each more grueling than the last, separating legends from mere challengers. Asher recalls how even top-tier swordsmen like Haven failed to unlock the gate's final secret, leaving its mystery unsolved. The gate looms large, its intricate carvings depicting the faces of past swordsmen, each one a guardian of its eternal challenge. Opening one gate reveals another, a cycle meant to push swordsmen to their absolute limits and beyond. Many swordsmen have tried to conquer the gate, yet none have reached its final depths, leaving its secrets shrouded in mystery. Asher reflects on the stories of failure, even among swordmasters, as he considers the path he's about to take. The space beyond the third gate remains untouched, an eternal enigma that calls to only the most daring and skilled warriors. Poitan attempts to push open the first gate with a mighty shout, managing to barely crack it open amidst cheers. Onlookers commend Poitan's effort, reminding him that even opening one gate proves his status as a top-tier swordsman in the academy. Despite the praise, Poitan collapses, exhausted, admitting defeat and unable to continue as the gate's challenge proves too much for him. His companions, disappointed but encouraging, reassure him that he was close and should feel proud of his attempt. Asher observes silently, his interest piqued by the gate's challenge, his calm demeanor contrasting the commotion around Poitan's efforts. Asher steps closer to the gate, drawing the attention of onlookers who notice his quiet yet commanding presence in the area. The group questions Asher's purpose, surprised when he calmly states his intention to attempt the Gate of Swords challenge himself. Skeptical, they warn him of the difficulty, pointing out that even Poitan, the academy's top student, failed after an hour of trying. Asher listens to their doubts with a faint smirk, his confidence subtly radiating as he positions himself before the imposing gate. Without a word, Asher places his hand on the gate, a mysterious force emanating from him, stunning everyone present. The onlookers scoff, doubting Asher's ability, noting he doesn't even carry a sword, deeming him unfit to open the gate. Suddenly, a bright light engulfs the gate as Asher pushes it open effortlessly, leaving the onlookers stunned and speechless. Poitan and his companions gape in disbelief, watching as Asher, unbothered, steps through the now opened gate with calm precision. Asher enters the mysterious interior, his sharp eyes scanning the enigmatic surroundings, his thoughts hidden from those watching in awe. The onlookers remain frozen, unable to comprehend how Asher succeeded so easily where even seasoned swordsmen had struggled or failed. Asher recalls his past life, where passing through the first gate was a simple feat for him. Advancing further, Asher had managed to conquer the second gate, a feat very few could achieve. He remembers opening the third gate, surpassing even the legendary swordmaster, venturing into uncharted territory beyond imagination. The unknown expanse revealed a cosmic scenery, a realm beyond reality where no ordinary human had ever dared to venture. Back then, Asher was just a guard captain without glory or prestige, yet destiny led him to this mysterious place. Returning to the present, Asher reflects on the mystery of his success in traversing the gates and what awaited him. Walking forward confidently, he senses the same enigmatic energy that guided him during his past encounters with the gates. At the heart of the cosmic realm stands a magnificent sword, gleaming with an aura of overwhelming power and wisdom. Asher greets the sword, recognizing it as Ensis, a sentient entity guarding untold secrets and holding great knowledge. Ensis responds, recalling Asher's last visit and expressing curiosity about his transformed, youthful appearance since their last encounter. Ensis questions the drastic change in Asher's form, sensing a different yet familiar presence within the younger man's being. Asher explains that while his body is reborn, his soul remains unchanged, leading him back to Ensis for answers. Ensis acknowledges Asher's words, understanding that only someone of his past experiences could return to this sacred space. Aware of Ensis's vast knowledge, Asher seeks insights into the purpose of his reincarnation and the unfolding cosmic events. Ensis, intrigued by Asher's determination, prepares to share what he knows, sensing that their intertwined fate has just begun anew. Ensis's aura intensifies as it examines Asher's soul, its ethereal energy revealing hidden layers of his existence previously unseen. Swirling light envelops Asher, binding his essence as Ensis delves deeper into the core of his spiritual being. Ensis pauses, noting an unsettling disturbance within Asher's soul, a presence both foreign and sinister, sparking immediate curiosity. "There lies a corrupted energy within you," Ensis declares, its voice filled with concern at the unnatural distortion it detects. Asher's expression hardens upon learning a malevolent force has tainted his soul, stirring questions of its origin and purpose. A sinister plot unfolded as shadowy figures conspired, led by a mysterious man with an air of dark authority. Asher's heart raced. The betrayal cut deeper than any sword. Memories of loyalty clashed with bitter feelings of treachery. In a mysterious chamber, echoes of ancient power resonated as Asher approached a glowing pedestal that emitted an eerie aura. A celestial voice spoke, revealing that gods could manipulate souls. Asher's existence became a pawn in a celestial game. Suspended in swirling energy, a radiant sword symbolized Asher's past, a tether to forgotten strength and a new destiny. The sword radiated immense power, intertwining with Asher's soul, unraveling secrets of his past as a revered swordmaster. Visions revealed his unmatched skill in battle, but betrayal overshadowed his accomplishments, leaving an indelible scar on his soul. Gods craved his soul for its pure strength, an essence forged through battle's pain and indomitable will over lifetimes. Asher learned his aura failed to merge fully, leaving him vulnerable, yet uniquely unyielding, a target for higher beings. Determined, Asher steeled himself, knowing his new body might limit him, but his spirit burned fiercer than ever before. Eyes glowing with resolve, Asher faced an ominous force. The name Marena whispered in the shadows, foretelling danger. Turning away from the sword's pleas, Asher walked resolutely, the blade's despair echoing in the chamber behind him. The sword's lament hinted at past struggles to escape its confines, leaving Asher intrigued but undeterred by its cries. Asher promised to revisit the mysterious blade later, prioritizing his journey to reclaim his identity and confront Marena. Shadows stirred as Asher departed, a silent acknowledgement of the battles awaiting him beyond the confines of the chamber. The radiant sword resonated with excitement as Asher approached, a flicker of hope reflected in the blade's energy. Asher extended his hand, gripping the sword with quiet determination, its warmth spreading through him like an unspoken connection. The blade's desperate longing to escape radiated through Asher's soul, merging their resolve into a single shared purpose. A sudden rush of power surged through the chamber as Asher's grip tightened, igniting the dormant energy within the blade. The sword's weightless feel surprised Asher, its balance a perfect extension of himself, signaling the beginning of their renewed journey. The chamber trembled as brilliant light erupted, signaling the sword's release from its prison, filling Asher with newfound strength. The energy grew wild, the sword's jubilant cries echoing in Asher's mind as it tasted freedom for the first time. Asher braced against the energy surge, the sword's unshackled power swirling into the room, illuminating the once dark surroundings. Outside, the night sky shimmered with the sword's release, heralding the reawakening of an ancient force long forgotten by time. Asher stood outside the chamber, the sword's warmth now silent but resolute, ready to face new challenges ahead. Asher entered the bustling manor, his clothes tattered from the day's events, catching the attention of his comrades nearby. "A tough day, huh?" A friendly nudge greeted Asher, their camaraderie easing the weight of the sword on his back. The group exchanged stories of their trials, laughter filling the room, grounding Asher after his surreal encounter with the sword. Asher reflected quietly on the sword's promise and the challenges to come, resolved to prepare himself for the trials ahead. The manor buzzed with life, but Asher's mind drifted to the journey ahead, his grip firm on the sword's hilt. Asher nodded to his companion, Lord Kim, their shared understanding unspoken as the weight of their duties pressed on. Left alone, Asher pondered his recent encounters, his senses sharpening as he noticed a faint, mysterious presence nearby. A ghostly figure flickered into view, its translucent form hovering in silence, an uninvited yet oddly familiar guest in Asher's path. The ethereal being's presence was undetectable to others, its glowing eyes fixating on Asher with an enigmatic intensity. Asher's curiosity was piqued as the apparition revealed its name, Ensir, a being tied to secrets from the ancient past. Ensir floated beside Asher as they stepped into the cool night air, the Empire's sprawling cityscape stretching before them. The spirit marveled at the human world, its memories of the past weaving with the present in a bittersweet harmony. Ensir reminisced about the Empire's former glory before cataclysmic events reduced its splendor, the scars of destruction still faintly visible. Despite his exhaustion, Asher found comfort in Ensir's company, their connection hinting at a shared purpose beyond the current moment. Asher stood resolute under the moonlight, ready to uncover the mysteries of Ensir's past and the challenges awaiting him. Ensir sensed an ominous disturbance beneath the Empire, warning Asher of an ancient rift that bridged to the demon realm. Asher's sharp gaze turned toward the source of the disruption, his mind racing with the implications of Ensir's revelation. The rift's guardian, a once mighty protector, had vanished, leaving the Empire vulnerable to the encroaching darkness spreading from the abyss. Asher knew this disturbance would only grow, threatening to consume the Empire unless he acted swiftly to confront the danger. With Ensir's guidance, Asher prepared himself for the perilous journey, determined to protect the Empire from its looming fate. Ensir sensed a unique, unfamiliar energy beneath the Empire, one that felt distinct from the usual oppressive demonic aura. Asher's curiosity grew as he realized this energy carried an ominous power tied to long-lost forbidden magic. Beneath the city, Asher and his escort approached the residence of Lady Arena, a figure linked to ancient secrets. The guards marched in formation, their presence highlighting the gravity of the situation as tension filled the air. Lady Arena appeared, her piercing gaze and sharp armor radiating authority, hinting at the unyielding resolve hidden within her calm demeanor. Arena issued a firm command, her tone sharp, ensuring her guards remained vigilant against the unseen threats lurking nearby. Without warning, chaos erupted as dark energy surged, attacking the guards with merciless speed, catching them completely off guard. The sudden ambush revealed a monstrous figure, its presence overwhelming, as fear rippled through those unfortunate enough to face it. Arena stood her ground, her unwavering resolve contrasting the panic surrounding her, prepared to confront this unrelenting manifestation of evil. The demonic entity laughed cruelly, mocking the human efforts, its malevolent aura growing stronger as it prepared for further destruction. Perched atop the ruins, the enigmatic figure smiled mischievously, her crimson eyes glowing with untamed power and sinister curiosity. Asher watched a dark, looming figure channel demonic energy, its power spreading corruption, threatening the delicate balance of realms. Ensur explained the devastating force of demonic energy, its ability to shroud the world in darkness and spark unending destruction. The realization struck Asher. Someone was deliberately tearing apart the rift's barriers, paving the way for the demon realm's influence. Determined to intervene, Asher steeled himself for a journey to uncover the source of the spreading darkness and its master. He questioned if the underground had already succumbed to demonic forces, as horrifying visions of shadowy demons filled his thoughts. Asher and Ensur heard cries for help from a young boy who seemed desperate to deliver an urgent message. The boy, named Garen, revealed his master had vanished, leaving him alone and terrified amid the growing chaos. Asher's calm demeanor reassured the boy, promising guidance, as Ensur sensed a deeper connection to the demon realm's disruptions. Garen clung to Asher, pleading for protection, unaware of the growing dangers awaiting them in the shadowed depths ahead. Ensur's glowing form illuminated their path as they prepared to confront the heart of the darkness corrupting the land. Garen's presence carried weight. Ensur identified him as a key successor tied to the mysterious Lord of the Depths. The group debated their next move, realizing the demon realm's influence limited their options for safe passage and action. Asher volunteered to guide Garen, knowing only those with exceptional training could withstand the corrupting power surrounding the demon rift. With courage unwavering, Asher led the boy, while Ensur's presence served as a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Their mission clear, Asher prepared to face the trials of the depths, aware of the sacrifices such a path required. Asher descended into the underground, steeling himself to face Tarkin, a powerful goblin imprisoned for reasons shrouded in secrecy. In the dim light, Tarkin's imposing form emerged, his chains rattling as he studied Asher with a calculating gaze. Recognizing Tarkin's potential, Asher offered freedom in exchange for loyalty, a deal forged to tackle the dangers in the depths. Tarkin hesitated briefly, weighing his options before agreeing, his pride as a warrior demanding he honor such a formidable pact. Asher nodded, confident in his decision, as Tarkin's cooperation symbolized an unlikely but necessary alliance against the spreading darkness. Tarkin swore his allegiance to Asher, his deep voice echoing with sincerity, sealing their bond as companions for the journey. Lord Cain reluctantly agreed to release Tarkin, acknowledging Asher's authority and trusting his judgment despite lingering doubts about the goblin. The group prepared for their descent, their resolve solidified by the magnitude of their mission and the dangers they would face. Asher's calm demeanor inspired trust, even as the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him, driving his unwavering determination forward. With Ensur glowing softly as a guiding light, the party stood ready, their focus set on the perilous path ahead. Asher led the group to the gateway of the underground, its ominous aura thick with traces of demonic corruption. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a dark tunnel radiating malevolence, each step forward heightening the tension among the party. Tarkin's sharp senses identified the unmistakable influence of the demon realm, his warrior instincts sharpening as he prepared for battle. The group ventured deeper, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls, the weight of impending danger ever present in their minds. Asher reassured Garen with a firm glance, his resolve unwavering despite the uncertainty of what awaited them in the shadows. Asher noticed Garen struggling under the demon realm's influence, but his resilience hinted at hidden strength beyond his young age. Tarkin observed Garen's endurance, noting how a normal human would falter. It intrigued him as they pressed deeper underground. Amid the shadows, Tarkin spotted a figure, Lady Arena, collapsed among the remains of a grim battle, stirring Asher's concern. Asher called out to Lady Arena, his voice breaking the silence as he rushed to her side through the carnage. The grim sight confirmed the demon realm's growing power, with survivors becoming rare amidst the destruction they left in their wake. Lady Arena stirred weakly, recognizing Asher and his party. Relief mingled with exhaustion as she explained the dire events underground. Taken's sharp remark about her battered appearance brought tension, but Arena smirked, grateful for Asher's timely intervention in her struggle. Asher assessed the situation, offering comfort to Arena while determining the best course of action for their increasingly dangerous mission. Garen remained close, showing concern for Lady Arena, his bravery and resolve growing as he saw her begin to recover. Their alliance strengthened. Asher prepared to move forward, knowing Arena's insight could provide vital aid against the darkness ahead. Tarkin suddenly halted, his keen senses alerting the group to the presence of demons lurking nearby, their power saturating the air. Ensir's faint glow intensified, confirming Takan's warning as a dark, oppressive energy began to surround their current location. Asher steadied himself, sensing the familiar traces of dark magic, its corrupting influence tugging at the edges of his resolve. Tarkin's disdain for the energy was evident, his warrior instincts sharpening as he prepared to confront the looming threat ahead. The party braced for battle, united in their determination to face the demonic force waiting in the oppressive shadows. In the shadows, Tarkin recalled the time dark powers enslaved him, stirring anger and determination to break their hold forever. Ensir and Asher sensed movement ahead, their sharpened instincts confirming the approach of something ominous, its presence thick with malice. Crackling energy filled the air as a foreboding figure loomed closer, its monstrous form radiating sinister power with every step. Asher readied his blade while Taken gripped his axe tightly, their unspoken resolve solidifying as they prepared for an imminent fight. A demonic laugh echoed, challenging them as its grotesque form stepped fully into view, signaling the start of the confrontation. The demon revealed itself, its vibrant red skin and malevolent grin sending chills through the group as it taunted them. Asher stood firm, observing its every move, while Takan's scowl deepened, recognizing the demon from his painful past enslavement. The demon's aura intensified, summoning dark minions to assist it, the room filling with chaos and the promise of violence. Despite the overwhelming odds, Asher moved forward confidently, his focus on eliminating the demon before it could unleash further destruction. The demon unleashed an attack, but Asher deflected it effortlessly, demonstrating his skill as the battle began in full force. Garen, hearing the clash in the distance, grew restless, suspecting the worst about his master and urging Lady Arena to move. The group made haste through the dim corridors, driven by the sound of battle and Garen's growing sense of urgency. Meanwhile, a shadowed figure awaited in a dark chamber, watching events unfold, whispering Garen's name as if summoning him forward. The ominous figure's anticipation grew as he sensed Garen's approach, his cryptic words promising a grim reunion shrouded in mystery. The chamber loomed ahead, its oppressive aura drawing the group closer to an inevitable confrontation with a force of great power. A shadowed figure with glowing eyes whispered ominously, "Come quickly, Garen," its voice filled with an unsettling, commanding presence. The heavy sword on Asher's back gleamed under the dim chamber light as he stepped forward into the eerie silence. A grotesque demon charged with surprising speed, but Asher's blade moved faster, cutting through its defenses in one fluid motion. The demon collapsed to the ground, its body twitching as dark energy seeped away, leaving only a lifeless husk behind. Asher barely spared a glance at the defeated demon, his sharp gaze searching the room for a more challenging adversary. The tension in the air thickened, and the faint sound of shifting shadows hinted that this battle was far from over. A second demon emerged from the darkness, its wings unfurled and eyes glowing with faint hesitation, as if unsure of itself. Before any attack came, the demon faltered, collapsing to its knees, trembling under the overwhelming presence radiating from Asher's stance. It whimpered and clawed at the ground, revealing no desire to fight, as if its survival instincts had overridden its aggression. The eerie stillness of the chamber hinted that this demon was not the source of the deeper threat Asher sought. Shadows seemed to pulse from the far end of the room, drawing Asher's attention toward something far more ominous ahead. The ground beneath Asher trembled as glowing runes erupted into view, spreading across the chamber with an ominous pulsating energy. Bright light spilled out from the glyphs, forcing his companions to step back, shielding their eyes from the intense glow. The magical disturbance reached its peak, as if announcing the arrival of something far beyond the demons they had faced so far. A towering figure began to form from the light, its shadow engulfing the room as an overwhelming presence filled the air. Asher stood firm, his calm demeanor betraying his readiness for the encounter, knowing this was the true challenge awaiting him. Asher adjusted his grip, watching the demon rise with twisted confidence, its energy crackling ominously in the darkened chamber. The towering beast roared, shaking the air as its companion demon hovered above, surveying the battlefield with cruel satisfaction. Asher's companion Goblin steadied his weapon, ready to strike, while the demons gloated over their apparent control of the situation. Shadows twisted and writhed as the demons radiated power, their confidence unwavering, feeding off the tension in the room. Asher stood unmoving, his presence calm but lethal, a storm of energy building within him as he prepared his counterattack. The demon lunged forward, claws blazing with dark energy, its attack aimed at Asher, but his speed made evasion effortless. Goblin followed up with a crushing blow, his weapon crackling with green light, smashing into the demon's monstrous flank. The hovering demon lashed out with a surge of shadowy magic, but the attack fizzled as Goblin deflected it. The battlefield erupted in chaos, energy clashes illuminating the room as Asher and Goblin coordinated their relentless attacks on the foes. The demons faltered under the barrage, the balance of power shifting rapidly, and their once overwhelming confidence now replaced with desperation. With a final surge of energy, Asher unleashed a devastating strike, shattering the magical barrier and staggering the remaining demon. The defeated demon collapsed with a roar, its energy dissipating as the room fell silent, tension replaced by heavy breaths. Goblin turned to Asher, scanning for injuries. Asher stood unharmed, his presence still commanding despite the intensity of the battle. The remaining energy in the room formed into a crackling rift, its pulsating light hinting at greater challenges ahead. Asher glanced back at his companions, exhaustion visible on their faces, but he offered a calm assurance before moving forward. The glowing spirit hovered near Asher, noting how his quick reflexes saved him from a potentially fatal blow during the fight. Asher's sharp gaze observed Tarkin, who avoided confrontation earlier, perhaps to study the battle's dynamics rather than jump into chaos. Tarkin maintained his composure, knowing well that Asher had already seen through his tactics and deliberate decision to stay observant. Asher walked forward, his trust in Tarkin wavering, but acknowledging the importance of calculated decisions in such unpredictable situations. They pressed onward, leaving behind the remnants of chaos, their focus set on uncovering the secrets hidden deeper within the stronghold. The group stood before a massive door, its intricate carvings radiating ominous energy, clearly marking it as a gateway to danger. They gathered their courage, stepping through together, their resolve unshaken, despite the uncertainty of what might lurk beyond the threshold. The chamber was vast and dimly lit, with faint echoes of footsteps and whispers hinting at hidden dangers surrounding them. Asher signaled to Garen, instructing him to prioritize finding their lost ally, while the rest handled whatever threats awaited. At the far end of the room, an unsettling glow caught Asher's attention, its presence forewarning of yet another challenge. A solitary figure sat upon a throne, his silhouette blending into the darkness, yet his aura carried undeniable power and familiarity. Garen's steps faltered as recognition struck him, the sight of his long-lost master stirring memories and a mix of emotions. The master's calm voice resonated through the chamber, his presence unshaken despite the turbulent energies swirling around the battlefield. Asher observed from a distance, his expression unreadable, calculating how this reunion might shift the dynamics of their mission ahead. The master's gaze met Asher's, a faint smirk forming as if acknowledging the young warrior's potential and unwavering determination. Crocus, standing composed amidst the group, exuded a sense of authority and calm that contrasted with the tension in the room. Elven eyes softened as they acknowledged Crocus's survival, her guarded posture relaxing briefly before doubt clouded her sharp gaze. The calm atmosphere around Crocus felt unnaturally still, making the group question the underlying motives of his deliberate actions. The plea for Crocus's help came with weight, reminding him of his role in securing the Empire against rising demonic threats. Crocus observed them silently, his figure radiating a heavy presence, as if carrying unspoken burdens no one could fathom yet. Crocus stepped forward, his slow, deliberate movements radiating defiance, making the group uneasy as they waited for his decision. A glint of rebellion sparked in his eyes as he rejected the plea, leaving the group stunned and uncertain. His words cut through the tense atmosphere, expressing a lifetime of burden, rejecting the role that chained him to this fight. The Elven Knight's shock was palpable, her instincts urging her to question him, but she stood frozen by his declaration. Asher observed Crocus silently, his mind racing to make sense of the unexpected refusal and what it could mean ahead. Crocus's fiery eyes glowed in the dim light, his expression revealing years of torment spent within the suffocating underground depths. Under the moonlight, the castle stood tall and foreboding as knights and warriors prepared themselves for the journey underground. A farewell between comrades felt heavy as one squad leader accepted the responsibility of descending into the ominous depths forever. The burden was clear. He would live below to safeguard the Empire, knowing the hardship he willingly embraced for peace. Despite the daunting task, the squad leader expressed pride in his role, honoring the memory of parents lost to demons. The resolve in his voice reflected his determination, inspiring those around him, though shadows of uncertainty lingered in their eyes. Asher recalled the noble sacrifice made by those who ventured underground, their courage etched deeply into his memory over time. Dark energy swirled ominously as images of the abyss resurfaced, filled with grotesque creatures clawing their way into his thoughts. The scene shifted to a memory of Crocus, shrouded in purple energy, his transformation a tragedy none could prevent. The weight of his descent into darkness struck Asher deeply. The fall of such a formidable ally felt unbearable. Crocus, seated atop a throne of shadows, symbolized a cruel twist of fate, consumed by the forces he once fought. Asher stood firm, analyzing the appearance of the demon forms manifesting between realms, their chaotic nature unsettling everyone present. The glowing spirit explained the origin of these creatures, their existence tied to the tenuous boundary between demons and humans. The Dark Ruler consumed countless demon forms, accumulating power until the energy transformed him into a true embodiment of black magic. Crocus's shadowed figure loomed large, his corrupted aura emanating malevolence as the group braced themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Shock etched across their faces as realization struck. Their ally had turned into a monstrous being beyond recognition. A blinding green light illuminated the battlefield as the elf and goblin moved in unison, deflecting the dark magic. Goblin's sharp words pulled the elf from her hesitation, reminding her to focus as she tightened her grip on the sword. Despite her inner turmoil, the elf steadied herself, acknowledging the truth that Crocus was no longer the hero they remembered. Goblin's confidence surged as he stepped forward, his weapon brimming with energy, taking charge of the fight to protect his companions. Asher was tasked to find the missing child, leaving the elf and goblin to face the growing chaos behind him. Shadows thickened around Crocus's throne, his sinister transformation becoming complete as the darkness consumed him entirely. The child, taken by a swarm of demon forms, disappeared into the void, leaving behind only despair and uncertainty. Garen questioned Crocus's motives, his voice filled with anguish as he sought answers from the man he once admired. Crocus revealed his exhaustion, his centuries of entrapment underground eroding his spirit, now seeking an end to his unbearable burden. The chamber grew eerily quiet as Crocus lamented his cursed role, reflecting on the empire that abandoned him long ago. Crocus's voice deepened, confessing his regret in forcing such a grim fate onto Garen, believing no one deserved this torment. Garen, resolute, declared his decision to succeed Crocus, motivated by unwavering respect despite the master's tragic revelations. Crocus reflected on the Empire's false accolades, recalling how the world revered him publicly, yet vilified him in secret for his power. His gaze hardened as he described the truth behind his legacy, a life of suffering masked by the title of hero. Crocus challenged Garen's resolve, questioning how he intended to escape a fate worse than imprisonment in this shadowy realm. Garen trembled as dark energy surrounded him, Crocus's overwhelming power intent on reshaping the world into a prison of despair. The elf's fierce scream echoed, her blade slicing through shadows as the grotesque forms surged forward to overwhelm her. Her strikes created arcs of energy, illuminating the dark chamber, yet the relentless onslaught of demon forms didn't falter. Goblin shouted encouragement from behind, unleashing a powerful swing that split several creatures, his efforts matching the elf's determination. Asher continued deeper, his blade glowing faintly, sensing a looming barrier of black magic blocking the path to Crocus. Goblin's sharp instincts identified the black magic barrier's source, remarking how its density mirrored Crocus's overwhelming dark energy signature. Asher approached cautiously, studying the barrier's structure while the glowing spirit floated beside him, its knowledge crucial to the task. The elf, fighting tirelessly, called out to Asher, her voice laced with hope that he could find a way forward. Asher examined the barrier, his hand tightening on the blade, the weight of his decision palpable as he prepared to act. The spirit observed silently, recognizing Asher's determination to break through the seemingly impenetrable wall of dark energy ahead. Asher's blade ignited with radiant energy, his resolve solidifying as he drove his strength into a single decisive strike on the barrier. The barrier cracked violently, sending ripples of dark energy outward, the impact jarring Asher but not breaking his focus. Crocus loomed over Garen, his chilling voice offering demonic power as an unwanted gift, forcing Garen into a twisted ritual. Garen screamed, resisting the dark energy attempting to consume him, the sinister power threatening to alter his very essence. Crocus's laugh echoed in the chamber, his corrupted intentions crystal clear, determined to pass his cursed legacy onto Garen. Crocus wielded his staff, the dark energy swirling around him, his intentions to reshape the world becoming dangerously clear. He proclaimed Garen's future as a hero, twisted by the dark power that would make him a savior of demons. The tension snapped as Crocus's ritual intensified, energy surging, his voice commanding Garen to accept the sinister gift of power. Asher arrived just in time, his blade gleaming in defiance as he shattered the ritual with a single decisive strike. Relief flooded Garen's face as Asher stepped forward, his presence a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. Crocus's rage boiled over, the ritual interrupted as he turned his fury towards Asher, his corrupted aura flaring with malice. Garen collapsed to the floor, his body weak from resisting the ritual, as Asher confronted Crocus without hesitation. Crocus advanced, the room trembling under his power, but Asher stood firm, prepared for the battle that would decide everything. The glowing spirit beside Asher observed intently, offering silent support as the clash of light and dark began to unfold. Asher's resolve burned bright as he spoke without words, his actions proving that true strength comes from unyielding courage and purpose. Crocus unleashed a barrage of dark energy, the impact cracking the ground, but Asher's swift movements avoided the lethal blow. The fight escalated as Asher countered, his sword glowing brilliantly, each strike aimed to pierce through Crocus's defenses. Crocus retaliated with his staff, its corrupted power filling the chamber, creating waves of energy that threatened to overwhelm Asher. Asher's final strike carried all his might, breaking through Crocus's attack, forcing the corrupted master to stagger backward in shock. The room fell silent, the clash subsiding, as Crocus's defiant gaze locked with Asher's, their fates intertwined in this moment. Crocus staggered backward, his once mighty aura flickering weakly, the weight of his decisions evident in his trembling, exhausted frame. Asher's gaze hardened, recognizing the tragedy of Crocus's fall from grace, his sword steady yet burdened by the weight of fate. With a decisive strike, Asher ended the battle, his blade piercing through Crocus, sealing the sorrowful end of his journey. Crocus clutched his wound, dark energy seeping out, astonished that Asher had managed to break through his potent black magic. Acknowledging Asher's extraordinary skill, Crocus prepared himself for a final confrontation, his determination fueled by anger and lingering pride. Asher's calm yet fierce stance made his intentions clear. He couldn't allow Crocus to transform the world into a realm of despair. Crocus's voice echoed through the chamber, challenging Asher's resolve, mocking the arrogance of a human daring to defy black magic. His dark aura surged, filling the room with an oppressive presence, as if daring Asher to face the full extent of his power. Crocus ascended into the air, his figure surrounded by crackling shadows, his power fully restored as he vowed to crush Asher. Asher steadied his blade, his glowing spirit companion observing silently, readying for the overwhelming wave of energy Crocus prepared to unleash. Crocus mocked Asher's humanity, deeming it insignificant against the maddening strength of black magic corrupting his soul. Asher's eyes sharpened, unwavering in the face of the attack, his silent determination resonating stronger than words as the battle continued. Crocus hurled a powerful wave of dark energy, but Asher dodged skillfully, his sword slashing through the shadows with precision. Crocus unleashed an even more destructive attack, the power shaking the chamber, but Asher's movements were too swift for him to land a blow. Asher retaliated, his blade glowing brighter with each strike, slowly chipping away at the barrier of dark magic shielding Crocus. Crocus's frustration grew, his attacks becoming erratic, as Asher's determination proved to be an unyielding force against his corruption. A precise strike from Asher's blade shattered the dark shield protecting Crocus, leaving the corrupted master vulnerable for the first time. The room trembled as Crocus realized his defeat was inevitable, his confidence cracking under the relentless resolve of Asher's unbreakable spirit. Crocus unleashed a mental assault, but Asher's unshakable mind remained steady, his training as a swordsman rendering it ineffective. The spirit observed, noting how Asher's discipline and experience shielded him from psychological tricks that would break lesser warriors. Realizing subtlety had failed, Crocus resolved to rely on raw power, his dark aura intensifying as he prepared to attack. Asher, his sword glowing brightly, positioned himself with unwavering determination, prepared to counter Crocus's overwhelming surge of corrupted magic. The room crackled with tension as Crocus roared, vowing to shatter Asher completely, the battle nearing its climactic conclusion. Crocus launched a devastating wave of dark energy, the room shuddering under its force, but Asher skillfully dodged each strike. Asher retaliated with a series of precise slashes, his movements swift and calculated, countering the overwhelming chaos Crocus unleashed. The clash of energies created a violent whirlwind, pushing both combatants to their limits, as shadows and light collided relentlessly. Asher's resolve proved stronger as he advanced, closing the gap between him and Crocus, determined to end the fight. Crocus staggered, his aura faltering as Asher's strikes found their mark, exposing the vulnerable core of his corrupted power. Crocus acknowledged his life's regret, his voice softening as he reflected on his choices, even as he continued the fight. His memories surfaced, years of hatred, isolation, and sacrifices to protect humanity, only to succumb to the darkness he despised. Asher listened silently, his strikes imbued with respect and resolve, understanding the tragedy of a hero consumed by his burdens. The battlefield grew quiet as Asher landed the final blow, his sword piercing through Crocus, ending the corrupted master's torment. Crocus's figure faded into the shadows, leaving behind a bittersweet silence as Asher stood victorious, honoring a fallen hero's legacy. Crocus reflected on his years underground, enduring loneliness and pain, all in the name of protecting the Empire from chaos. Despite his sacrifices, the Empire erased his existence, branding him a dangerous outcast tainted by the demon realm's influence. Crocus recalled the Empire's betrayal, their prosperity built upon his suffering, treating him as no different than the demons he fought. His voice grew heavier as he recounted his decision to abandon his duty, deeming humanity no better than the enemies. His resolve hardened as he revealed his plan to use black magic to destroy the humans he once protected. Crocus confessed his inability to pass on such a miserable life to Garen, instead offering power for a life without constraints. Garen hesitated, conflicted by Crocus's twisted reasoning, his heart torn between loyalty and the darkness corrupting his master's soul. Asher intervened, his presence challenging Crocus's decisions, reminding him of his once noble intentions to be a hero for humanity. Crocus faced Asher, the weight of his actions and choices now questioned, his anger and confusion rising with every word. The tension thickened as Crocus demanded answers, his mind battling between his past ideals and the darkness he had embraced. Asher stood firm, his calm demeanor reflecting his unyielding belief that Crocus could have resisted the corruption if he'd chosen differently. Crocus's fury peaked, his body glowing with dark energy as he lashed out, unwilling to accept Asher's piercing words of truth. Asher dodged the attack with ease, his movements fluid, determined to stop Crocus from further spiraling into destructive madness. Crocus unleashed another wave of power, his desperation evident as he tried to silence the growing doubts creeping into his mind. The chamber trembled, the battle intensifying as Asher and Crocus clashed, their ideals and strength colliding in a final confrontation. Asher confronted Crocus, urging him to recall the Empire's trust and his former heroism, dispelling the darkness clouding his mind. Crocus hesitated, his memories flashing vividly, as Asher's words struck a chord, challenging the despair that had consumed him. Asher demanded Crocus abandon his delusions and return to the hero he once was, reigniting a glimmer of hope in his heart. Crocus's dark energy flared momentarily, his inner conflict raging as he struggled between his corrupted present and the noble past. Asher prepared his sword, his resolve unshaken, determined to free Crocus from the darkness enveloping his soul. A sinister presence emerged, its massive red eye casting a chilling gaze as Asher realized the true source of the corruption. The mysterious entity mocked Asher, revealing itself as the master of black magic, the one responsible for Crocus's downfall. Asher's spirit companion reacted defensively, sensing the immense power radiating from the entity, its danger surpassing anything they had faced before. The entity admitted to granting Crocus black magic, its voice dripping with malice, relishing the despair it had wrought. The room darkened further, the atmosphere growing tense, as Asher confronted the cause of all the chaos and pain. The entity taunted Asher, promising to release Crocus as an act of cruelty, further provoking Asher's unyielding resolve. Asher charged forward, his sword gleaming brightly, his anger fueling his strength as he faced the malevolent force head-on. Crocus's weakened figure slumped in the background, his corrupted form slowly fading as the entity loosened its grip on him. Asher's blade clashed with the dark aura surrounding the entity, their powers colliding in a battle of light versus shadow. The tension reached its peak as Asher vowed to end the darkness and restore peace, no matter the cost. Crocus fell to his knees, blood seeping from the fatal blow, his once proud figure reduced to a shadow of regret. Asher stood silently, blood splattered across his armor, his face reflecting sorrow as he gazed upon his fallen comrade. The dimly lit hall carried the stench of blood. Asher stood still, gazing at the monstrous corpse lying lifeless beneath him. An aged warrior rested against the cold stone floor, his breaths shallow. His weary eyes met Asher's, filled with silent gratitude. The burden of years weighed heavily on his frail body. A faint smile appeared as though relief had finally found him. Asher remained motionless, watching the warrior's life fade. Something about him seemed oddly familiar, stirring an unshakable feeling deep within. Before his final breath, the warrior uttered his name. Crocus. The name sent shivers through Asher, awakening memories long buried. The weight of those words settled over Asher. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of a past he barely remembered. Crocus lifted his head slightly, his face calm despite the pain. The truth hidden within his eyes could no longer wait. A long-forgotten vision surfaced. Crocus, younger and stronger, clad in armor, leading warriors into battle with unwavering resolve and authority. The realization struck Asher with force. Everything he thought he knew began unraveling, leaving behind a tangled mess of questions. Before Asher could process it all, a crackling surge of energy illuminated the darkened hall, signaling the arrival of something dangerous. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. A hulking orc warrior stepped forward, his jagged blade resting menacingly against his shoulder. Beside him, a silver-haired elf narrowed her eyes, her stance tense. Her cautious gaze swept over Asher, searching for answers. The stillness between them carried an eerie weight. She gripped her sword, prepared for the worst, sensing something had changed. The question hung in the air like an unshakable presence. The names of the fallen resurfaced, stirring emotions left unspoken. Asher lowered his gaze. The silence between them carried the answer she dreaded, a truth too painful to voice aloud. The cemetery was quiet, the wind carrying whispers of the past. Asher stood before a grave, remembering battles fought and lost. A single flower lay at the foot of the tombstone. Despite everything, Crocus's deeds remained etched into the Empire's history. The armored warrior watched the grave in silence. The scars of war still lingered, but some names deserved to be honored. The stone monument stood as a testament to a life of sacrifice. Time would pass, but the memories would endure. The road ahead remained uncertain. Asher took a deep breath, ready to follow the path fate had already set in motion. The city square buzzed with life, but something heavier loomed. Asher turned toward his guide, sensing the importance of this meeting. A glowing portal pulsed with energy, humming like a heartbeat. Magic swirled within, revealing a pathway beyond ordinary human comprehension. The dark-robed figure stood before the gateway, waiting. Shadows danced across his cloak as he prepared for what came next. The name resonated deeply. Garen. A connection neither time nor war could sever, though the weight of the past made it uncertain. The figure lifted his staff, his voice calm yet knowing. Fate had brought them together once again. But for what purpose? The grand hall stood solemn and silent. Candles flickered against the marble walls, illuminating the tomb of a once great warrior. Asher lowered his head slightly, understanding the weight of history before him. The burdens of the past refused to be forgotten. Choices once made in desperation led to unforeseen consequences. The master's ambition had once been noble, but darkness had taken hold. The truth remained painful but unchangeable. The only path forward was accepting what had been lost and ensuring balance once more. Memories flooded back like a storm. The battle-worn swordsman had once stood with honor, yet even great warriors were not infallible. The dimly lit hall carried echoes of the past. Crocus gazed downward, his weary face marked by the weight of time. His voice held regret, acknowledging his limitations. Strength had once defined him, but even the mightiest warriors had their moments of doubt. Asher stood frozen, hearing the name once more. The weight of history pressed against him, stirring emotions he had long buried. The silence shattered as hurried footsteps approached. Garen rushed forward, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. The past loomed over them like an unshakable shadow. It was time to confront what remained of a once great legacy. The flickering candlelight barely reached the chamber's corners. Crocus sat motionless, his expression unreadable beneath the weight of the moment. The air between them was thick with unspoken words. Asher could sense something shifting, something inevitable yet painfully familiar. The request was simple, yet it carried an undeniable finality. Asher hesitated, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. His mind raced, torn between duty and personal struggle. Some paths were chosen willingly, while others were forced upon those unready. The hall grew quieter as time slowed. In that silence, fate wove its threads, binding the past to the uncertain future. The heavy atmosphere remained unbroken, each heartbeat echoing louder. Crocus placed a trembling hand upon the cold surface of the tomb. The weight of history bore down upon them. No battle had ever prepared them for the pain of letting go. Garen clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the emotions threatening to surface. The scars of time left wounds no sword could heal. The moment shattered as an ominous presence filled the air. A shadow emerged, its form unnatural, its intent dripping with malice. Instincts screamed for battle as Asher's eyes locked onto the figure. Whatever peace they sought had already begun slipping away. The sudden arrival disrupted the tense atmosphere. A demon with sharp eyes and delicate wings entered, carrying books bound in old leather. The unexpected sight caused an immediate reaction. Weapons were raised, tension thickened, and suspicions grew as the room's mood darkened. The elf warrior positioned herself defensively, instincts screaming danger. Asher remained still, studying the demon's movements before deciding his next action. Garen stepped forward, his voice steady. He held no fear, knowing the truth behind this encounter, calming the growing unease. The demon sighed, stretching its wings slightly. Trapped in this world, it had chosen to stay rather than vanish into oblivion. The demon's voice carried an odd sincerity. It spoke of mistreatment in the demon realm, preferring servitude over endless suffering. Garen remained composed, nodding at the creature's words. Asher, however, observed cautiously, unsure whether trust should be so easily given. The thought lingered in Asher's mind. Could a demon truly be loyal? It was an unusual situation, one he never expected. The morning sun cast long shadows as farewells were exchanged. Departures often carried uncertainty, but some roads were meant to diverge. Asher turned away, taking in the city beyond. Another chapter had ended, yet new challenges would inevitably emerge before him. Footsteps echoed along the stone path as they walked. Asher questioned the wisdom of allowing a demon to roam freely. The elf warrior glanced at him, understanding his unease. Even if mischief followed, the demon lacked true strength to be dangerous. Their thoughts shifted elsewhere. Their journey continued, and the challenges ahead demanded focus beyond the nature of their unexpected companion. As they neared the city's gates, the presence of armored figures signaled something new. A familiar name carried through whispers. Lord Cain stood waiting, his gaze unwavering. Whatever awaited them next, it would not be as simple as the past. Asher stood at the grand entrance, his gaze steady. The armored knight before him bore an expression of duty and purpose. Lord Cain's presence carried an air of authority. His words left no room for debate, signaling the importance of this summons. The sudden formality of the request felt unsettling. Asher's instincts flared, sensing something beyond a simple invitation from the capital. Within the throne room, the emperor sat in regal splendor. His gaze was unreadable, his intentions hidden beneath an imposing presence. The grand palace stood under the night sky, its towering structure illuminated by the soft glow of distant lanterns flickering in silence. Asher walked through the long, red-carpeted hall. The guards lined both sides, their eyes filled with unwavering duty and discipline. Kneeling before the throne, he bowed with respect. The weight of the emperor's gaze pressed upon him like an unseen force. The emperor's voice was firm yet composed. His presence radiated authority, a reminder of the centuries-old empire built upon countless sacrifices. The words carried weight, revealing the emperor's trust. Asher, now standing, could feel the shifting tides of destiny drawing him forward. The emperor leaned forward, eyes calculating. His words held more than just gratitude. They carried an unspoken meaning hidden between formal pleasantries. The guards moved swiftly, retrieving a carefully secured object. The air around them thickened, anticipation growing with each deliberate step forward. The black case, adorned with intricate markings, was placed gently before Asher. Whatever lay inside was more than a simple gift. The emperor's expression remained unreadable, his intentions unclear. The weight of responsibility loomed, heavier than any battlefield Asher had ever faced. A low hum resonated through the room. The artifact inside pulsed with energy, its presence demanding recognition, its history whispering untold stories. Light erupted from the case as it was unlocked. The brilliance reflected in Asher's eyes, a relic of undeniable significance. The air vibrated with unseen power, filling the chamber with an eerie hum. This was no ordinary treasure. It carried deep history. Asher's hands trembled slightly as he reached out. The moment his fingers grazed the weapon's surface, a surge coursed through him. Whispers of past wielders echoed in his mind. This weapon had witnessed countless battles, its power tied to the Empire's fate. The room fell silent, the Emperor's gaze sharp. Whatever lay ahead, this relic would become both Asher's greatest strength and burden. The artifact still pulsed with power in Asher's hand. The glow reflected in his eyes, its significance weighing heavily upon him. A voice called out from the corridor. The arrival of Leica, clad in her regal armor, shifted the atmosphere in seconds. Her piercing gaze settled on Asher, assessing the situation. The gift he received spoke volumes about his growing status in court. Recognition flickered in Asher's mind. Leica's presence wasn't just a coincidence. Her involvement signaled a shift in the Empire's priorities. The moment stretched in silence. Asher knew change was inevitable, and standing before Leica only confirmed the path ahead was set. The courtyard stretched wide beneath the setting sun. Asher's steps were steady, but something lingered in the air. An unspoken farewell. Leica's presence remained firm, her stance unwavering. She understood the weight of decisions, knowing paths often diverged when destiny called. Asher's gaze met hers, knowing time was limited. There was still much left unsaid, but duty always moved faster than words. The energy around him pulsed again, a reminder of unfinished battles. Darkness stirred, waiting beyond familiar walls, calling him forward. The ominous vision loomed, an eye of crimson swirling in shadows. The unknown beckoned, whispering promises of danger that lay ahead. A firm grip caught Asher's arm, halting his departure. The warmth of Leica's touch carried a message beyond simple words. The sun dipped lower, casting golden light over them. Partings were never easy, but mutual respect left no room for hesitation. Asher turned, his expression unwavering. His journey continued, and he carried every lesson, every bond, into the uncertain future ahead. The figures behind him watched, their faith placed upon his shoulders. The Empire's fate, the world's balance, everything intertwined in his steps. The road stretched endlessly before him, no turning back, no lingering doubts. Asher walked forward, embracing whatever destiny had planned next. Asher took his first steps beyond the gates, leaving behind familiar faces. The journey ahead would be nothing like before. The cold wind brushed against his skin. He glanced back briefly, the sight of his allies lingering in his thoughts. Leica and Arena watched in silence. Strength alone wouldn't be enough. Survival required wisdom, and they hoped he had both. Doubts lingered in Arena's mind. Something about Asher's departure reminded her of another farewell, one that had left lasting scars. A quiet promise settled in the air. No matter how much time passed, some bonds would remain unbroken beyond distance. The small home stood quietly under the sky. Memories resurfaced, pulling Arena into a moment she thought was long forgotten. Words once spoken returned with clarity. Locking doors, staying safe. Things meant to be comforting now carried an unexpected weight. Her father's back faded into the distance. That image, so simple, had remained etched in her mind all these years. The past and present blurred together. Arena wasn't sure why, but Asher's departure unsettled her in a way she couldn't explain. The road stretched endlessly before Asher. His first destination was clear, but the unknown waited patiently for his inevitable arrival. The map detailed his path forward. The kingdom of Rabia, once ruled by an ally, now swallowed by an unknown force. The parchment rustled under his fingers. According to reports, Rabia had fallen overnight, leaving only silence in its wake. The forest air was thick with tension. Footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate, signaling an encounter neither planned nor expected. The towering orc stood before him. His presence carried no malice, only a familiarity that made the moment feel lighter. A faint smile touched Asher's lips. The orc had fulfilled his promise, proving that not all bonds were easily broken. Tarkin's eyes gleamed with determination. He had found a worthy rival in Asher, and their paths would cross again someday. The orc raised his weapon, issuing a silent challenge. He sought strength, and only through battle could he truly prove himself. Asher smirked, arms crossed. He understood warriors like Tarkin, those who lived for the fight and found purpose in its outcome. The wind carried their unspoken promise. No matter the circumstances, fate would bring them together again when the time was right. Tarkin turned, vanishing into the trees. Asher watched him disappear, knowing their rivalry was far from over, just waiting to resume. The orc sprinted into the distance, his massive form disappearing between the towering trees. His journey, like Asher's, was just beginning. The forest returned to silence, broken only by rustling leaves. The absence of battle left an odd emptiness lingering in the air. Asher exhaled, sensing the weight of his decision. Letting Tarkin go was a gamble, but warriors honored their word with actions. He trusted the orc's resolve. A true fighter would never break an oath, no matter the temptations that lay before him. The road ahead stretched far, but his mind remained sharp. Not all monsters were enemies, and not all humans were allies. A shadow lingered at the treetop, watching in silence. Keen eyes followed Asher's movements, observing from the safety of the dark. The hidden figure smirked, curiosity flickering in his gaze. Something about Asher intrigued him, a mystery worth unraveling. He had uncovered pieces of Asher's past. The sudden change, the unnatural skill, none of it aligned with what was expected. The world whispered of Asher's rise. A nameless troublemaker had become a swordsman of legend, leaving only questions in his wake. The figure remained perched, thoughts racing. If Asher was truly different, then it was only a matter of time before destiny struck. Rumors of Asher spread like wildfire. His achievements, from defeating powerful foes to earning noble admiration, painted him as extraordinary. From an unknown troublemaker to a recognized disciple, his growth seemed impossible. Battles fought against assassins, demons, and monsters solidified his legend. Doubt lingered in the observer's mind. Could someone truly change so drastically? The pieces of Asher's past didn't fit together naturally. A worn book lay open, its pages filled with history. The Empire's secrets held the key to understanding Asher's mysterious transformation. He traced each name carefully. The search for warriors and heroes continued, but Asher's presence in the records remained an enigma. The old pages held secrets buried by time. His curiosity had led him here, searching for clues hidden within forgotten history. A name stood out among the text, the pieces slowly aligning. The connection between past and present was clearer than before. The portrait revealed a familiar figure, a warrior once known as the Empire's strongest. The truth was closer than expected. The fire crackled softly as Asher gazed into the flames. The quiet night offered a rare moment of reflection before the storm. Questions lingered in his mind. The fallen kingdom of Rabia, once ruled by a grand mage, held mysteries buried in time. The mage had been his ally, a protector of humanity. His magic was unparalleled, a force that shaped history itself. The war had changed everything. Given land and power, the grand mage built a utopia, one that eventually crumbled to dust. Memories flickered through his thoughts. What had caused its fall? How had such strength vanished so completely from the world? The kingdom had once been a paradise, its brilliance unmatched. A sanctuary of magic, knowledge, and prosperity now lost to legend. But the golden era had ended. The mage disappeared, the kingdom fell, and only rumors remained of what truly transpired. Asher's companions speculated dark possibilities. Could the grand mage have succumbed to corruption, much like the ruler of the abyss? There were too many uncertainties. Finding the truth meant seeking out the kingdom's remnants, wherever they still lingered in forgotten corners. The night's stillness shattered. From the shadows, hooded figures emerged, their glowing eyes filled with ominous intent and unspoken menace. Asher moved instantly, instincts sharper than steel. The ambush had been swift, but he had survived worse against deadlier foes. His blade met the first attack, deflecting the strike effortlessly. The masked assassins showed no hesitation, only ruthless precision. A burst of energy crackled from his fingertips. Lightning surged, illuminating the battlefield in brilliant arcs of raw destruction. The enemy recoiled in agony, bodies thrown back by the force of his counterattack. Their formation faltered, revealing an opening. Asher lunged forward, cutting through the chaos. If they had sought to silence him, they had gravely underestimated their target. Rain poured as Asher stood over fallen foes. The ambush had failed, but questions remained. Who had sent these assassins after him? The bodies lay motionless, their insignias revealing a dangerous truth. This was no ordinary attack. This was a direct challenge. He studied their garments. Followers of the Equi Marhila, a group known for fanatic devotion, had finally revealed themselves before him. Their presence confirmed his suspicions. Someone powerful was watching, and they feared his existence enough to eliminate him before he got closer. Footsteps approached from the darkness. More of them arrived, their leader stepping forward with arrogance, convinced Asher would be another easy target. The masked warriors surrounded him, their leader scoffing at Asher's defiance. To them, he was nothing more than a reckless brat. The mention of Marina caused a shift in the air. Asher's patience was thin, and he had no time for games. He smirked, unfazed by their threats. If they wanted to deliver him, they'd have to drag his body there themselves. Rage twisted through their ranks, their weapons drawn. They moved as one, determined to overwhelm him before he could retaliate. Asher exhaled, blade in hand. If they truly served Marina, then their fate had already been decided by their foolishness. The first strike came fast, but not fast enough. Asher dodged effortlessly, countering with a movement too precise to follow. A single arc of his blade sent the first wave collapsing. The battle was over for them before it even began. Shadows darted in desperation, their tactics shifting. They had underestimated him, and now fear crept into their once confident movements. Asher struck again, his blade slicing through the night, lightning crackling with every swing. Their screams faded one after another. He stood amidst fallen enemies, his patience gone. If they wanted to persist, they would learn what true destruction looked like. Asher's blade cut through the air, his strikes overwhelming the enemy. Each movement carried precision, leaving no room for mistakes. The remaining warriors hesitated, fear creeping in. They underestimated him, and now survival seemed uncertain in the face of his power. A masked figure stepped forward, arrogance in his stance. He demanded Asher surrender, offering a chance to avoid further bloodshed. Asher scoffed at the suggestion. If they truly sought Marina, they would have to find him the hard way. Dark energy surged from the enemy leader. His aura radiated malice, revealing his true strength as a formidable opponent. Asher smirked, sensing the shift in the air. Finally, an opponent worth fighting had revealed himself amid the weaker ones. He analyzed the enemy's stance. The warrior's technique was refined, honed through years of combat experience against worthy adversaries. A chilling smile formed behind the enemy's mask. His blade gleamed ominously as he declared his intent to end Asher. The battlefield erupted in chaos. The masked warriors charged, their leader leading a ruthless assault meant to crush Asher completely. Asher's body moved instinctively, dodging, countering, and retaliating. A surge of power surrounded him, his aura flaring with unmatched intensity. The ground shook as a towering figure entered the battlefield. His sheer presence alone forced the assassins to momentarily falter. Asher turned, his gaze locking onto the new arrival. Recognition flashed in his eyes. This was not an enemy. Lord Hyvan stood with his massive blade, his armor reflecting the moonlight. His arrival meant the battle was about to change. The assassins wavered. If fighting Asher had been difficult, dealing with Lord Hyvan meant their chances of survival dropped further. One of the masked warriors gasped in pain, falling to his knees. Their forces had already begun to crumble in fear. Asher and Hyvan stood amidst the battlefield, bodies of fallen enemies scattered. The air smelled of blood, yet the fight wasn't over. One of the masked assassins begged for mercy, trembling. Hyvan's massive blade loomed over him, ready to strike at any moment. Asher interrupted, his eyes cold. He demanded the location of their base, knowing that defeating them here wouldn't end the real threat. Under the moonlit sky, a familiar voice echoed. Hyvan smirked, recognizing Asher's stubborn determination, something that hadn't changed over time. Hyvan mentioned Leica's well-being, stating she had joined the academy. Asher exhaled, relieved, but his mind remained on the looming battle. Hyvan adjusted his grip on his weapon, announcing his journey back to the Empire. A reunion with Leica seemed inevitable for him. He mused aloud, considering presenting Marina's head to the Emperor. Asher frowned, sensing an unfamiliar aura surrounding his old companion. Asher's companion questioned Hyvan's true strength, uneasy about the energy emanating from him. Something about Hyvan felt different, unsettling even. The trio stood before an ominous structure. The base of the enemy loomed, its dark presence almost suffocating under the night. Asher tensed. A voice welcomed them mockingly, calling it Motororia's sanctuary. His heart pounded. This battle was far from ordinary. From the shadows, a hooded figure emerged. Hyvan's jaw clenched. Asher's eyes narrowed, realizing he recognized the voice. The figure addressed Hyvan directly, taunting him. Asher's stomach churned. Something about her aura struck him like a forgotten memory. The moonlight illuminated her face. Asher's breath caught. His hands clenched into fists, memories flooding in. That girl. He knew her. The figure smirked knowingly, as if waiting for recognition to dawn upon him. Asher exhaled sharply. His instincts screamed of danger. As the night deepened, the air crackled with tension. They had walked into the lion's den. The real fight was beginning. A shadowy figure stepped forward, armored boots clicking against the stone. A dark mist swirled around her, whispering of forgotten battles. Pulling back her hood, her glowing eyes locked onto Hyvan. A smirk formed. "It's been a while, Hyvan," she declared ominously. Under the moonlight, Hyvan and his soldiers stood firm. A hooded figure approached, the air around them thick with unspoken tension. The figure pulled back her hood, revealing sharp eyes and a smirk. The past had returned, and its presence was undeniable. Hyvan's grip tightened as old memories resurfaced. Betrayal, battles, and unresolved conflicts lingered like scars that time had never fully healed. An ancient gateway loomed behind them, its inscriptions glowing faintly. Forgotten power pulsed within its walls, whispering of past devastation and secrets. Shavanthil smiled, her golden hair shimmering under the night sky. The years had passed, but the hunger in her eyes remained. The night carried an eerie stillness. Shavanthil's aura had changed, radiating something unnatural. Her presence alone made the air feel heavier. Her posture exuded confidence, a stark contrast to the war-torn past. She had not disappeared. She had evolved beyond human limitations. Haven's companion, Ryan, stiffened at the realization. The battle they thought was over had merely been waiting for the right moment. History had recorded the banquet's destruction, a shadowy faction that once dictated the world's fate. Its members were thought to be extinct, but legends whispered otherwise. They had controlled the battlefield, dismantling kingdoms with their cursed blades and vanishing before justice could catch them. The war had lasted years. Blood stained the lands, and countless lives were lost in the desperate struggle to end their reign. One by one, the banquet's leaders fell. Their names erased from history, their ambitions crushed beneath the weight of inevitable downfall. But Shavanthil had never fallen. She had slipped through every attempt to capture her, always staying one step ahead of fate. When finally cornered, she vanished without a trace. No body, no signs, only rumors that whispered of her impossible survival. Yet here she was. Haven's mind raced, his instincts sharpening. The past was no longer behind them. It had returned. Asher tightened his grip, stepping forward. The air crackled with energy as his sword pulsed, preparing to unleash devastating force against Shavanthil. Shavanthil's piercing gaze never wavered. The battle was inevitable, a long-awaited clash between warriors whose fates had been intertwined for too long. The ground trembled slightly as Haven signaled his readiness. Years of training, rage, and purpose condensed into a single decisive moment. Shadows of the past loomed behind them, whispering of battles fought and lost. Hyvan had no intention of repeating past mistakes. Roaring with fury, he launched himself forward, his blade infused with pure, unwavering determination to end Shavanthil's reign of chaos forever. Shavanthil's expression twisted into a smirk, reveling in the fight. Her movements were fluid, a dance perfected through years of survival. Haven's sword clashed against her dagger, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Sparks flew, illuminating the night with each brutal collision. The force of his attack sent tremors through the ground, fueled by rage, vengeance, and a promise made to the fallen. Shavanthil dodged with ease, her speed unnatural. Her laughter echoed, mocking their futile attempts to break the cycle of destruction. The battlefield was alive with chaos, power radiating from their blows. Each strike carried the weight of an unrelenting and bitter past. Asher's eyes burned with intensity, his stance unwavering. Deflecting an aura-laden strike, he steadied himself against the immense power before him. Shavanthil's energy pulsated, distorting the air around her, Divine power surged through her veins, a testament to the gods she had embraced. The air crackled as her blade glowed ominously. She had transcended humanity, wielding power that no ordinary warrior could hope to challenge. Darkness coiled around her movements, a manifestation of her unwavering faith. She had become a force beyond mere mortal comprehension. Asher lunged, blade cutting through the distortion. His heart pounded, knowing this fight would determine the fate of everything he held dear. Shvanthil's sword pulsed with dark energy, her smirk unwavering. Each movement radiated confidence, her body reacting instinctively to every attack. Haven's eyes narrowed, watching her unpredictable movements. His grip tightened as the weight of their history bore down on his shoulders. A sudden burst of power surged through the battlefield, cutting through the air like a sharpened blade, relentless and unforgiving. Haven barely dodged, feeling the raw force of Shvanthil's strike. The ground beneath them cracked, unable to withstand such pressure. Pain erupted as the attack connected, sending him staggering backward. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to falter before his sworn enemy. The dust settled as Haven steadied himself. His breaths were heavy, but his determination remained unshaken against the overwhelming force. Shvanthil's gaze carried amusement. Her posture relaxed. Power swirled around her, making her presence feel even more suffocating under the night sky. With a slight shift, she lunged forward, her speed unnatural. Every strike carried divine strength, a force beyond mortal comprehension. Haven exhaled, his stance adjusting. The battle was not about strength alone. It was about precision, control, and the right moment. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed once more. The battlefield became a blur of motion, power radiating from each deadly exchange. Shvanthil raised her hand, a dark vortex forming above her. The air crackled with power, warping reality itself in its presence. Havan tensed, recognizing the resonance. The same energy had once shattered empires, consuming warriors who underestimated its divine influence. Asher took a step back, eyes locked on the growing distortion. The battlefield itself trembled under the pressure of immense power. The ominous energy expanded, pulling everything toward its center. Time felt slow, the gravity of the moment crushing even the strongest wills. Shvanthil's expression turned cold. This was no longer a battle of strength, it was a reckoning, a judgment passed by something greater. Haven's vision blurred as the oppressive energy thickened. The suffocating force crushed his body, rendering his movements sluggish and painfully slow. The battlefield darkened, blood splattered across the ground. His breathing grew ragged as the overwhelming presence of divine power drained his strength. Kneeling, he struggled against the unseen force gripping him. His body refused to respond, every muscle locked under the crushing pressure. A spectral energy flickered in the air, distorting reality. Even the spirits trembled, recognizing the divine authority that was now present. Asher collapsed, gasping. His body weakened under the supernatural force, his mind racing to find a way to break free. The weight of divine suppression bore down upon Asher. His instincts screamed, but even his spirit struggled against the overwhelming might. The battlefield pulsed with an unnatural glow, power radiating from Shvanthil's very being. The air itself seemed to bow in reverence. Haven clenched his fists, fury bubbling beneath his skin. He had fought countless battles, yet this suffocating presence felt utterly foreign. Shvanthil smiled, unfazed. Her confidence surged as divine energy wrapped around her, an undeniable testament to the power she now wielded. With a flick of her wrist, the oppressive force intensified. The ground trembled as its crushing weight pressed deeper into them. Asher's body refused to move, paralyzed by divine suppression. His mind raced, searching for an opening amidst the overwhelming force surrounding him. Shvanthil stepped forward, her eyes filled with amusement. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was a display of undeniable superiority. Haven gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. The war wasn't over yet, and he refused to crumble before his enemy. Shvanthil's blade gleamed, raised high for the finishing blow. Her voice carried an eerie calm, confident in the inevitable victory before her. A sudden shift in energy made her pause. Something stirred, disrupting the flow of divine power, breaking the perfect balance. Shivanthil knelt, savoring the moment. The moon cast an eerie glow as victory felt inevitable, her blade hovering inches from Asher. Asher's faint smile barely registered before he struck. In that fleeting moment, the air shifted, and the battlefield turned against Shivanthil. A sharp pain erupted as blood splattered. Electricity crackled through his blade, piercing her flesh, breaking the illusion of her absolute control. Asher stood over Shivanthil, her body trembling. The weight of her injuries and the battle's toll left her completely vulnerable. Blood dripped onto the stone as Shivanthil's breathing grew ragged. Her once unshakable confidence had crumbled into disbelief and frustration. Haven observed from a distance, his stance firm. The divine power that once suffocated him had lost its grip entirely. Asher remained composed, unshaken by Shivanthil's desperate state. The battle had revealed her weakness, and he refused to let his guard down. The night air was heavy with silence. Victory was within reach, but something still lingered, an unease that refused to fade. Shivanthil's eyes darkened as energy surged around her, distorting reality. Her presence, though weakened, still carried the weight of divinity. The atmosphere shifted, an unnatural force stirring beneath her. The battlefield trembled as if something beyond comprehension was being summoned. Asher's instincts screamed a warning. The divine influence Shivanthil wielded had not completely disappeared. It had only been momentarily suppressed. Her injuries were severe, but the divine connection remained intact. A final act of desperation, driven by unwavering faith, began manifesting. The air crackled with tension as shadows stretched unnaturally. The weight of divine intervention was not yet finished with this battlefield. Memories surfaced within Asher's mind. The past was filled with betrayals, lost battles, and the suffering inflicted by those blinded by power. He had witnessed the destruction left by divine fanatics. Entire kingdoms had crumbled beneath their will, lives reduced to nothing but pawns. His grip tightened, unwavering. This was not just a battle against Shivanthil, it was a fight against the ideology that fueled her. The divine will had manipulated fates, twisted destinies, and forced suffering upon the innocent. Asher had no intention of letting history repeat. A cold determination filled his gaze. Divine or not, Shivanthil would answer for everything, and this time there would be no escape. Haven steadied himself, exhaling sharply. The battle had been grueling, and exhaustion clawed at his body, but the mission wasn't over. The night sky loomed above, silence creeping between their breaths. Victory had come, but something about the situation felt strangely incomplete. A voice echoed within Asher's mind, unfamiliar yet hauntingly clear. It spoke with certainty, addressing something deep within his very being. Asher's heartbeat quickened as he glanced around. Haven showed no reaction. Whatever he heard, it wasn't something anyone else could perceive. The air shifted as tension mounted. Asher clenched his fists, knowing this unseen force carried an influence far beyond his comprehension. The temple's entrance loomed ahead, shadows shifting unnaturally. Asher pressed forward, ignoring the unease tightening around his chest like unseen chains. Haven remained behind, watching cautiously. His instincts warned him. This was no ordinary shrine. There was something lying in wait inside. Footsteps echoed against stone as Asher sprinted forward. The presence was growing stronger, an unseen force guiding him deeper into uncertainty. A crimson glow flickered within the temple, illuminating figures lurking in the shadows. The enemy had not been entirely eradicated. A sudden war cry shattered the silence. Armed warriors emerged, weapons drawn, their loyalty sworn to the goddess they blindly followed. Blades clashed as Asher met the enemy head-on. Sparks illuminated the darkness as divine energy pulsed violently through the shrine. A warrior lunged, swinging with deadly precision. Asher dodged, his movements fluid, countering with a strike that sent the enemy reeling. Lightning surged through his blade, striking with relentless force. The shrine trembled, its walls unable to contain the raw energy unleashed. The warriors faltered, eyes wide with desperation. Their goddess had not intervened, leaving them vulnerable before the very force they had opposed. Asher exhaled, his body steady despite the chaos. The battle was far from over, but the tides had undeniably shifted. Asher stepped over fallen enemies, advancing through the blood-stained corridor. The shrine reeked of death, yet something deeper called him forward. His companion sensed movement ahead, warning him of something lurking. The darkness within the shrine thickened, an unsettling presence creeping closer. He rushed forward, kicking open the massive doors. The weight of divine power pressed down as an unknown force awaited inside. His breath hitched as his eyes widened. Sitting upon the grand throne was a figure shrouded in darkness, radiating an ancient aura. His heartbeat pounded in his chest. Recognition struck like lightning. This wasn't just any foe. It was someone who shouldn't be alive. The figure slowly stood, his voice echoing through the vast chamber. His presence alone sent a chill down Asher's spine. Hooded and cloaked in energy, the man radiated an overwhelming aura. His piercing gaze locked onto Asher with unsettling familiarity. Asher's instincts screamed. This was no ordinary enemy. This was Bakroza, the leader of the feast, someone he had already killed. Memories of their battle resurfaced, his final strike, the lifeless body, the certainty of Bakroza's death. Yet here he was, standing again. A low chuckle escaped the old man's lips. His voice carried no urgency, only certainty. This body is merely a vessel. The air grew heavy as the figure raised his hands. Divine power crackled, distorting the atmosphere with its overwhelming force. His presence shifted, something unnatural stirring within. Asher's breath caught as the revelation unfolded before him. This was no longer just Bakroza. The entity spoke calmly, claiming a name that shook Asher to his core. Marena, the very deity their enemies had worshipped for ages. Asher exhaled sharply, adjusting his stance. If this truly was Marena, then this battle was unlike anything he had ever faced. The moment stretched between them. Divine or not, Asher had come too far to falter. The final confrontation had begun. Morena's gaze darkened as he recalled his failed attempts. His influence had spread across countless followers, yet all had fallen. Trapped within a borrowed body, his power waned. The once mighty deity was reduced to surviving through fragments of fading strength. Asher stood firm, sensing the weight of history pressing down. The answers he sought were finally within reach, yet unsettling. Morena's voice carried amusement, though weakened. He had not been the one to grant Asher his new life. His role had been different. The revelation struck deep. Asher's reincarnation had been manipulated, not gifted. His very soul had been tampered with by divine hands, a soul forged through hardship, tempered by war. Morena's words twisted like venom, revealing an unsettling truth about Asher's existence. A swordsman's soul, powerful enough to break divine chains. The gods, bound in their slumber, saw him as a means to freedom. Asher's grip tightened. He wasn't just a warrior, he was a key. His fate had been entangled with forces beyond mortal reach. The implications were staggering. He was not alone in this hunt. Others would come, drawn by his existence, seeking their own gain. The battlefield had shifted. This war was no longer against men or monsters. It was against divine forces that sought liberation. Sunlight bathed the city as the tension of battle faded. The scars of war remained, but the momentary peace felt surreal. Haven pored over reports, tracking the destruction left by demonic invasions. The weight of leadership bore heavy on his shoulders. Arena, lost in thought, wondered about Asher's fate. Despite everything, uncertainty still clouded the path ahead for their fractured world. A sudden arrival broke the silence. The insignia of the sun god gleamed on armor, their presence demanding immediate attention. A new force had entered the fray. Their purpose remained unknown, but one thing was certain. The gods weren't finished yet. A gentle breeze rustled the golden embroidery of her robes as she stepped down, each movement radiating grace and divine authority. The towering shrine stood before her, its presence undeniable. The path had led her here, exactly as fate had dictated. With unwavering confidence, she smiled. The one she sought was near, and the will of the sun god would soon unfold. Berkia stood calm, sipping tea. her presence sharp enough to silence a room without saying a single word. They called her the Sun Divine, a title that carried both power and responsibility across the entire empire's faith. Wrapped in silk and gold, Berkia led the church not just spiritually, but as its strongest political weapon in disguise. Her influence stretched wide. The church wasn't just worship, it was policy, fear, and power draped in holy robes. With troops beneath her flag, Berkia didn't need kings. The sun god's order could shift the empire's fate overnight. The church's presence grew stronger than the crowns. Berkia kneeled to no throne, only the divine that made her feared. But her power made her enemies. Whispers floated like dust, soft, easy to ignore until they reached the wrong ears. She paused mid-sip, eyes narrowing. A rumor, a shadow creeping from history's grave, threatening the calm she built. Sheikh flinched. Demons, they said. But not just any demons. Someone had nearly brought ruin to the empire alone. A ghost with red eyes and a crimson blade. Berkia's voice dropped. Her eyes burned. She wanted to know more. Deep in Marvinia, the truth stirred. Gods listened. Mortals stepped where divine feet once tread, cracking sacred silence. The dark figure didn't blink. Their gods were broken, hungry, surviving only through belief. That faith was cracking fast. If mortals stopped praying, gods would fade. Just myths in old books, forgotten by both time and terrified priests. Protection wasn't divine grace. It was survival instinct. Gods clung to worshippers like leeches needing warmth, feeding on fear. He grinned, calm and certain. Sheikh's soul, reborn, swordmaster, cursed or blessed, was exactly what the gods needed to stay alive. Marvinia once dreamed of a world where gods didn't need humans, only power, sealed in ancient, forbidden energy. That dream, eternal life, omnipotence, a god no longer begging for faith but feared by mortals and worshipped out of necessity. Eyes glowing, he whispered how close he came, so close, to freeing gods from dependency, complete beings untouchable and unbound. Asher raised a brow. All that just to escape needing people? Arrogant much? Sounded like a bad breakup. The old priest laughed, fingers laced. Depends who's in charge, right? Needing humans but still ruling over them? Instinct, not arrogance. Once he'd stood at the head of Motororia's faithful, cloaked in chants and trust, burning with divine command. He gave everything for that power, his voice, his soul, his army, all to trap one wandering swordmaster. But failure hit hard. Now he sat, bones aching, throne dusty, memory sharp with nothing left but regret and vengeance. Asher stepped forward, axe ready, his breath calm, his grip tight. Enough talking. Let's finish this already. But the priest only smiled, red eyes glowing brighter. Final struggles always taste the most desperate. He welcomed the chaos. Shadows split the floor. The temple cracked with a groan. Asher flinched. The whole damn place was coming down. Dust choked the air. Ghost flickered beside him. Crushed? Really? That wasn't part of today's plan. Through falling rubble, the priest screamed. Power surged. He'd steal it, Asher's soul, one final offering to make gods whole again. Arms out, cloak flaring, he called to the heavens. Give me your soul. Feed the great Marvinia's hunger. A flash, a scream, and silence. Asher blinked. The priest was gone. Only echoes and something strange hung in the air. Asher looked up through the crumbling ceiling, relieved as Hyvan landed hard, sword ready, dragging him out without hesitation. Hyvan grabbed Asher's arm, pulling him close as rubble fell. No time to talk, only time to move fast. Behind them, the temple screamed like it was alive. Red shadows swirled, chasing them as they leapt through collapsing ruins. They shot upward through falling debris, carried by strength and instinct, the world below shattering into chaos and dust. Just before escaping, Asher glanced down. Something was rising from the wreckage, red-haired, glowing like a nightmare forming its first breath. Far from battle, Berkia listened closely as the armored knight demanded answers, her calm slowly cracking beneath the heavy pressure. Roselia sat across from her, heart pounding, unsure if silence was safer than truth in a room full of power. Every question felt like a test. Trust wasn't free anymore, especially when Asher's safety dangled between loyalty and consequence. Thoughts raced, but she stayed still. She couldn't give him up. no matter who asked or what came after. As the moment grew heavier, Roselia reminded herself, Asher mattered more than fear. Backing down was no longer an option. Berkia rose, frustration boiling beneath her usual grace. Accusations hung in the air like smoke, sharp and difficult to ignore. Roselia held her ground. No answers, no hesitation, only cold resistance shaped by loyalty and the weight of past choices. The silence after was loud. Roselia's words had power, enough to make Berkia pause before anger turned to retreat. A flicker of emotion passed as Berkia sipped her tea, unable to argue further without revealing intentions she hadn't spoken aloud. She set her cup down slowly, eyes sharp but resigned. With a sigh, she accepted defeat and said nothing else. As the armored knights turned to leave, Lady Arena's voice cut through the tension, sharp and unexpected in tone. She stepped forward, confused but composed, asking why Asher was being pursued. No answers had been offered, not even to her. The priest paused, robes swaying. They didn't know why either, they simply obeyed the orders whispered down from the sun god. Roselia froze. That name, those words, felt too heavy to be real. Divine orders didn't usually come with vague intentions. Still, the priest didn't flinch. With one last glance, she promised they would find Asher no matter who stood against them. Left alone, Roselia stood in silence, the echoes of their threat lingering longer than their footsteps ever could. The carriage outside rolled away, royal colors bright under sunlight, carrying questions no one had real answers to. She stared out the window, the breeze cool, her thoughts louder than ever. Why was the sun god involved? The temple, the power, the rumors, none of it added up. Why Asher? Why now? What secret did he carry? Somewhere else entirely, a calm evening cloaked the academy in stillness, far removed from the rising storm no one expected. Inside, Leica flipped pages with a sigh, lost in notes and formulas, quietly complaining about the never-ending lessons. The book was filled with complex words, physics, math, imperial law, all the stuff that rarely helped in real danger. She stared at the open textbook, brow furrowed. History was worse than combat training, especially with names no one remembered. A knock pulled her out of the slump. She turned, curious, a bit annoyed by the sudden interruption. A younger student stood at the door, nervous. Lady Arena had asked for her. Leica blinked, surprised and confused. The table was set, too perfect for comfort. Leica sat nervously, unsure how this meeting would even begin. Facing Lady Arena alone felt strange. The silence between them stretched, thick with formality neither of them really enjoyed. Leica fidgeted, thoughts spinning. She had never shared tea like this before, not with someone of Arena's rank. Arena called her name gently. Leica straightened, startled, eyes wide. There was clearly something important beneath this quiet atmosphere. Without hesitation, Arena admitted she wanted to ask about Asher. The air grew heavier, and Leica braced herself instinctively. Arena's thoughts lingered on the divine. What power had drawn the sun god's attention so sharply toward Asher? She couldn't shake her curiosity. The energy, the strange events, none of it aligned with what she knew as truth. Her gaze moved toward the window. The Kayark incident still echoed in her memory, questions growing instead of fading. She asked Leica to share what she remembered, not as a noble, but someone who had witnessed Asher firsthand. Leica nodded slowly, but couldn't hide her suspicion. Something felt off. Arena's curiosity had come out of nowhere today. Before Arena could explain further, a loud crash shattered the tension. Furniture flipped, glass clattered, and instincts kicked in fast. Leica stood beside Arena, blades drawn, protective and alert. Their peaceful meeting had turned chaotic in seconds. A man emerged laughing, hands raised. He claimed to be harmless, but everything about him felt shady and wrong. He spoke calmly, like he already knew who they were. A strange familiarity danced behind his confident tone. Arena narrowed her eyes. Whoever he was, he didn't walk in by accident. He mentioned something called the Banquet Network. A hidden group once tied to Bellatura had shifted allegiance. Now they worked under Asher, answering only to his orders. The mention of Asher stunned Arena. Nothing made sense. Why would someone like him need secret agents or quiet surveillance? The agent continued, casually revealing Asher's order to locate a hero. Not an enemy, just a strange, quiet command. He admitted even he felt curious. There was something off about the way Asher moved, like hiding too much. Settling in, he demanded answers. If they knew anything about Asher, now was the time to start talking fast. The fire crackled beside a peaceful camp. A pot simmered slowly while old names and buried thoughts floated back up. Asher stirred quietly, watching Haivan. He'd seen the burst of aura earlier, undeniably strong but tinged with something strange. The spirit confirmed it. That power wasn't fake, not a fluke. It came from deep belief, forged in real battles. Haivan had always trusted his strength. He climbed through grit and instinct, holding on to raw, unshaken confidence since the beginning. But something changed. That core belief flickered. The way he looked after fighting, it wasn't pain, it was hesitation. Haivan's confidence wavered, slowly unraveling. The sharp, proud edge he once carried was dulled by something only he understood. He sat quiet near the fire, posture strong but expression uncertain, as though rethinking everything he believed about strength. Even Asher noticed. The quiet pauses, the subtle shifts. Doubt wasn't loud, but it made itself known in stillness. The spirit hovered, confirming it. Strength was never just talent. It needed heart, belief, and clarity to truly hold power. Looking up, Asher breathed out. That uncertainty Haivan carried. It mirrored his own once. Now, it threatened to return again. Haivan walked beside Asher, calm but thoughtful. The doubts that clouded him were finally beginning to lift after everything. He admitted it. Asher's level of swordsmanship was no illusion. It was something only true swordmasters could ever reach. And yet, Haivan hesitated. He felt uncertain about his own strength, shaken by past fights that still haunted him. Asher questioned quietly, but Haivan remembered that defeat too well. Marvinia's strength had left him feeling small and powerless. Maybe true heroes were different. Maybe they were something more, just like Sir Shantith once quietly warned him they might be. The concept of aura drifted through Haivan's thoughts. A red force, wild and raw, twisted between control and destruction. Many called it swordsmanship or true realm, energy shaped by belief and will, not just training or polished technique. Haivan remembered clashing with it, the violent pulse that overwhelmed him like a storm he couldn't quite stand against. But he clung to something deeper. Real mastery didn't come from tricks like aura. It came from purity and discipline. He asked Asher, wasn't that what swordsmanship was meant to be? Something grounded, not shaken by flashes of borrowed power? Asher called Haivan's name, eyes serious. That battle had nearly crushed them both. His help had changed everything in that moment. Haivan had faced the unimaginable, protected others, and survived it all. That alone proved his strength without any further test. Swordsmanship wasn't about perfection. It was about surpassing limits, standing firm when most would break under pressure or fear. Asher reminded him, saving people, enduring pain, still standing. That was all the proof he needed to claim the title with pride. Haivan finally smiled. He believed it again, even if just a little. He thanked Asher softly, then walked into the night. The spirit nodded quietly. Haivan was right. Swordsmanship wasn't everything. There was something else, something deeper in his strange power. But the truth was clearer now. Haivan's strength felt unnatural, like something created beyond ordinary limits or reason. It wasn't just technique. That kind of power could only be shaped by surviving something nearly impossible. The fact that even the sun god noticed it was enough to confirm that Haivan's strength wasn't ordinary at all. And yet, Asher admitted it. He hadn't reached that same level. Not yet. That realm still sat just out of reach. Asher remembered what it felt like, having that power once, a force stronger than flesh, greater than what training gave. If only he could reach it again. That part of himself still locked away beneath time and weight. Maybe then, he could finally move beyond the limits this body placed on him, and fight like before. But something moved in the distance. The wind shifted, magic flickered. Instinct screamed that he wasn't alone anymore. His body tensed, energy flared. Asher stood slowly, eyes narrowing. Someone was there, hiding just beyond the tree's edge. Across the estate, conversation shifted. The agent leaned back, confirming, yes, a lot had happened since they last spoke of Asher. Leica frowned, remembering details. Even the elders never mentioned Asher. His name wasn't in any official reports or manuals. But watching him fight, it felt like he had survived countless battles. Like war lived inside him more than memory. Arena said nothing at first, then turned, asking directly what the agent was thinking with that unreadable expression. He shrugged off her question, pretending it meant nothing. But she saw through him. Asher had shaken something loose in everyone. Roselia's expression darkened. She finally said it aloud. The sun god was chasing Asher, and no one knew why. The room froze. Confusion spread fast. If a deity had moved against Asher, they needed answers before it escalated. Far away, the priestess shouted in shock. She hadn't expected to find him here, alone, vulnerable under the moonlight. Asher knelt low, eyes narrowing. He recognized her robes, her staff, her power. This wasn't a meeting by chance. The priestess stepped forward slowly. Her expression was unreadable, but something in her gaze warned this night wasn't ending peacefully. Asher noticed someone approaching camp. A woman in strange robes stood silently near the fire, holding a staff, looking unsure. He studied her carefully. Her clothes were too clean for travel. She definitely wasn't someone who belonged out here alone. She looked nervous, eyes shifting like she had something to say but wasn't sure how to start or explain herself. Asher stepped forward without a word. She fumbled slightly, her robe catching on something as she moved toward him hesitantly. Her staff slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, breaking the silence with a sudden sharp clink. She reached out quickly, grabbing his arm before he could react, eyes wide like she'd made a rushed decision too fast. Her posture stiffened as she stood in front of him. Her voice barely audible, asking something he didn't expect at all. Asher paused, surprised. He had no idea what made her come here, but something serious was clearly weighing her down. Later, they sat by the fire. She explained her village's situation, speaking quietly while the forest wind brushed past softly. It wasn't just one attack. People were disappearing, caravans destroyed. Slave traders were moving again, bolder than they'd ever been. Asher remembered stories from other towns, people vanishing in the night, entire groups taken without a sound or single warning sign. She looked too composed for someone carrying all that. Still, she stayed calm, focused, asking for help without breaking down. Her uniform caught his attention. She was a saintess, part of the solar god order. That alone raised more questions. He asked about the knights. She hesitated. Her hands trembled slightly. Her confidence slipped just for a second, barely noticeable. The knights were gone. They'd been sent to fight elsewhere, leaving her behind with nothing but duty and blind hope. Her voice was calm, but Asher caught the edge of frustration when she admitted the knights wouldn't follow her orders anymore. He thought about it silently. Something felt off, but she wasn't lying. There was more behind her story, he knew. After a pause, he gave a small nod. No conditions, no drama, just quietly agreeing to help without asking for more. Her eyes lit up instantly, relief washing over her expression as she realized she wasn't facing this fight alone anymore. Asher clenched his fist, dark energy swirling faintly. This would be the perfect chance to crush them all from within. She introduced herself as Rosetta, calmly, like formality mattered more than the danger waiting ahead in the darkness beyond trees. They walked together through the moonlit forest, their footsteps quiet, the air tense with something about to snap at any moment. Asher glanced back once, sensing movement. Their targets weren't far now. He knew this forest hid more than just shadows. They stopped. Rosetta looked toward him. The slavers were nearby. Her voice dropped as she motioned toward the hidden path. Masked figures patrolled the area, armed and silent. Each step forward meant no turning back from whatever came next for them. Asher scanned the area. Their formation was loose, untrained. They weren't expecting anyone to come looking for the villagers tonight. Rosetta pointed toward a dark opening between trees. The cave entrance looked quiet. but something inside it didn't feel right. He narrowed his eyes. If they were hiding captives there, the operation had to be larger than she initially described. She flinched slightly when he called her name. He didn't raise his voice, just enough to pull her attention carefully. Asher stepped forward, eyes fixed ahead. This time, he needed her to follow through without hesitation or fear holding back. Asher walked up without hesitation. One of the masked guards turned, startled, clearly not expecting anyone bold enough to approach. The guards paused, unsure. This kid didn't look like a threat, but something about him made them hesitate for once. More men gathered, circling him fast. They barked orders, trying to intimidate him, unaware they'd just invited real trouble their way. He didn't answer. His eyes narrowed slightly. One hand moved to his sword as energy flared around his arm sharply. The ground cracked as power surged forward. Dust flew. His blade swept through the air, scattering the enemy lines like leaves. A massive shockwave followed, flattening trees and smashing through rock. Nothing survived that frontline blast. They never stood a chance. Shards of light flickered across the clearing. Even the shadows recoiled. The forest grew silent for a long second. Rosetta blinked, stunned by the force. Her spirit companion hovered close, watching Asher with renewed curiosity and growing recognition. He lowered his sword, steady. The glow faded slightly, but the pressure in the air was still thick around him. Somewhere far away, memories of battles long past returned. His strength wasn't normal. It was born from death, reborn through hardship. Rosetta remembered now. Certain priests could enhance others' power temporarily. Enough to match even swordmasters if only for a moment. But what Asher did wasn't borrowed strength. He shattered the enemy line alone, his blade moving like wind and thunder. She smiled slightly, finally trusting her instinct. She'd sensed something unusual the moment he spoke by that fire earlier. Still, she didn't expect this. His power felt deeper, more refined, something even her order rarely encountered in wandering nights. She realized the promise had meaning. His words weren't bluff. The Solar God Order might have just gained a powerful force. They stepped inside the cavern, dimly lit by torches. It didn't feel like a camp. It felt like something sacred. Asher looked around, eyebrows raised. The place was decorated like a temple, not something built by common raiders or thugs. Rosetta followed quietly, sensing the strange divine energy lingering around. It wasn't her god's power, but something old and twisted. They moved deeper, careful with every step. If people were being kept here, they had to be found fast. A voice echoed through the chamber, cold and demanding. The air grew heavy as someone appeared from deeper within the hall. The masked figure's voice boomed. He didn't flinch when accused. He simply stared, red eyes glowing from behind the painted mask. Asher stepped forward, unfazed. Behind him, Rosetta gripped her staff, unwilling to let fear take control of her again. The masked figure raised his arms dramatically, claiming salvation through their twisted god, eyes gleaming with disturbing conviction and pride. He spoke of saving the world, freeing people and purging false faiths, all while standing on broken backs of innocents. Rosetta's voice cut through. She called them what they truly were, bandits wrapped in holy robes, using faith to justify horror. The leader mocked her. He welcomed conflict, declaring that gods like hers were relics of a dying world, already forgotten. Rosetta stood tall, but her breath caught. The accusation hit harder than expected, stirring doubt buried beneath years of loyalty. Flames burst from the altar behind him. Something ancient stirred as the temple itself seemed to respond to his madness. Asher grabbed Rosetta, pulling her away from the blast. She stumbled but stayed focused, gripping her staff like a lifeline. Smoke filled the hall, firelight dancing across stone. Whatever this cult believed in, they were prepared to burn everything for it. Asher shielded his eyes as the flames roared. A wave of heat surged through the chamber, thick and choking. Chanting echoed off the walls. The cultists bowed before a crumbling statue, calling it the true savior of their twisted faith. One masked figure raised his head, startled by the intruders. His voice faltered when he saw who now stood before him. Asher stood firm beside Rosetta, her hands trembling. She finally saw the truth. The place, the people, the madness were real. Flames burned around them as Asher clenched his teeth. The masked cultists cheered louder, calling out to their false savior. They knelt before a scorched wall, praising the true savior as the bodies behind them trembled, lifeless and forgotten. Another cultist stepped forward with confidence, unaware of how close justice stood. His arrogance reeked of blind loyalty and power-drunk pride. Asher and Rosetta didn't move. Their silence said everything. The scene unfolding before them was beyond cruelty. It was madness dressed holy. Rosetta gasped, her breath catching. She couldn't believe the symbol carved into the floor. It matched one from ancient records. Dozens of bodies were heaped together near the altar. A grim offering, blood still warm, reeking of death and twisted faith. Asher stared, expression hard. Even in war, he'd never seen this level of fanaticism masked behind sacred rituals and symbols. Rosetta's voice cracked. She couldn't stay quiet any longer. The pain in her eyes matched the fury rising in her chest. The cultist only laughed, amused by her outrage. He whispered about sacrifice like it was noble, as if murder birthed salvation. Without shame, he spoke of balance. One life taken for many saved. His words held poison, sweetened with delusion and control. The altar pulsed with black energy. From the pile of corpses, shadow tendrils coiled upward like smoke, alive, hungry, full of hate. Arms raised, the cultist begged his god for strength. The darkness responded, rushing toward him with terrifying speed and force. Rosetta staggered back. Asher moved forward, sword raised. They both knew whatever came next wasn't something they could take lightly. The altar's energy fused with the cultist's body. His limbs stretched unnaturally. Bones cracked. Power surged beyond anything human could endure. Asher's face tightened. He recognized this energy. Not divine, not blessed. This was something else entirely. Something forbidden from another world's edge. Long ago, an aberration wiped out the dark elf homeland. No one survived. Only whispers remained of what happened there. This same power now flooded the cultist's body, a forgotten curse not meant to exist in the mortal world anymore. Asher read the energy flow, his spirit partner warning him of the danger still rapidly building inside the enemy's form. Sword in hand, he nodded once. No hesitation. He already understood what needed to be done to stop this nightmare. But even knowing the risk, he felt the pressure climbing fast. If this continued, they wouldn't survive the next blow. The enemy laughed wildly. His new strength crackled through the temple, and his body now barely resembled anything human anymore. The creature's voice echoed loud. Judgment had arrived. Asher and Rosetta stood still as thunder pulsed through the cursed chamber. It launched forward without warning. Its steps thundered, dark mist swirling. Each second it became harder to breathe or react. Asher blocked the strike with full force. The shock sent him back. Rosetta stepped forward, chanting, light forming in her hands. A barrier shimmered up, radiant and steady. It caught the backlash, shielding Asher just enough for him to stand again. Asher clenched his jaw. This opponent was different, unstable, overwhelming. He had to end it before the transformation fully completed. Rosetta's staff began to glow brighter, drawing magic from the air. Every symbol etched into the temple responded faintly. The barrier deflected the creature's fist, energy rippling outward. Cracks formed along the floor, dust rising from every shaken stone. It mocked her efforts, voice now twisted beyond recognition. It stepped forward again, undeterred by the light holding it back. With a crushing blow, the beast shattered part of the barrier. Rosetta staggered, barely holding her ground beneath the force. Rosetta's eyes widened in panic. The creature's next blow was too fast. She couldn't react, only brace for impact. Asher dove, catching her mid-fall. The staff clattered away. Dust swirled. They hit the ground hard but stayed alive. Rosetta's spirit hovered anxiously as they rose behind cover. Her hands shook. This wasn't just power, this was monstrous. One misstep meant death. Even Asher knew they couldn't keep trading blows. The creature wasn't weakening, just growing more volatile. He gripped his sword, focused. The next strike needed everything. If they missed the chance now, they wouldn't get another. Asher asked Rosetta to bless his weapon. Her hesitation lasted only a second before trust took over completely. He smiled calmly despite the pressure. She warned against a frontal attack, but he'd already chosen his path forward. Her blessings shimmered bright, flowing into the blade. He stepped ahead slowly, aura swirling, eyes locked onto the looming threat. The creature laughed cruelly, dismissing them as weaklings. It was certain they were finished, like countless before them who'd tried. Muscles tightened. It lunged forward again, both fists raised. Every step shook the ground like drums of a dark war cry. Rosetta raised her staff, chanting. The magic took hold, pushing outward, clashing against the darkness with a sudden explosive wave. Asher moved in sync, blade glowing bright. He weaved between shadows, closing the distance before the enemy could fully react. Magic surged through him. Rosetta's blessing burned hot. He launched upward with force, striking directly at the creature's twisted form. The slash connected. The corrupted body shuddered violently as the light carved through its thick armor of pulsing shadows. The creature roared in agony, tendrils flailing wildly. It stumbled back, green fire wrapping around it like chains refusing to break. Asher was down, wrapped in shadows. Pain pulsed through his chest as he tried to stay conscious beneath crushing pressure. Rosetta screamed his name, panic rising, her eyes locked on his still form, refusing to accept another loss today. Asher opened one eye, muscles trembling. He gritted his teeth and forced every last ounce of power through his sword. The blow struck true. Shadows split apart, screeching as the corrupted body twisted violently and crashed back into the stone. The chamber trembled. The beast howled in pain as light finally pierced its center. Its form shattered under the weight. The monster fell silent, dissolving into black ash. Asher, bloodied and swaying, leaned on his sword, breathing heavy and slow. He whispered to himself, it was done. The thing was dead. He had actually survived that cursed power after all. Rosetta rushed forward, tears forming. She knelt beside him, checking the wounds, unsure if he could even stay awake now. A soft glow washed over the ruined temple. The altar dimmed. For now, the threat was gone, balance slowly returning. Side by side, they collapsed together, exhausted but alive, staring at the ceiling, letting the silence confirm that it was over. The spirit floated beside him, whispering gently. Asher looked over, finally able to exhale and feel the moment settle. Rosetta smiled softly. He'd saved her, saved the world, and reminded her why faith meant more than just prayers. She stood, lifting her staff. Despite the loss, her voice remained strong. They had to honor those who didn't survive. Around them, silence lingered. Broken weapons, scorched symbols, and blood stained the floor where chaos once reigned like a false god. Asher turned toward the altar. No words left, just quiet resolve and a shared promise to never let this repeat. Morning sunlight spilled over the mountains. The chaos was gone. Only quiet wind and distant birds filled the air now. Asher and Rosetta stood together again, this time under peaceful skies, their clothes dusty, faces tired but calm. Rosetta glanced at him, smile soft. It suddenly hit her. They'd never even exchanged names despite everything they'd been through. She finally asked, her voice gentle. A proper name for the man who fought beside her through darkness and flame. Asher looked at her steadily. Whatever name he gave, it would be remembered long after this day had passed. The mountains stood silent as Asher's name echoed in his mind, a quiet promise wrapped in a fresh beginning. Verkia listened carefully, nodding as he spoke about his journey ahead, thoughts drifting somewhere far beyond the temple's path. Fingers fidgeted with her pendant as she tried not to show the sudden weight his presence had left behind. Asher looked back with a calm stare, accepting her sentiment like it was nothing, though his heart quietly held it. Verkia offered a token from the solar god, an emblem heavy with meaning that said more than words ever could. The pendant rested over his chest, its light faint but pulsing, almost like it had chosen him before she ever did. Asher bowed slightly, his hand brushing over the charm, unsure if he was thankful or just deeply moved in silence. Verkia held her staff gently, her smile soft and knowing, hiding every emotion swirling just beneath her calm surface. The village stood peaceful behind them, but the moment had shifted something neither of them were ready to name yet. Alone, Verkia exhaled deeply, staring ahead, pretending nothing had changed while quietly replaying everything she should have said, but didn't. Inside the quiet tent, Verkia sat poised, her calm presence unshaken even as unease began crawling beneath her skin. The knight's entrance was deliberate, his armor clinking faintly, bringing formality that rarely meant anything good in quiet settings. She welcomed him with practiced ease, hiding the stiffness in her shoulders as she sensed trouble behind his courteous words. His steps were too heavy, too rehearsed, carrying more than respect. Carrying expectation, duty, and something darker. Verkia remained composed, ready for the discussion, though her instincts whispered this meeting might change everything she believed about their mission. Verkia's eyes lowered slightly as his words began to push forward the very subject she'd hoped wouldn't resurface again. He smiled without remorse, recalling the loyal followers sacrificed like tools, just another offering beneath the sun-shaped symbol of devotion. Proud of their conquest, he recited names and outcomes while ignoring the bloodstains left behind where prayers once stood. Soldiers lined in rows, eyes blank with duty, never questioning the shadows clinging to every step they took forward. Verkia, unmoved, thought quietly, "What good is faith when it always returns dressed in violence, marching beneath banners soaked in grief?" His voice turned sharp, mocking any hint of doubt, like compassion itself had no place in their grand design anymore. Verkia braced herself, energy pulsing faintly at her fingertips, calm fading as she clutched her staff tighter beneath her robe. His judgment spilled out, calling her hesitant, just another leader too unsure to burn bridges when the path demanded fire. She remembered empty rooms, unanswered letters, silent shrines, signs of a crumbling system she once believed in without hesitation. From the outside, she seemed steady, but inside she was unraveling, caught between doing good or simply surviving expectations again. He stepped closer now, growing louder, more certain, pushing her to declare war as if it were a seasonal ceremony. Verkia didn't flinch, but her voice rose sharply, her body trembling, not from fear but because someone had to finally care. Bloodied soldiers filled her memories, scattered across cold dirt, forgotten by those who ordered battles, then retreated far from harm. He only smiled, amused at her defiance, knowing his safety was guaranteed while others bore the cost of blind allegiance. She turned away, remembering the girl she once was, before faith chose her, before they rewrote her silence as obedience. Verkia stood tall, her silence loud, though the knight bowed with confidence like his leave was some grand act of courtesy. She watched him exit, each step echoing doubt, her heart heavy from the knowledge she was never truly included. The title meant little. Saintess only echoed louder in rooms where power passed through her like she was never even there. Alone again, she faced the truth buried in her heart. Despite robes and light, she couldn't change anything on command. Once, she was a quiet child in a poor village, wishing only for warmth, unaware faith would take everything else. Before crowds, Verkia led prayers with grace, though her voice never reached past the illusions built by those surrounding her. Even among believers, her words carried weight only in spirit, not in action, not where true decisions took shape behind curtains. The knights moved separately, bound not to her but to politics, pride, and the bloodlines they guarded more than justice. She stood among them, not beside them, always watched, never quite accepted no matter how perfect her composure or dedication appeared. When plans turned violent, they moved without her, ignoring her warnings, casting her aside like a placeholder until they needed cover. Despite everything, Verkia's prayers remained, soft, unanswered, hidden between clenched fingers as the world demanded she accept choices never hers. She asked once more why the gods would choose someone who could only witness, never shape the outcomes they created. The only answer she ever received was silence, wrapped in divine whispers that always left her with more weight. Still, one word lingered: trust. Not in herself, but in Asher, the one moving forward while she held ground in faith. Somewhere distant, Asher stepped into sunlight, unaware her thoughts drifted toward him like a quiet plea he might someday understand. Asher recalled Manhwa's warning, her voice lingering in his thoughts. a quiet reminder that divine attention rarely brought anything good. Whispers spoke of gods watching him, and the solar god possibly among them, enough reason to tread lightly near power. The figure ahead watched in silence, unreadable behind the hood, though the tension hinted at something older than simple faith. Standing at the gates, Asher took in the massive walls before him, unwelcoming and proud, guarding whatever waited inside. With a sigh, he approached calmly, knowing full well this wasn't just a city. It was the heart of everything. He scanned the sealed gate, eyes sharp, fingers brushing old stone until something subtle clicked beneath the surface unnoticed. A narrow opening slid aside, quiet and hidden, revealing a path that hadn't seen sunlight or footsteps in quite some time. Asher entered without hesitation, recalling teachings from an old mage who once said, "Knowledge often opened more doors than magic." The kingdom's barrier glimmered above, thick and blue, sealing in peace or secrets, depending on which side you stood. Only trusted companions ever knew this route, and even fewer were willing to walk it while carrying this much risk. The air shifted suddenly, cold wind curling around him as something nearby flared with hostile energy and unfamiliar presence. A sharp blast hit the corridor, light cracking the stone, warning shots from someone clearly not fond of uninvited guests. Asher drew his weapon fast, instincts taking over as he scanned the area, eyes catching movement ahead in the shadows. A woman emerged, powerful and commanding, throwing accusations before he could explain, assuming his presence meant trouble and nothing else. He hesitated briefly, annoyed and curious, trying to remember her name, or if this was another test disguised as confrontation again. Her voice cracked through the silence, magic still lingering around her, eyes locked on him with both caution and disbelief. Asher met her gaze calmly, calculating his next move, knowing one wrong word could turn suspicion into full confrontation fast.
But Dreer stood firm near the door, throwing rules around while everyone else just wanted to get on with things. She stepped in, calm and confident, ignoring the tension as if she had walked these halls 100 times before. Asher watched her closely, something about her movement pulling a thread of memory he didn't know was still there. The pieces clicked together suddenly, an old battlefield flashing back her eyes, the stance, everything returning without needing a single word. Then a voice echoed upstairs, breaking the moment, and Asher turned, knowing chaos was probably about to walk in. A trio came down the stairs fast, boots loud, like they expected to find fireworks waiting below instead of people. She didn't flinch as they arrived, steady and still, her posture never giving anything away about what she remembered. Asher stood back, watching, as one of the men's eyes narrowed with a kind of suspicion shaped by old battles. Recognition came late but loud, and the air shifted as old memories crept out from behind, locked away thoughts. Asher felt the weight of it, familiar tension from a time when swords decided everything, and words meant very little. Everyone had struggled at that gate, trying everything, while Asher had walked forward like it was just another training exercise. The ancient door gave way for him without effort, a moment that confused everyone and silenced even the loudest soldiers. No one spoke much then, but their faces said enough shock, confusion, and that itch of something not adding up. The spirit beside him had watched it crumble, quietly acknowledging that whatever was sealed there just wasn't sealed for Asher. She stood near the wall again, satisfied, remembering how quickly she figured out Asher wasn't Somashir to underestimate anymore. The spirit hovered quietly as Asher stood still, feeling the atmosphere shift, the word demon tossed around far too easily. She readied her spell, tension rising fast. She wasn't planning on letting Asher leave without giving them something to remember. The spirit drifted closer, sensing the weight of choice. Asher paused, already thinking 2 moves ahead before drawing his blade. Purple energy crackled to life, swirling in his grip, a quiet nod to the fact that negotiations weren't happening anymore. She's team looked stunned. One whispered about fatal magic, the other glanced at the door like it might offer salvation. Steel clashed hard as one lunged in, yelling loud enough to distract, hoping force would work where strategy had failed. Asher moved low and clean, the kind of motion trained over years, practiced until instinct replaced thought completely. Sparks flew when swords met, and Asher's eyes stayed sharp, already predicting where the next mistake would be made. Familiarity crept in. The attacker had trained at the academy, same year, same drills, but clearly skipped more classes. The clash didn't last long. Asher's counter came fast, a quiet sweep followed by chaos spinning across the stone floor. Another opponent charged in from the side, thinking speed would surprise him, but Asher had seen faster in forest ambushes. Energy surged around Asher as he pivoted, his strike landing mid-spin, turning panic into silence in one clean blow. She's group stumbled, trying to recover footing, but the momentum had already shifted like the tide pulling them under. Asher kept moving, closing in on She just as she unleashed a surge of light that crackled through the air. Her magic struck wide, exploding across the floor, and Asher skidded back just enough to avoid the full impact. The spirit drifted behind Asher, sensing the power in She's spell, commenting on her mana like it was wine tasting. She stepped forward with questions loaded, eyes locked on the artifact Asher wore like it held answers she wasn't ready for. Asher stayed calm, brushing the dust from his glove, knowing what he said next might raise more questions than peace. The name he dropped landed like thunder, the kind people don't throw around unless they're ready for serious attention. She's instinct kicked in, and she pulled back fast, like her thoughts hadn't fully caught up with her body yet. The others stumbled after her, trying to process what they just heard, the name still hanging heavy in the room. She spun around and gave a half smile, acting like the tension hadn't just wrapped around her like a scarf. A new group entered the corridor, steps slower, faces sharper, clearly not the kind that showed up by coincidence. Asher tightened his grip on the sword again, not from fear, but habit, the kind that never really fades out. The spirit floated down, casually explaining that everyone had simply gathered here for a shared headache they didn't see coming. Captain Catan gave a quick nod, sword still close, claiming he came here because of some rising pressure across the region. Reuben introduced himself with a book clutched tightly, the kind of historian who probably annotated dinner menus out of habit. Badrir crossed her arms, announcing her name like she expected it to echo, already scanning Asher like a puzzle. Asher looked at her carefully, wondering if the magic she used had the fingerprints of Samashir old enough to remember him. He tilted his head slightly, mentioning rumors about a disciple tied to this place, hoping Samashir might react without thinking too much. Badrir paused, looking thoughtful, her confidence still intact, while Reuben stood quietly behind her, clearly curious but unsure what to ask. She admitted her truth like exhaling her identity not a secret anymore, tied to something deeper than this stone corridor. She stood tall as others reacted, but only Asher seemed calm, like he had guessed most of it already. Asher thought back to the stories, the rumors, the old names. Everything about the Razba kingdom had always sounded half-buried in mystery. He remembered their fall vividly, the day whispers turned into news, and many paths changed direction for good after that. That kingdom vanished quickly, swallowed by power struggles and silence, and she seemed like a thread still pulling toward its core. She admitted leaving long ago, tired of shadows and structure, chasing something simpler beyond the castle walls. Her master had been strict-wise but never easy to live with, and their visions had started pulling in opposite directions. She rebelled quietly, walked away without ceremony, trading lectures for lanterns and learning more from regular people than old scrolls. The rumors reached her later, whispers of collapse, and she realized everything she'd left behind might be gone forever. She wandered for a while, met others along the road, eventually finding people who reminded her what purpose could feel like. The new group grew strong, faced challenges together, and she found reasons to stop running from her past entirely. Asher noted quietly that her master had been a mage, piecing together her teachings and origin like solving a puzzle. Badrir didn't have answers yet, just determination and a plan to find her master and see the truth for herself. They approached the sealed gate slowly, all their paths circling back to this single doorway, heavy with everything still unknown. Asher took the lead again, his blade humming quietly, always expecting something sharp to jump from the shadows without warning. Reuben mentioned ancient monsters, half serious, half nervous, and Catan shifted his stance like he already felt eyes watching from the dark. Badrir lit up her magic, calm and steady, her focus sharp while everyone else hesitated just a breath too long. The old door creaked open slowly, not from magic but from time, like it had waited decades for this exact moment. Asher stepped in first and froze. The air changed instantly, heavy with presence, and something unseen pushed back without touching him. Light poured through the gate as they stepped inside, not darkness or ruin, but a vibrant town buzzing like nothing changed. Asher squinted at the crowd, everyone moving normally, chatting, laughing like nothing dramatic had ever touched this part of the world. Reuben tilted his head in confusion, the kingdom of Raspa looking identical to the old records he once memorized. Asher nodded slowly, everything feeling too familiar, like time had pressed pause and left everything untouched for just their return. Catan broke the silence first, walking toward the stalls casually, acting like finding a peaceful kingdom was part of the plan. Keitan greeted the vendor with ease, his voice light, but his hand hovered close to his sword just in case. The vendor smiled, but his eyes flickered oddly, and for a moment Keitan couldn't tell if it was instinct or illusion. Ruben looked around more closely, catching subtle details, the way people moved in unison, too smoothly, like dancers rehearsing the same steps. Badrir asked around, hoping for leads, but the woman she spoke to barely blinked, eyes empty like something was switched off. Ruben turned toward her and shook his head gently. There was no need to ask further, none of them were real. Badrir blinked, the words hitting hard, and she's expression cracked just a little as she looked around again carefully. The people stood tall, moving and smiling, but behind their eyes was a silence deeper than any tomb she'd studied. The spirit floated nervously, circling above as Asher stepped ahead, feeling the same chill he had sensed at the gate. Keitan stood ready again, quietly saying what they all feared: this wasn't a kingdom anymore, just the shell of a memory. Ruben confirmed it slowly, watching every detail. These people had no souls left, and whatever remained here had already gone too far. Asher walked in silence beside Keitan, still trying to understand how a kingdom could fall and still stand perfectly upright. Ruben watched the people pass like clockwork, the illusions so polished even emotion felt staged, like actors repeating lines endlessly. Asher admitted he had no answers this time, but his instincts told him whatever caused this wasn't buried too deep. She turned toward Ruben when his tone shifted, his voice calm but distant, like he'd just remembered something he shouldn't have. Ruben revealed the goal behind this quiet world. The Archmage dreamed of perfection, removing chaos by deleting what makes us. Ruben explained further, recalling stories of magic replacing truth where people were replicas, repeating joy without knowing sadness even existed. The town looked peaceful, but behind every smile was a silence heavy enough to echo through every untouched corridor. She realized her master might not have failed but succeeded too well, shaping people into puppets wearing happiness like a mask. She thought back to long lessons about order and peace, how he believed magic could overwrite pain and right balance. Regret filled her chest as she spoke quietly to Ruben. Magic never asked permission, it just kept rewriting what it touched. The group reached a massive building, looming like a sealed chapter of history. This was Razban Palace, she's former home. Ruben eyed the guards, motionless, eerie, armor too clean like they'd never moved, only existed to be watched and feared. Keitan scoffed, blade already ready, saying what they were all thinking: those weren't people, just constructs with metal and memory. She stayed composed, nodding toward the path ahead. They didn't come this far to stop because the guards weren't breathing. Ruben sighed, adjusting his coat as he stepped forward, one foot after the other, straight into the spell's oldest lie. Keitan hesitated, asking how the guards reacted so fast, only for his words to trigger the very thing he feared. One guard snapped to life, swinging without a warning, catching Keitan off guard before anyone else could even speak. She raised her hand, ready to cast again, while Keitan rolled aside, clearly annoyed more than actually injured. She explained calmly that the Guardians weren't passive, they existed solely to react, and Keitan had just triggered the perfect response. The rest of the guards lit up together, mechanical eyes glowing red, formation tightening as they closed in without pause. Steel thundered across the stone floor as the guards launched forward, their movement precise, like they practiced this exact moment endlessly. Asher drew his sword, eyes steady, knowing immediately that these things weren't built with mercy or limits in mind. The spirit hovered close, analyzing the fight as it unfolded. These enemies felt nothing, feared nothing, and just kept moving forward. Asher readied another spell, realizing no amount of force would stop creatures that didn't even register when their limbs were lost. She shouted from the back, her magic already burning hot. Too many enemies, too little time, and they still kept coming. The horde moved like waves crashing in, endless and automatic, pushing them closer to a fight that wouldn't pause or end. Asher summoned a wide spell, not to kill but to block, slowing their advance just enough to catch their breath. The barrier glowed brightly, giving the others a chance to react, while Ruben watched quietly, mind already racing with theory. She glanced back, seeing Asher hold the line, and signaled everyone to fall back into the castle without delay. Asher stayed behind, steady and focused, eyes locked on the tide. He wasn't trying to win, just to buy time. An old memory surfaced. An emperor once gifted a weapon that now hummed quietly in Asher's hand, full of ancient energy. It wasn't made to kill, just to hold the tide, a temporary answer pulled from the past's hidden shelf. Asher ran quickly, knowing the magic wouldn't last, but grateful for the few extra seconds it carved from chaos. Ruben trailed behind the group, breathing heavily, not built for combat, but still pushing himself further than he ever had before. He stumbled through the gate, heart pounding but relieved, until the sound of something large echoed behind him, changing everything instantly. Ruben slipped hard, the barrier ripple warping space beneath his feet. flinging him forward in a way he didn't expect. He landed rough, vision spinning, unsure if it was the impact or adrenaline messing with his head this time. Clanking sounds closed in fast metallic footsteps that didn't waver, and Reuben realized he wasn't alone in the open space. Eyes wide, he turned, staring at the unmoving line of guardians that had suddenly decided his time was up. Panic set in quick, but his mind still ran calculations, desperately searching for anything that might change the outcome. Kitan saw at first Reuben was missing, and the realization slammed into him like a bad decision at the worst moment. Asher's grip tightened, already knowing what this meant: one mistake, and now Samashir else was standing where he should have been. She turned before anyone spoke, decision made before logic could interfere, her boots already hitting stone in a blur. She moved toward the noise, fearless and fast, unwilling to let Reuben be another regret added to their growing list. Reuben staggered back into view, apologizing even while ducking attacks, barely hanging on as he rejoined the group mid-chaos. She led the way into the shadows, calm but focused, glad everyone was safe for now, at least in body. Reuben slowed his pace, glancing at Asher like he owed him something more than words but didn't know how. Asher stayed quiet, barely acknowledging the thanks, as if he was already hearing something deeper than anyone else noticed. Reuben blinked, puzzled by Asher's silence, not sure if it meant gratitude was unwelcome or something else entirely unknown. Ahead of them, a strange mist slithered through the cracks, unnatural and slow, like it had been waiting underground too long. Storm passed, but silence lingered. Asher stepped over broken armor, the smell of rust and ruin thick beneath gathering clouds above. The castle stood under a heavy sky, looking familiar but strangely distant, like something was quietly wrong behind its walls. Their footsteps echoed through stone halls as tension crept in. This visit felt unlike any other they'd made before. Uneasy glances passed between them, minds drifting to the Archmage's absence and how long the silence had lasted. She kept walking confidently, trusting her mentor was buried in studies, chasing solutions while the world outside trembled quietly. A sudden stench hit them, pungent, foul, and unmistakable, souring the air and turning curiosity into a slow, burning dread. The air thickened as their instincts flared, each step forward like walking deeper into a memory they didn't want. She's magic stirred around her fingers, reacting before thought, as the source of the sickening rot grew stronger. A pulse of fear hit her chest, her body moved faster than thought, chasing an answer she already feared. Her feet pounded the stone floor, her thoughts spiraling as panic whispered secrets she refused to believe yet. Behind her, the others faltered, something invisible pressing down as if the corridor itself wanted to keep them away. She burst through the door, heart racing, eyes wide ready for danger, but unprepared for the stillness waiting inside. Her gaze froze on the chair ahead, where robes hung too loosely over bones, surrounded by dried crimson pools. The Archmage sat in silence, hollow and cold, like time had forgotten him long before they ever arrived. A cold wind brushed her cheeks as her mind crumbled, trying to rebuild itself around a truth too ugly. The others screamed from behind, but she didn't move. Something deeper than fear held her tight in that broken moment. She stumbled back, her voice cracking as reality shattered around her, the pain of betrayal now sharper than any wound. The group froze, stunned by what they saw: familiar robes, but red eyes and a presence that didn't feel human. Asher's thoughts scattered. The Archmage's name echoed in his mind, drowning reason beneath the weight of confusion and anger. Something was deeply wrong. This wasn't just death, it was something twisted, a cruel play wearing the face of Samashir loved. Then, with a violent snap, the figure spoke not kindly but coldly, its voice soaked in fury and something unnatural. Panic gripped them, but the skeletal figure only grinned, revealing that nothing they'd seen was real, not even the dead. The illusion cracked, revealing a version of the Archmage still standing, unbroken, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. The group staggered, caught between shock and awe, trying to grasp the layers of truth buried inside the unfolding trick. She's heart fluttered with relief, her worst fear undone by the truth, but questions piled quickly behind the disappearing horror. The Archmage stepped forward, revealing more. Their journey had been watched, even guided by false faces planted along the path. The market they passed wasn't real either, just another illusion crafted to keep them distracted while danger grew in secret. Ron finally exhaled, shaken but thankful, as she stood silent beside him, still piecing emotions from the tangled story. But the Archmage wasn't done. He admitted the deception was necessary. A shield against something darker crawling toward the city. A demon silhouette burned into their memories, monstrous and real, far beyond what even seasoned warriors like Asher could face alone. The fake fall of the kingdom had been a desperate tactic, buying time before the final confrontation could begin. She's spell shimmered around her fingertips, lifting the illusion from her body like a curtain peeling away from the stage. Poten stepped up confidently, introducing himself as if the tension hadn't just snapped every nerve seconds earlier. Reuben followed with calm words and steady eyes, scanning the room like a historian measuring myth against reality. Asher nodded quietly, sensing everything, but saying little. He watched the Archmage, suspicious thoughts swirling behind a polite stare. She turned and led the others out, her steps quicker now, part nerves, part urgency. She didn't bother hiding anymore. The Archmage spoke with authority, instructing rest as if morning would be safer simply because he willed it to be. She acknowledged the order with a firm nod, her thoughts elsewhere, spiraling around questions no one dared to ask yet. As the room emptied, only silence and shadows lingered behind, whispering truths no one was ready to face. The Archmage sat again, body still but mind far, the weight of many secrets dragging behind his quiet pause. Asher didn't leave. His eyes met the robed figure, carrying the memories of 1,000 nights guarding these very halls. Asher stepped forward, his heart steady, but thoughts pulled tightly. Something about this form didn't match what his instincts remembered. The Archmage admitted it wasn't disguise, but curse his kingdom lost. His own hands the reason the throne now sat cold. A dark fate bound to him, forged through betrayal and heroism twisted, left him walking as a hollow memory. With quiet horror, Asher realized the truth. The Rabia kingdom had already fallen, long before they even arrived. The spirit beside him flickered. Beneath its glow, Asher whispered to himself this entire performance was for the students' fragile hearts. The Archmage confessed his final lesson came too late, one forged through failure and sealed with the fall of everything. He spoke of power drawn from willing souls, a dangerous solution that consumed the very kingdom it sought to protect. The divine relic, once meant to save the world, had become a gamble with consequences they never fully understood. It left blood in its wake, a brutal reminder that even sacred power could crumble under pressure and pride. Asher recalled Hyven's words, whispers of doubt and caution that echoed now with far more weight than before. The Archmage nodded, confirming everything with calm resolve, his face unreadable beneath the hood and hollow gaze. Friends turned fanatics, thinking they could master darkness to break empires, never noticing how much they'd already lost. If that cursed strength were to spread unchecked, it would unleash something far worse than anything the demons managed. Cities would burn, not from invasion, but from their own guardian's ambition and the chaos they accidentally summoned. He had poured his life into a single blade, his last remaining act to seal what could no longer be contained. The sword shimmered in the air, glowing faintly as if resonating with something deeper than magic, maybe grief, maybe hope. With steady hands, Asher accepted the blade, sensing the weight of both fate and farewell inside its core. The sword carried the burden of heroes, its purpose singular to stop what they failed to contain before it spread further. The Archmage looked up one last time, asking not for forgiveness but closure, an ending he could never write himself. Asher stood silently, the sword pulsing in hand, his mind already torn between duty, sorrow, and the next impossible decision. Asher gripped the sword tightly, its glow humming in sync with his heartbeat, each pulse heavier than the one before. Memories returned like sharp waves, images of the Archmage in battle, surrounded by friends who once stood where enemies now did. The faces blurred between honor and betrayal, allies once trusted now tainted by ambition and choices they never should have made. Asher's voice trembled silently. This wasn't just a mission. It was a question of conscience, repeating pain he hadn't yet buried.
The cloaked figure stared from the throne, voice cold. "You're the only one I can entrust." Standing before him, the young man tensed. Power surged around him as he whispered, "This arrogance! Are you asking me to deal calmly with you who massacred everything I cherished before?" The skeleton grinned silently, unbothered. Rage bloomed as the youth clenched his sword, refusing to be intimidated. His jaw tightened, muscles coiled. He readied himself not for words, but for vengeance forged in steel. He roared with resolve, sword glowing bright. Every muscle moved as he struck with full force forward. The sword pierced the skeletal body. Energy crackled violently as the throne room trembled under the impact. The dark figure shattered. Red mist scattered as remnants of dark magic tried to preserve his soul. Watching it fade, he muttered, "He's returning to his true form," eyes fixed on the residue. He raised his sword again. "This is the proof my reincarnation wasn't coincidence. It was meant." A gentle breeze circled him as the figure smiled, energy flowing from his chest like smoke. "Thank you, Captain of the Guard," he said calmly. "I can finally rest in peace now." The swordsman paused, voice low. "Is this... farewell?" His expression softened, though his guard remained strong. "Yes," the elder answered. "Tomorrow, I'll lay my final oaths to Barche and disappear with the kingdom." The spirit appeared once more. The swordsman asked, "That form! You've been granted rebirth, haven't you?" The spirit nodded. The swordsman listened closely. At first, he said, "I thought it was Mariana, but something's off. He doesn't feel like the first cause. It's deeper, beyond his reach." The elder's expression darkened. "Is that so? Then I know something that might help you. Seek out the elves of the Red Forest far at the northernmost edge," the elder advised. "Elves?" he whispered. "Yes," the elder confirmed. "They belong to a different clan, unlike your stepdaughters entirely." The elder pointed to the image. "They might help you uncover the truth about your bloodline." He repeated the words quietly, eyes distant. "The north," as if recalling a place buried by time. "Isn't that where Swordmaster Barine rules?" he asked. "That's right," the spirit answered. "That's where she is. When you arrive, look into Naruna, too. I heard the northern goblins almost invaded the Empire." He scowled faintly. "I don't really want to see that annoying bastard," voice low, expression unchanged. The old man chuckled softly, watching the young swordsman walk away, his cloak brushing the stone steps. "She's arrogant," he muttered, "but her resolve is admirable. Choosing hardship over comfort is rare courage." The swordsman walked in silence, sword strapped firm, mind echoing with words he wasn't ready to face. The tower rose beneath the morning sun. Inside, they awaited his returned comrades, questions and untold trials. "You have a kind heart," the voice echoed again. "Someday, perhaps, you'll both find forgiveness together." She searched the courtyard, scanning faces. "But I don't see Asher," she said with a frown. "He already left," the cloaked man replied calmly. "He's following Hyven's orders, urgent business near the northern border." She sighed, disappointed. "Too bad I didn't get to say goodbye. I must leave too, Barak." Barak tensed. "The demon's surveillance is worsening. At this rate, we might not protect the kingdom anymore." "I'll hide it underground," he whispered. "If needed, I'll vanish with it into the refuge city below." And she looked up at him with concern. "I see. Then when will we meet again?" Barak paused. "Don't worry about that. We won't be gone long," he said without turning around. Reaching into his cloak, he pulled out a pendant, its silver edges glinting under temple light. And then he placed it in her hand. "With this, you'll be able to use barrier magic." Barak smiled gently. "I hope you grow into a fine mage," he said, his voice warm. The purple-haired man smiled gently, hiding his concern. He'd prepared everything, now it was time to part. The travelers bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. Their rest had healed them, and they now stood re-energized together. The masked master on the throne gave a final reminder. The time for departure had finally come. Following the command, the two companions nodded and turned swiftly. With purpose in their steps, they departed. From his seat, the master whispered blessings. As the door creaked open, he watched them disappear silently. As the doors closed behind the guests, silence returned. The master leaned back, eyes heavy with thought. He whispered softly, "It's over." His role completed, he had passed on knowledge and power without regret. An Asher Archmage approached slowly, staff glowing faintly. He acknowledged the end his mission here had also concluded. The master warned him gently, "Return soon. Mortals fade, even mages," his voice calm, filled with acceptance and age. The Archmage paused, hearing the words. He nodded once, then turned. "Take care," he said, voice subdued. Outside the gate, the Archmage stood quietly. With folded arms, he watched the departing group from afar. A gust of wind scattered leaves. One knight paused, glancing back at the fortress that raised him. "Low track," he muttered with bitterness, staring at the tower. Resentment still clung to his voice. The Archmage narrowed his eyes. "Shut that mouth of yours," he commanded without hesitation or sympathy. Blood burst from the knight's shoulder. He staggered, stunned, punished instantly for his careless, disrespectful words. Asher attacked without mercy. The others watched in shock as blood poured, and the knight collapsed instantly. Rage burned in Asher's eyes. "How dare you remain here?" he growled, voice shaking with fury. "You filthy demon scum," he continued, stepping closer. His energy flared, refusing to let evil exist freely. The wounded man grinned, standing weakly. "I was a demon. No wonder you avoided me." Dark flames rose. "You're quite sharp," he hissed, smiling wickedly, no longer hiding his monstrous true form. Asher confronted the cloaked figure, who appeared calmly through the shadows, his presence shaking the cold ground. The enemy grinned, blood dripping. He had disguised himself as human, hiding magic, deceiving even skilled warriors. Asher remained calm, despite no magical trace. His gaze sharp, he whispered a name with certainty. He remembered the voice echoing in nightmares, unmistakable and haunting. Rage surged through his veins without mercy. With a piercing stare, Asher vowed revenge. "Until we meet again, the unchanging one," he muttered coldly. The voice pierced his memory, ancient, dreadful, and absolute. Asher watched the demon's form finally reveal itself. With a theatrical flourish, the demon grinned and stepped forward. "Allow me to introduce myself, Asher. I am the overseer of the demonic realm," he declared boldly, bowing mockingly without breaking eye contact. Asher's companion stiffened. "That name, Bafula?" The spirit gasped, recognition flashing across Asher's eyes like sudden lightning. A forbidden name echoed Bafula, a being erased from records, feared even by the Empire's strongest warriors. Ancient texts warned of Bafula's forbidden power. Those who summoned him always paid with blood. Bafula stood calmly, the corpse at his feet a grim reminder of deals gone wrong. Asher stepped forward. "Enough games! Say your purpose! Why are you standing in front of me?" The demon chuckled, amused by Asher's defiance. He touched his chin, savoring the tension in silence. "I came only to see what this human paradise looked like," Bafula said, smiling with contempt. Bafula mocked the fallen kingdom, laughing at its weak foundation and failure to harness real power. His eyes locked on Asher's blade. "The sword he gave you, it caught my attention." Asher gripped the weapon firmly. "Do you want Fenrir?" he asked, voice steady and unshaken. Bafula nodded slowly. "I'd appreciate it if you handed it over. It's quite an intriguing artifact." Smirking, he added, "It holds some fascinating abilities." His tone slithered with desire and quiet malice. Asher gritted his teeth, clutching Fenrir tightly. "Then go ahead and try!" he shouted defiantly. He launched forward, aura surging. The force of his strike echoed across the arena's stone walls. Mid-air, Asher twisted, drawing power into his blade. Pain flared, but he pushed through with resolve. A voice called out, "Lord Asher!" But he didn't stop. His focus stayed locked on the demon. Bafula smiled coldly. "I am the god of the demonic realm," he said as energy crackled. Asher lunged with rage, ignoring the spirit's warning. "You bastard!" he growled, blade glowing with energy. Bafula's eyes narrowed. "Killing you would be no trouble," he said, sneering with cruel confidence. With a sudden flick, Bafula's power surged. Asher was blasted backward, the impact cracking the ground. Asher hit the floor hard, sliding across stone. Pain surged through his chest as he groaned. She tried to stand up, but her knees buckled. "He's in pain," she gasped, her teeth clenched in tension. Bafula halted mid-attack. "That's enough for today," he declared, enveloped in swirling dark energy, eyes unreadable. "I'll take Fenrir next time," he added, his body fading into purple light, grin still lingering. Asher dropped to one knee, exhausted. His companion floated close. "Asher, are you all right?" And then he laughed weakly. "I guess this is what it takes to be a real lord." He stared at the sunset sky. "That power. I've never felt anything so overwhelming in battle." Asher sat beneath the trees, catching his breath. "Better," he muttered, wounds still aching from battle. He looked up at Ensur. "Do you know anything about Bafula?" he asked cautiously. Ensur replied, "Bafula is a divine being even greater than the Demon King, beyond typical understanding. He shaped the demonic realm itself and wields the origin of all dark magic," Ensur explained solemnly. Asher frowned. He already knew about Fenrir and the fall of the kingdom before I even spoke. A towering eye hovered in darkness as the warrior questioned the voice that called him unfinished. The voice explained that Bahala must remember the swordsman's former life, the echoes of his relentless training. He'd fought endlessly before death, perfecting sword forms. That obsession lingered, recognized even by divine watchers now. Realizing this, the swordsman suspected the past was why Bahala selected him among countless reincarnated souls. He clenched his fist, determined that remembrance and regret alone wouldn't be enough to surpass fate's challenge. He gritted his teeth, feeling the tension surge. His grip tightened as a vow stirred within. "I need overwhelming power," he whispered, eyes locked forward, body ready to answer that urgent inner demand. A shadowed voice echoed, "So here you are, unbeliever," as a monstrous figure crashed into the field. Startled by the sudden arrival, he jumped back instinctively, sensing the dark figure's overwhelming presence and threat. He gasped. He's still alive. That dreadful form hadn't vanished. It remembered the swordmaster who once faced it. Their past battle echoed in memory. Now they stood again, swords drawn, fate circling for a conclusion. The shadow growled, boasting divine strength. He couldn't believe someone like him ever posed a real threat. The swordsman noted he'd clung to abominable power. That survival cost would demand a heavier price now. With fury, the Dark One charged, shouting his intent to kill. This fight was far from over. A crushing blow landed. The swordsman staggered from the force, barely guarding the deadly vertical descent attack. He vowed to endure even if every bone shattered. The gods would never claim his resolve. And then pain surged through his arms as he blocked the strike. Still, he refused to collapse. The shadow declared his victory, preparing to reclaim his true form through the blood of battle. The swordsman knelt, breath ragged. His spirit flickered, but his companion's voice urged him not to fall. A calm voice echoed, interrupting fate's march. A lone figure stepped forward, challenging the claim of godhood. A calm woman stepped forward, questioning what god dared disrupt peace within her sacred forested grounds. The swordsman's eyes widened, stunned. Her presence radiated authority. He whispered to himself, "Who is she?" And unbothered by the chaos, she stood tall and asked bluntly, "Who are you people exactly?" The dark figure emerged through swirling leaves. She stood firm, gripping her staff, sensing something terribly wrong. Facing the strange pair, she demanded answers. Calmly, she claimed divinity, stating she'd become a great god. The shadow responded, voice low and ominous. It dismissed her, calling her a mere meddling human outsider. Unfazed, she smirked and called him a fake puppet pretending to be something greater than filth. His aura flared violently. Shadows rippled. With burning eyes, he growled, "You pathetic human! You've made your choice!" The shadow screamed in rage, charging forward with murderous intent. "You dare insult me? I'll kill you!" The swordsman noticed the threat immediately. Alarmed, his spirit companion warned, "She's in danger, he's going to strike." He narrowed his eyes, sensing something deeper. "I see this forest. This is where it truly begins." She scoffed and unleashed magic. "Are you trying to fight me here?" A blast exploded toward the shadow. The shadow creature staggered back, body crackling under the force. He groaned in pain, clearly not expecting resistance. She raised her hand, golden energy swirling. "Here, my power and authority are absolute," she declared firmly. Eyes sharp, she warned, "You are abominations, here to defile my sacred sanctuary. Scatter!" The air ignited. The swordsman stood still, observing. His spirit companion floated nervously. "Just who is that?" he muttered, uncertain. She exhaled slowly, magic fading. Her stance eased, yet her gaze remained cautious toward the armored swordsman. He approached, sword lowered. "Are you okay, traveler?" he asked, noting her calm yet guarded expression carefully. Her eyes widened as she stared. "Wait, this soul." A distant memory stirred deep within her. He stepped forward with calm certainty. "It's been a long time," he said, his voice steady. She gasped, heart pounding. "Nameless god? Captain of the guard?" Recognition and disbelief fought across her expression. Confused, she whispered, "Why do you look like this?" The air grew still, tension returning silently. Leaves fluttered across the forest canopy as both stood silently, facing truth long buried by time. A knight examined the scorched earth. Ashes are scattered in the air. Something exploded near this spot. Another knight approached thoughtfully. "Looks like destruction caused it." "Probably not natural," he said, frowning. Suspicion grew quickly. Far away, a priestess received their report. "An explosion, alone in the forest?" "Asher's work, perhaps." She narrowed her eyes. "Is that man? Is Asher really there?" Her voice held a sharp edge. The knight saluted. "Change course! We're moving toward the forest!" The order was given without hesitation or delay. A knight smirked darkly, whispering, Asher! You're trapped now, with no way out." Far away, peaceful hills surrounded a cabin. Inside, calm returned, but a storm loomed beyond the horizon. Asher asked gently, "Are you feeling better now?" His voice was calm, though his eyes searched carefully. She nodded warmly. "Yes, and it's all thanks to you." Her tone was filled with sincerity. The spirit asked, "Asher, do you know her?" He replied slowly, "Despite how she looks, I do." The spirit watched her prepare food. "Morena," it whispered, recalling a name once spoken with reverence. It floated closer, surprised. "Oh, a god living among humans?" Asher's silence confirmed what it suspected already. She was once revered, a divine figure known as the Nameless God, radiant and feared by many. But she gave it all up, power, worship, eternity forsaken. She now lived quietly among mortal people. Though her powers vanished, inside this forest her presence still lingered, anchored by memories of her former self. Though she abandoned godhood, Morena still wielded divine power unmatched, overwhelming within the forest's sacred boundary. Her strength remained, but its reach was bound. Descending cost her freedom. Now she's confined to this land. They shared a quiet meal. "You've been through a lot, Asher," she said gently. Asher nodded slowly. "It does bring me some comfort that you recognize my pain and struggle." Morena's gaze softened. "In this twisted, abominable world, you're one of the rare, truly rational humans, Asher." Asher nodded. "That's true." His expression dimmed as old memories returned, once buried beneath years of war. Back then, she was the only god he trusted. A non-believer, yet he believed in her. She offered him power to become her apostle. He would gain strength beyond any mortal measure. But Asher declined. "That power would never be mine. I didn't earn it. It wasn't deserved." Morena smiled gently. "Exactly." Her eyes held approval, as if his choice only deepened the respect she carried. Many fell for power's illusion, becoming pawns to abominations, gods, or demons. But Asher never strayed. Through every trial and hopeless war, he held his sword firm. Despair never broke his will. To a god, that kind of conviction is irresistible, Marina said, her voice soft with admiration. She smiled warmly. Will you reconsider? Be my apostle in this life? Hope flickered in her tone. Asher answered calmly. My answer is still no. She laughed gently. You haven't changed at all. A knock startled them. Asher rose quickly. Huh? Who's there? His spirit companion floated up alertly. The door opened. A knight stepped inside. Behind him stood the saint and an entire armed unit. They marched with discipline. We are knights of the Solar God Order, the lead knight declared. Asher frowned. The Solar God Order is here! His mind raced. Are they here to capture me? The knight's eyes narrowed. We're looking for someone. Do you... He paused, gaze sharp, voice filled with intent. Marina stepped outside with a smile. Asher, it looks like you have visitors, she called calmly. Asher sighed. She could have pretended I wasn't here. He rose, sensing the tension growing outside the door. The knight's lips curled into a cruel grin. He had found his target, and he knew it. We finally found you, Asher, the knight shouted. You're trapped like a rat in a cage. Drawing his sword, the knight charged in. Marina stood between them, eyes narrowed, unshaken by the threat. Asher stepped forward, ready to fight. His spirit warned, this is bad. They won't hold back. The saint stared in disbelief. Warrior, she gasped. Then realization struck. You're Asher? Her voice trembled faintly. Asher locked eyes with her. The solar god, he whispered. Memories of their past flooded his thoughts. He remembered her words, her faith. Trust me, she had once said. Thank you, your holiness. The saint's heart thumped loudly. Her eyes widened, torn between duty, memory, and something deeper, something unresolved. A mysterious robed figure entered. Asher stood calmly, sensing the visitor already knew who he was. The visitor confirmed Asher's identity. Asher remained silent, while a spirit warned him something dangerous was approaching. A vision emerged. A holy knight commanded troops. She too was tracking down the reincarnated swordmaster. Asher, he acknowledged the truth. After years hidden, Asher accepted his name, facing destiny with calm and readiness. The priestess recalled aiding him, yet fate twisted. He became the hunted, the one everyone now sought. The priestess gasped, realizing the truth. She had helped Asher unknowingly, never mentioning her name. The knight stepped forward, eyes glowing. He had overheard everything and now knew her hidden connection. He mocked her, accusing betrayal. Their order's enemy was here, and she had protected him unknowingly. Blaming her for Asher's evasion, the knight smirked. She understood the weight of what she'd done. He grinned coldly, certain her punishment would come. The order would not forgive such a betrayal. Asher stood silently with the woman. He knew conflict approached, but waited without showing concern. The knights surrounded him. Their weapons were drawn, ready to capture him under the order's command. The spirit questioned him sharply. Asher replied calmly, refusing to fight and cause chaos among villagers. The knight halted. Something in Asher's restraint puzzled him. He turned, speaking with sudden curiosity and hesitation. The woman interrupted, asking firmly why they were taking Asher. She demanded a clear explanation now. She calmly observed the situation, stating the solar god's power waned and their actions grew desperate. Accusing them of draining innocent lives, she spoke firmly. The knight smirked, dismissing her bold words. Without warning, he lunged forward with his blade. Her posture remained steady, not showing a hint of fear. The knight threatened her life, claiming death awaited anyone who dared to insult the solar god's name. Unshaken, she smiled faintly. His blade hovered, but she showed no fear, confident in her own strength. A sudden blast erupted, sending the knight flying across the room with explosive force and shattered debris. The priestess gasped in shock, eyes wide as the unexpected counterattack unfolded faster than she expected. Asher moved calmly past the stunned guards. His presence alone held enough pressure to freeze them. Energy surged around the woman. She struck downward, unleashing a wave that devastated the surrounding terrain instantly. The knight's body crashed violently through rubble. His allies screamed, watching their leader fall in utter defeat. Wounded and defeated, the knight collapsed. His final words dripped with scorn and disbelief at his failure. She declared the god's strength relied entirely on mortals, and still they claimed divine superiority without shame. To her, they were nothing, only arrogant beings who ruled by fear and false righteousness, undeserving of worship. The priestess hesitated, startled by the woman's presence. She quickly assured them she meant no harm. She offered herself in Asher's place. She wished to hear the solar god's truth directly. She smiled confidently. The aura around her raised questions. Who was this woman with such strength? The priestess trembled. That pressure wasn't human. Fear replaced her defiance as she agreed to comply. She ordered Asher's release. The soldiers obeyed immediately, lifting their fallen captain without hesitation or resistance. Asher watched with amusement. Their retreat meant nothing now. The real threat had already stood beside him. The woman sighed. After all this time, they reunited, but still hadn't truly spoken to each other. Asher promised to visit later. The words were calm, but carried weight neither of them ignored. She turned to leave. Asher addressed her formally, showing respect despite the tension still between them. He pledged to visit once his affairs were settled. She said nothing, quietly processing his words. She accepted his terms, yet reminded him gently. Her voice was firm but laced with uncertainty. She warned him he remained their target. Asher said nothing, watching her go with unreadable expression. The spirit asked about their next move. Asher stood silently, eyes fixed ahead without hesitation. He answered clearly. The journey wasn't over, their mission remained, and there was still work ahead. Unrolling the map, Asher traced routes. He'd rely on intelligence reports to guide their next destination. Confirming its origin, his companion nodded. The map held information gathered by hired informants for critical tracking. Asher thought of Caius. His thoughts drifted to the Empire, wondering what the man was planning. Inside the Academy lounge, Reika complained loudly about her history studies. The others tried to focus. She sighed in frustration. The subject overwhelmed her, and the exam questions were far too specific. One section focused entirely on a past commander, her father. That detail caught her completely off guard. Another student revealed she made the request. Reika stared in shock, surprised by the unexpected setup. Calmly sipping tea, Arena smiled. She wanted to ensure her father's legacy wasn't forgotten by anyone. Caius, chief of intelligence, lounged confidently. His silence hinted he was planning something far more serious. A sly grin crept across his face. He mentioned the former captain, steering the conversation intentionally. He asked Arena about her connection to the captain, reminding her of the man's lasting legacy. She confirmed it. The captain had raised her. He was also the one who refined swordsmanship. Caius leaned forward, connecting the dots. Arena looked puzzled, not yet realizing the implication behind his question. Arena posed a serious question. What if someone else's soul was living inside Asher's current body? She speculated further. What if it was the soul of the former captain of the guards? Her hand trembled. The thought felt absurd, yet her instincts whispered the idea might be possible. Reika was confused, but Arena insisted Reika had witnessed the changes in Asher too many times. She reminded Reika, Asher's sudden mastery and heroic feats weren't normal. Something powerful had changed within him. Asher moved with flawless technique. His power and precision were far beyond what should be possible. Caius observed the aftermath. So many slain, yet Asher remained calm. The results defied normal logic. He reasoned the truth aloud. Only one conclusion explained everything, a different soul within Asher. Turning serious, Caius addressed the others directly. He asked what they thought of this unsettling theory. Asher stood before them, silent but tense, while questions about his identity filled the room's air. The woman voiced her suspicion someone else's soul now dwelled within Asher's body, hidden and unnatural. The elf stared at Asher, mind spiraling with doubt. The theory had plagued her thoughts for weeks. She remembered the first moment they met. Something in his presence had always felt eerily unfamiliar and wrong. His technique, his speech, even his gaze, everything betrayed memories of someone far more experienced than Asher. They sparred often, side by side, yet she always noticed something unnatural in his precision and instincts. Though she couldn't prove it, everything about him suggested memories and reflexes born from past lifetimes. She clenched her fists, torn between fear and certainty. Asher wasn't just skilled, he was someone else. The accusation sounded absurd to the red-haired woman, who dismissed it with sharp logic and irritation. She defended Asher, recalling his solo sword training and relentless efforts she had witnessed many times. Asher's sword skill bloomed quickly. Even nobles acknowledged his rise from obscurity with unexpected admiration. Though he rebelled, they believed it was from pain, not arrogance. He never felt truly accepted there. He returned for the sake of his mother, the only one who showed him real warmth. The woman insisted his growth wasn't unnatural. It came from hard work, not some unexplainable magical phenomenon. Challenged for her claim, she snapped back, certain that reason, not fantasy, explained the changes in Asher. Staring through the glass, the elf questioned everything. Was Asher truly just the noble he appeared? She remembered his words clearly. He denied any connection to his father, rejecting that bloodline completely. Suddenly, monstrous growls erupted. Beasts charged forward, eyes red with rage, threatening to tear everything in sight. Asher dashed in, cutting through the screeching monsters without hesitation, his movements sharp, practiced, and mercilessly fast. He struck cleanly, silencing another beast. Each swing revealed the truth behind his power, one kill at a time. With resolve in his voice, Asher briefed his companion about their destination. The dangerous northern monster lands. He pointed to the map. The entrance led into a vast forest ruled by non-human species. That forest once thrived peacefully, its monster tribes living together in structured harmony, untouched by outside violence. It had been a sanctuary, even to humans, until something disrupted the delicate balance within its borders. Now surrounded by corpses, Asher realized the truth. The forest was overrun by savage, unreasoning hostility. Asher sensed something was wrong. The monster's rage wasn't natural, and he quickly demanded an explanation. The beast snarled wildly, its strength boosted unnaturally, its fury traced back to demonic influence, dark and dangerous. Asher realized the truth-corrupting dark magic had twisted these creatures, changing their nature through demonic interference. He froze mid-step, eyes widening. As new threats approached, the corrupted weren't alone. Reinforcements had arrived nearby. More goblins emerged, their forms grotesque, their expressions warped. They weren't normal anymore, and they charged without hesitation. Asher raised his voice, commanding calm, his presence alone enough to halt the goblins' aggressive stance. A figure approached, asserting that Asher was not a threat and the monsters should lower their guard. Asher recognized the orc immediately. He had expected this encounter, knowing their paths would cross again soon. The orc, named Tarkin, greeted him calmly. His tone held familiarity, not hostility, despite their troubled history. Inside the cavern, goblins knelt in respect as Asher and Tarkin entered, symbolizing peace and hidden alliances. Asher followed Tarkin deeper into the cavern, the goblins parting respectfully as their leader led onward. Tarkin turned proudly, declaring himself the ruler of the monster forest and protector of its tribes. He explained that all monsters served him except those corrupted by demonic influence and lost to darkness. Asher asked if the beasts that attacked him were among those fallen under demonic control earlier. Tarkin confirmed it. They had betrayed their kin, surrendering to power they couldn't understand or control. Tarkin revealed his pain. The demons used monsters like tools, only to abandon them once power faded. With quiet fury, he explained his plan. A rebellion formed in secret, shared among only loyal subordinates. But despite unity, they lacked the strength to confront the growing demonic threat spreading through the forest. Tarkin turned to Asher with resolve, asking him for support in their desperate struggle against the demons. Looking down at Asher, he posed the question plainly: would he fight beside them to resist destruction? Tarkin revealed his goal: rescue the lost queen and restore order before the forest fell completely. Asher's eyes widened. The queen he mentioned could only be Rapinia, the one who mysteriously vanished. Tarkin swore peace with humans if Asher helped, vowing no monster would invade their land again. The spirit warned Asher trusting monsters was dangerous, and history had always proven them humanity's natural threat. Still, Asher made his choice. Despite doubt, he agreed to help Tarkin's resistance without hesitation. Asher agreed to help, but only if Tarkin accepted his own conditions without hesitation or resistance. Their target loomed tall, a massive, dark tower pulsing with energy, casting shadows over the twisted forest. Asher scoffed at the structure, unimpressed by its design and annoyed by its overwhelming, ominous presence. Tarkin explained bitterly: the demons claimed the tower and now corrupted the land with dark energy. With no time to waste, Tarkin urged Asher forward, ready to breach the stronghold's gates together. A dark voice echoed from the tower, mocking Tarkin's arrival as weak and ultimately meaningless. The enemy stepped forward confidently, insultingly calling their effort pathetic before revealing an army at the gate. Mockery followed. Tarkin was now so desperate, he brought a mere human to fight alongside him. The spirits snarked at the scene, amused by the sight of a talking, armor-clad lizardman commander. Tarkin scowled at the traitor before him, a fellow monster who had allied with demons against kin. Tarkin charged forward with fury, declaring traitors unworthy of mercy or life. His spear raised for battle. Hamron grinned coldly, unmoved by the insult, prepared to crush the rebellion with monstrous force and pride. At the tower's base, the enemy forces stood ready, blocking the entrance with unwavering discipline and strength. Tarkin and Asher advanced cautiously, measuring distance and strategy, knowing the upcoming clash would be decisive. Tarkin raised his weapon, signaling his readiness to fight no retreat, only forward into the heart of danger. The lizardmen lifted their spears in response, sneering confidently, eager to crush their defiant intruders. Standing side by side, Asher and Tarkin exchanged a glance. Battle was inevitable, and they were prepared. Asher readied his sword, acknowledging the plan with a sharp nod. He was prepared to strike hard. The enemy commander shouted, ordering his troops to block their advance before they breached the tower. Asher dashed forward at full speed, closing distance before they could react or form a solid wall. With a fierce slash, he cut down the first attacker, breaking their formation and opening a path. He shouted back fiercely, cutting through resistance. None would stop him now. Not even the demon's loyal guards. Hamron stared in disbelief as Asher tore through his soldiers, refusing to slow or show weakness. Tarkin stepped forward, mocking Hamron's failure. He had clearly underestimated the strength of the human warrior. He declared Asher exceptional, not just skilled, but the only human he ever recognized as equal. Confused and rattled, Hamron demanded answers, unsure why a monster like Tarkin would praise a human ally. Tarkin roared defiantly, green energy flaring. He was ready to settle the score and finish the battle now. Asher pressed deeper into the stronghold, where the corridors echoed with howls and monstrous roars from within. He faced wave after wave, cutting through enemies with precision, overwhelmed by their sheer, endless numbers. His companion noted something strange: the monsters were being sacrificed, unaware they were nothing more than shields. Asher confirmed it calmly. He was only disabling them, avoiding fatal wounds despite their relentless aggression. He understood they weren't evil by choice, only controlled by demons, and eventually he would free them. Asher entered the final chamber, tense and alert, greeted by an ominous voice from the shadows. The demon lord revealed himself red-skinned, horned, and seated with arrogance as he calmly spoke Asher's name. Surprised, Asher asked if they'd met before. The demon answered confidently, revealing knowledge of his identity. He declared Asher was once a hero who had fought bravely during the age of Bamula. Memories rushed and Asher saw flashes of his past life, confirming the demon truly knew who he was. The demon's eyes glowed with menace, mocking Asher's human body as unworthy of wielding such power. Dark energy surged around the throne, the demon unleashing his aura, daring Asher to survive its weight. The spirit warned Asher to stay sharp. The enemy was no ordinary demon, but a high-ranked elite. Asher smirked, welcoming the challenge. He considered this battle a mere warm-up before facing Bamula himself. Enraged by Asher's confidence, the demon lunged forward, spiraling in power and fury, ready to strike. The demon struck with explosive force, shaking the chamber as his power tore through stone and air. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Tarkin clashed fiercely with Hameron, weapons ringing in defiance of betrayal. Hameron mocked Tarkin's loyalty, claiming it was pointless to fight fate and the demon's growing dominance. The demon general declared monsters were powerless against their overlords, resistance was meaningless against true dark strength. Tarkin roared back, teeth bared. He would rather die fighting than live on his knees like a puppet. Hameron narrowed his eyes, expression unreadable, as he prepared for another crushing blow against Tarkin. With overwhelming force, he slammed Tarkin down, driving him into the ground with brutal demonic strength. Tarkin stumbled back, breath ragged, as Hameron repeated his belief resistance was hopeless against the might of demons. Standing tall, Hameron warned him. No human escapes the tower alive. Death awaited Asher without exception. Dark energy swirled violently. Hameron's spell pulsed with fatal intent, sealing his conviction in the demon's dominion. Dark energy roared around the demon as he prepared to unleash his full power without restraint. Confident in his might, the demon taunted Asher, claiming he couldn't comprehend their overwhelming strength. But Asher reacted first, striking with precision and cutting through before the demon could even respond. Shocked and wounded, the demon stammered in disbelief, unable to accept he'd been struck so easily. Asher calmly credited the saint's blessing, acknowledging the hidden power she left to aid his mission. Asher remembered the saint's blessing the moment she entrusted him with a relic filled with divine magic. That relic, the source of holy power, responded to his will and surged through his entire form. Asher declared the end, sword glowing with blue energy, as divine force surged toward the demon. His blade struck with full power, piercing the demon's defenses and drawing a scream of agony. The impact shattered the floor, snapping weapons and bones. His power had finally broken the demon's strength. Tarkin collapsed, bleeding and weary, while Hameron stepped forward, eyes locked coldly on his fallen opponent. Tarkin admitted defeat, acknowledging Hameron's strength now that he wielded corrupted power drawn from the demons. Accepting his fate, Tarkin invited death without fear, choosing dignity over begging for mercy in defeat. Hameron sneered, grudgingly respecting Tarkin's final stand, even though he claimed he had no other choice. With power gathered, Hameron prepared his finishing blow, his expression unwavering as magic surged through his weapon. Tarkin clenched his fist and rose again, declaring the fight wasn't over while Hameron prepared to strike. Hameron grinned, impressed by Tarkin's resilience, but remained focused, convinced his power guaranteed a final victory. Elsewhere, Asher descended with divine force, sword glowing blue as he delivered a crushing blow from above. His blade struck true, ending the demon's reign. The battle concluded with Asher standing over his fallen foe. A surge of blue energy surrounded Asher as he awakened hidden strength to confront the advancing demons. With precise movement, he drove his sword through the demon's heart, spilling dark blood across the ground. Smoke curled around fallen bodies while Asher watched, knowing the demon horde would soon gather for revenge. He stepped forward, steady and silent, preparing to challenge the armored general who commanded the remaining troops. Asher lifted his blade again, determined to end the threat before more innocent villagers were senselessly slaughtered. The lizard warrior mocked his allies' defeat, unaware how quickly the human had gained the advantage. He groaned in frustration, realizing that careless pride would not stop Asher's precise, relentless counterattack this time. The orc commander lunged forward, weapon raised high, determined to break the human's growing confidence and momentum. With a powerful upward strike, the orc sent his opponent crashing backward, armor scraping across broken ground. Standing firm, the orc commander warned Hammeron sternly that distraction and arrogance would lead only to defeat. The orc commander stepped closer, questioning why Hammeron's strength disappeared after the demon's sudden death earlier. Hammeron laughed weakly, admitting defeat and understanding how false power had hollowed out his warrior spirit. Clenching his jaw, the orc accepted his shame, declaring he had become worthless even among the monsters. With a heavy breath, he lowered his guard and told Tarkin to end his miserable life. Tarkin paused, suggesting they should grant Hammeron a final moment to consider surrender or die with pride. Hammeron screamed in confusion as sudden pain struck, unable to understand why his strength kept disappearing. He turned, shocked to see the other enslaved soldiers awakening, freed from the demon's cruel control. One by one, exhausted monsters staggered forward, amazed they survived and no longer felt the demon's influence. The young healer explained calmly that their minds needed time to recover before regaining normal thoughts again. Hammeron fell to his knees, questioning why Asher would show mercy to enemies who destroyed countless villages. Asher spoke firmly, stating he believed Hammeron would eventually agree to the alliance without any resistance. He revealed the Demon King had returned, commanding legions preparing to invade the human world again soon. Asher declared humans and monsters must unite to face this enemy, threatening all life across the realm. Hammeron lowered his head, admitting he had no choice but to accept Asher's offer of truce with newfound respect. Hammeron pledged loyalty, vowing to stand beside Asher against the rising demon threat. Tarkin stepped forward, declaring his commitment to fight alongside Hammeron and Asher against their shared enemy. Hammeron lowered his head, sincerely thanking Tarkin for offering forgiveness and a chance to start over. Curious, Hammeron asked if Asher planned to return south to the Empire after this mission ended. Asher explained calmly he would travel north instead, searching Rapinia Castle for answers about her disappearance. His expression serious, Asher said he must discover the truth hidden within the Queen's abandoned stronghold. Asher recalled how the Grandmaster had entrusted him with a mission to uncover the hidden truth. He approached the towering temple of the Solar God, determined to find guidance for his journey. Inside the vast hall, two priests knelt before the radiant figures seated upon the golden throne. The High Priestess praised their dedication, acknowledging the sacrifices they made fulfilling the sacred duties assigned earlier. With a knowing smile, she turned her gaze to Asher, silently recognizing his unwavering resolve and purpose. The priestess raised her gaze, addressing the Solar God directly with eyes sharp and voice unwavering calm. The Solar God warned her not to interfere, claiming his actions were only for protecting all mankind. She stepped forward boldly, questioning whether endless slaughter of heretics could ever be justified as true salvation. Her tone hardened, declaring, "No power endures forever, and arrogance always ends in inevitable, complete downfall." The Solar God glared, vowing those who defied his will would soon face righteous divine retribution. Verka entered the hall defiantly, determined not to let the Solar God's threats weaken her resolve. The Solar God reminded Verka he granted her divine power, proving he never truly despised mortal humans. Verka bowed her head respectfully, acknowledging his words and vowing to remember where her strength originated. The Solar God declared his purpose was granting Asher salvation before darkness consumed his spirit completely forever. He warned that Asher's unmatched skill would not prevent madness or death from demons' unending cruel attacks. The Solar God proclaimed Asher would gain eternal life and peace if he surrendered his soul willingly. Verka closed her eyes, her heart sinking as she recognized the promise was nothing but deception. She knew sacrificing a soul never meant salvation, only a painful end masked as divine reward. Verka compared the god's logic to cultists who justified killing innocents, calling it necessary for mankind's survival. Gripping her staff tightly, she trembled, torn between faith and horror, unable to accept the cruel demand. Verka lowered her gaze, forcing herself to accept the command she no longer believed was righteous. Meanwhile, Asher approached the snow-covered fortress, determined to uncover what happened to Rapinia, the northern hero. He spoke calmly, admitting he was not eager to meet someone with such a difficult reputation. His companion noted that Asher and Rapinia clearly had a strained history that remained unresolved between them. Asher explained Rapinia was a sword prodigy, but her arrogance made cooperation nearly impossible for everyone involved, and Asher admitted he and Rapinia had been rivals too long to ever become true allies. His companion teased that he must still care, since he was traveling to see her personally. Asher replied coldly he felt nothing for Rapinia, and only came out of duty's obligation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, questioning who dared to speak the Queen's name with such reckless disrespect. A young warrior stepped forward, demanding Asher explain his presence and purpose before approaching Rapinia ancient fortress. Asher narrowed his eyes, Wondering if the swordsman approaching through the snow was truly Rapenia returned, the young warrior's heart raced, recognizing Asher's stance and suspecting this stranger might be the legendary hero. Asher faced the determined young warrior, realizing a fight was unavoidable before entering Rapenia frozen fortress grounds. The warrior landed gracefully, blocking the main gate with unwavering confidence and readiness to test any challenger. She declared boldly that anyone wishing to pass must first prove their strength by defeating her completely. Asher studied her stance carefully, recognizing it as imperial swordsmanship, once taught only to elite knights. A grin formed as Asher admitted he never expected to encounter such talent again in this place. A young girl knelt respectfully, begging the captain of the guard to accept her as disciple. Inside the dim barracks, a soldier asked who the child was and why she had come. A woman explained calmly that the girl wished to study swordsmanship under the captain's strict guidance. The captain learned she had witnessed his combat and felt inspired by his skill displayed during battle. He frowned quietly, wondering why she would choose hardship and discipline instead of a safer, gentler life. The captain called her gently, studying her expression to see if her resolve was truly genuine inside. The girl answered with determination, her voice shaking as she affirmed her desire to train seriously forever. He explained many students had come before her but abandoned imperial swordsmanship when faced with true hardship. The captain asked firmly if she could endure discipline without quitting, even when everything became too difficult. Raising her voice, she promised to stay by his side and never surrender her chosen path. The young warrior lifted her blade high, declaring her name proudly for all to hear without fear. Chariot Magari introduced herself as the heir to imperial swordsmanship, prepared to defend her master's honor. Asher observed her stance carefully, surprised it matched his own technique learned during years of rigorous training. He realized Chariot must have studied with Rapenia, proving her skills were shaped by legendary northern teachings. Electric energy surged around Asher's sword as he accepted her challenge, ready to test her strength. Chariot gasped in shock as she recognized Asher's stance, realizing he also wielded imperial swordsmanship perfectly. Asher lunged forward without hesitation, his voice steady as he challenged her to block his next strike. Their blades collided violently, sending a shockwave through the courtyard as Chariot struggled to hold her ground. Her eyes widened, certain now his flawless technique could only belong to a true master of legend. From the shadows, a dark figure watched silently, recognizing the style and remembering past battles fought together. Asher focused intently, remembering another swordsman whose movements were nearly identical to Chariot's flawless technique now. The hidden observer smiled faintly, finding it interesting that Asher's skill had remained sharp after reincarnation. Chariot lunged forward, her voice steady, as she praised Asher's ability to counter every precise strike. With a fierce cry, she launched a spinning slash aimed to test his defense and reflexes. Asher dodged swiftly, the air cracking around them as blue energy erupted from their clashing swords. Asher lowered his sword slightly, studying Chariot's stance and realizing she was testing his true identity. Chariot hesitated, finally asking directly who he really was and why he fought so skillfully. Her voice softened as she admitted he reminded her of someone she respected long ago deeply. Asher answered calmly, wondering if she meant the captain of the guard she had once trained under. Snow fell silently on the castle as memories of Sir Hyman returned to fill the cold air. Seated across from Asher, Chariot apologized sincerely for not recognizing him as Swordmaster Hyman's respected disciple earlier. She explained that life in the northern fortress remained isolated, leaving them unaware of recent southern events. Chariot described how Sir Hyman once worked closely with both her master and Lady Rapenia herself. Asher's eyes narrowed, demanding to know why Rapenia was absent, while Chariot guarded the castle alone. Now Chariot lowered her gaze, admitting Rapenia still remained within the castle, though something had changed her completely. Asher's chest tightened, realizing something terrible must have happened to Rapenia while he was away fighting. Chariot explained she pledged loyalty as a knight of the northern castle to protect Lady Rapenia. After Swordmaster Hyman died, Chariot remained at Rapenia's side as her assistant and most trusted companion always. She recalled how Rapenia slowly withdrew from everyone, her bright spirit fading into sorrow and deep silence. Chariot's voice trembled, admitting Rapenia had become unrecognizable, locked away in darkness no one could penetrate anymore. Asher stepped closer, wondering if Rapenia had sealed herself away to resist the darkness swallowing her spirit. He clenched his fists, remembering the last time she vanished without explanation, leaving everyone in confusion again. Chariot confessed she had exhausted every method to help Rapenia, but nothing ever broke the spreading curse. Asher's companion observed the shadows, recognizing the same corruption they once encountered in demons and twisted abominations. Chariot's voice broke as she begged Asher to confirm whether any hope still remained to save her. Chariot lowered her head, tears forming as she whispered Asher's name in a voice full of desperation. Asher glanced at his companion, who suggested quietly they consider using Fëanor to end this darkness. Hearing the name, Asher's eyes widened, remembering the weapon entrusted to him by the dying Archmage. Fëanor was the ancient sword left behind specifically to confront beings twisted by unnatural forces and corruption. He recalled the Archmage warning that heroes could be tainted too, becoming vessels for demonic power forever. Asher remembered how the Archmage forged Fëanor to sever corruption without destroying the host's physical body completely. He knew if Rapenia was truly consumed by evil power, this sword might be her only salvation. His thoughts turned grim, realizing everything was unfolding exactly as the Archmage had once warned him carefully. Clenching Fëanor's hilt, Asher took a steady breath, feeling its cold energy pulse through his fingers firmly. Chariot's voice trembled as she asked what he intended, but Asher reassured her not to fear. And then, Asher tightened his grip, accepting this might be the only chance to save Rapenia's soul. With one swift motion, he drove Fëanor's glowing blade straight into the corrupted darkness before him. He drew his blade swiftly, eyes narrowed, determined to strike down the mysterious armored figure ahead. With a precise motion, he stabbed the sword into the ground, releasing a surge of blue energy. The sword glowed brighter as green shadows erupted, swirling violently around him like vengeful spirits unleashed. Dark mist coiled toward his opponent, who braced himself while the chamber echoed with a dreadful roar. He raised his hand calmly, whispering, "The shadows are mine," before executing his powerful finishing technique. He carried the unconscious woman through the ruins, determined to protect her from the approaching danger outside. The observing woman recognized the injured figure as Rapenia, a noble who had vanished during the last attack. A cold wind blew as he laid Rapenia down, carefully checking her wounds for hidden poison traces. Seeing her collapse, the other woman ran forward, fearing the poison had already spread through Rapenia's body. Behind them, the swordsman approached cautiously, while she desperately tried to keep Rapenia alive with first aid. Rapenia slowly regained consciousness, her vision blurry as memories of the attack returned to her mind. She turned her head weakly and recognized her companion, relief mixing with confusion over her survival. Struggling to sit up, she tried recalling the last moments before everything had faded into darkness. A tall, armored figure approached, his presence steady, assessing her condition with a calm, watchful expression. She looked up in disbelief, realizing the captain of the guard had arrived to question her. Asher flinched as the spirit beside him stirred, reacting to Rapenia's sudden and piercing stare. Everyone froze, confused, while Rapenia's gaze grew distant as though perceiving something hidden beyond the room. She stepped closer to Asher, her expression strained, claiming she could see deep inside his soul. Her companion stared in disbelief, wondering if Rapenia was delirious or speaking truths no one understood. Asher studied her carefully, realizing her eyes had changed, reflecting a power she never possessed before. Without warning, Rapenia lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around Asher, her body trembling hard. Asher stiffened in shock, unprepared for the sudden embrace that drew everyone's startled attention in the hall. Their companion watched with wide eyes, struggling to understand why Rapenia was so overwhelmed with emotion now. Tears streamed down her face as she gasped, relieved to see the captain alive again. Far beyond the castle walls, the fortress stood silent under moonlight, holding countless memories of loss. Rapenia lay unconscious in her chambers, her breathing unsteady after everything she had endured that night. Outside her door, Asher questioned how she recognized him. Though he had hidden his true identity, he knew Rapenia possessed no magic herself, unlike the Archmage who could read past incarnations directly. Asher explained that Fëanor's lingering power had disturbed Rapenia's thoughts, blurring memory and reality together unnaturally. For a moment she had seen him as he appeared before, during his life as a knight. Chariot hesitated, remembering rumors that Asher and Rapenia had once been bitter enemies in battle. Asher sighed, insisting he had no idea why she behaved like that or recognized his spirit. He assured Chariot that Rapenia was safe and resting while he investigated the strange magical influence. Chariot admitted she had suspected Asher's identity ever since she first glimpsed his face in the courtyard. Inside the cluttered archive room, a voice echoed softly, greeting him as if years hadn't passed. Asher and Chariot entered the archive quietly, both feeling the weight of memories between those walls. Chariot admitted she wanted to remember Asher somehow, even when everyone believed he had perished forever. She explained Rapenia often visited the archive, searching for traces of him among the old records. Asher frowned, insisting Rapenia had no reason to miss him after their difficult past disagreements together. Chariot revealed Rapenia's feelings were hidden, and everything she did had been her way of caring. Rapenia had carried hidden feelings for Asher, never letting herself confess them during those turbulent years together. Even while battles raged around them, Her quiet devotion to him never wavered or faded with time. She watched over Asher constantly, fearing each day that the fighting would finally take his life forever. When he was gone, her grief grew unbearable, leaving her mind fragile and her heart unsteady. Lost in sorrow, she wandered through darkness alone, until fate allowed her to see him again. Asher stood in silence, realizing he had misunderstood Rapinia's true feelings all those years before. He had always believed she was cold and distant, never suspecting her heart carried hidden devotion. It never occurred to him she could grieve so deeply after he vanished without any farewell. Later, Asher visited Rapinia's bedside, gently asking how she felt after the ordeal and her collapse. He explained he no longer held his old title, noticing how fragile she seemed while replying. Asher watched Rapinia closely, knowing she still looked frail but determined to speak her mind clearly. He admitted he couldn't afford distractions because his purpose now was discovering why he had returned. Rapinia's expression grew serious as she guessed his destination might be the ancient forest of the elves. When he confirmed it, she declared she would join him no matter the dangers ahead together. Chariot stepped forward too, offering to guide them safely through the treacherous northern paths into the forest. Rapinia's cheeks warmed with a shy blush as she gathered courage to join Asher on this journey. Asher turned to Chariot, insisting she accompany them to ensure their passage through the northern lands safely. Together, the three traveled beneath bright autumn leaves, crossing into the hidden region few dared to enter. Asher stopped and explained they had reached the ancient forest where the elves kept their secrets hidden. He welcomed them to the Red Forest, aware this place might finally reveal answers about his rebirth. 3 elves emerged gracefully from the trees, their leader stepping forward to greet the approaching travelers calmly. Asher addressed them directly, asking if they were the elves who protected this ancient northern forest region. The elf leader nodded, smiling gently, and welcomed them to her forest as honored guests today. A towering crystal rose above the elven hall, casting bright reflections across the polished ceremonial chamber floor. Asher and his companions entered carefully, feeling the weight of many watching eyes upon their arrival together. The elf elder stepped forward gracefully, introducing herself as Pastry, guardian, and leader of the Red Forest. She calmly revealed she had been expecting Asher, already aware of his arrival from the start. Pastry explained she had followed his movements closely, waiting for the day he would finally appear. Asher stood tall and declared he had come seeking the true cause behind his reincarnation mystery. He looked directly at Elder Pastry, asking if she possessed any answers to his many questions. Pastry calmly admitted she did not know who orchestrated his return or their hidden intentions toward him. She explained one fact was certain: she sensed powerful traces of dark magic still clinging to his soul. Pastry warned the magic came from the demon realm, hinting someone dangerous was behind Asher's second life. Pastry described ancient seals, each containing powers so immense they could reshape entire nations if released carelessly. She explained some seals were so dangerous that even the demons had chosen to lock them away. Yet someone with a hidden agenda had deliberately broken one, risking chaos for unknown personal gain. Asher wondered if this was why he could not wield magic despite mastering sword techniques completely. Pastry assured him it was not sorcery preventing his abilities. It was something far more complicated still. Asher realized something troubling: the original soul of this body might not have truly vanished after all. Pastry explained Asher's soul was not alone, and the body's first owner still remained somewhere inside. After surrendering her body, that soul was trapped, unable to leave or reclaim full control again. She warned only one soul could remain, meaning Asher or the other must eventually disappear forever. Pastry offered to guide Asher to the realm where souls gather, so he could decide himself. Rapenia looked at Asher, explaining the elves' magic would let him confront the soul directly. She warned the real problem was whether the original Asher's soul would even agree to speak. Asher understood the despair of losing one's body would make any conversation painfully difficult to begin. He knew it would never be easy to face the soul who lost everything to him. In the end, he decided that Asher's choice must come before any of his own desires. They gathered before the sealed door, its ancient symbols glowing as the magic inside slowly awakened. The spirit wished Asher safety, while he quietly replied, knowing the step would decide everything ahead. He reminded himself that everything now depended on Asher's choice beyond this threshold of souls and memory. The door creaked open, light pouring out as he wondered if he would remain the same. With resolve, Asher stepped forward alone, determined to face whatever waited for him beyond the door. Inside the void, Asher prepared himself to finally face the original soul of the guard's body. The armored figure stood calmly, greeting him as though they were old acquaintances meeting after many years. Asher watched cautiously while the other soul remained seated, observing every movement with careful, measured attention. He acknowledged this was their first true meeting face to face, unsure how the conversation might end now. With hesitation, Asher finally asked if the original soul held resentment over losing everything to him. The original soul confessed that watching Asher steal his body and life had once been unbearable suffering, but over time he gradually accepted it, realizing no one had ever valued him in life anyway. Asher hesitated, then asked if the soul had lost memories during the long years of confinement. The soul admitted it didn't matter, believing it was better this way without regrets or burdens left. He urged Asher to take care of the body, acknowledging he had truly become its rightful owner. The original soul reflected quietly, feeling how little he had truly mattered before Asher's arrival changed everything. He admitted Reika seemed happier after he vanished, as though his absence brought peace to her heart. Even his mother never noticed the difference, never realizing her son had been replaced by another presence. He realized only after disappearing that people finally cared, though he himself never mattered from the start. With calm acceptance, he thanked Asher for giving this body a place and purpose he never found. The original soul began to fade away, his final strength leaving as he prepared to depart forever. With his last breath, he asked Asher to protect the world with the life he'd gained. The spirit reassured him his existence was never meaningless, and he had grown stronger through hardship. Asher listened, hearing the words that acknowledged how far he'd come to become the man now. Before disappearing, the soul lifted his gaze, asking Asher to grant him just one final request. With fading strength, the original soul asked Asher to tell his family he was truly sorry. Asher nodded solemnly, promising he would carry those words to the ones who deserved to hear them. The spirit assured him that he would not be alone while carrying the burden of remembrance. As the soul dissolved into countless lights, Asher felt a powerful energy concentrating in his own hands. Streams of bright magic wrapped around him, binding the final remnants of the soul deep inside forever. Asher opened his eyes slowly, feeling an unfamiliar warmth and power steadily building inside his chest. He pressed a hand over his heart, sensing energy spreading through every limb with growing intensity. Asher wondered aloud if he had finally regained the aura that once defined his fighting strength. He called out to Ensur, hoping for confirmation that something within him had truly been restored. Turning back, Asher waited in silence, determined to understand what this power meant for his future. Asher stood in silence, feeling the restored strength flowing steadily through his armored body without resistance anymore.